The story opens with Inju's thoughts. Ever since she was a child, her dream had been to marry a boy who would care only about her. That had once been the way she believed she could achieve the happiness she wanted. She had once been that deeply in love with someone, also she could obtain that happiness. Back in the present, Inju sobbed uncontrollably. I thought I would definitely do that, but when I was 24, I broke up with my first love. The scene shows her walking side by side with Jerem. He and I used to be a couple everyone envied. That day was like any other. He came to pick me up. We ate, then went to a cafe. We went on our date, as usual. Looking happily at the photo on her phone, she said, "I'm going to post this on my Instagram." So I thought there was nothing wrong between us at all. Jerem, who had been silent until then, finally spoke. "Inju, should we stop seeing each other?" The scene shifts to the next day, where her friend Minnie asked in surprise, "So you broke up just like that? You two didn't even fight." Inju lay sprawled over the table, feeling wronged. "Yeah, I still don't understand why we broke up." Minnie continued asking, "Did you ask him why?" Thinking back to that moment, Inju had hurriedly grabbed Jerem's arm and shouted, "Give me an answer. Is it because I always complain? I won't do that anymore. I'll take care of my hair every day. I won't call you early in the morning anymore either." Jerem brushed her hand away and said coldly, "I just want to end it." After hearing Inju tell the story, Minnie was upset. Doing that without giving a reason is honestly kind of rude. Anyway, I never liked him that much. But then she remembered how tall and handsome Jerem was and added, "Well, maybe not completely." She looked at Inju, who was sniffling, and continued, "If he's lost interest in you, there's no saving it. Try to forget him and move on." Minnie kindly handed her a tissue and asked, "Why did you call me out at this hour? I could have met you after work. And don't you usually not drink at this time?" Inju replied, "Because I don't have any money left. Snacks are expensive too." Then she rolled around, crying and throwing a fit. "Actually, it's because he always bought everything for me." That made Minnie look at her in utter disbelief. She then asked, "Why don't you start earning money yourself?" Hearing that, Inju shouted, "What are you talking about? I'm still in school." Minnie answered, "If you're still a student, you can do an internship or even part-time work. It's not like you do anything at home." Inju froze. "Hey, did you come here to lecture me? I called you because I wanted comfort. Seriously, you heartless thing." Minnie reached out and touched Inju's hair. "I already told you, didn't I? Shift your attention away from him." "What is this? When was the last time you washed your hair? You think love is everything, don't you? How can someone like you believe that so easily?" Inju answered seriously, "It is everything to me." Hearing that, Minnie replied, "Then change that love chart of yours. Fill it with something that produces results, like work or things you enjoy doing." After saying that, she seemed to come up with an idea. "How about volunteer work?" Inju asked blankly, "Volunteer work? Isn't that a little sudden?" Minnie continued, "All you ever do is sleep. You need to do volunteer work to prepare for graduation. I know you've never done it before. It's an organization that supports university students like us. This is a good opportunity for you, isn't it?" Inju worried, "I don't think I can do anything yet." Minnie added, "They'll give you a stipend if you work there." Inju immediately changed her attitude. "Then I'll consider it. Hey, the positions there are pretty competitive. The interviews are already over, and the teams have been prepared too. But I'll send you the contact information of some of my university friends, so leave it to me. It's better than doing nothing, at least for you right now." Her phone rang. Minnie answered, then stood up and said, "Yes, sir." "No, I'll be there right away." "Yes." She turned to leave and said to Inju, "Sorry, I have to go now. I told them I was only coming here for lunch." "Anyway, Inju, think about it." Inju called out, "Wait." Minnie quickly turned back and asked, "What now?" Inju winked playfully and held out the bill. "Lend me some money before you go." Minnie was left speechless. Back home, Inju lay motionless on her bed, thinking I should have asked her to come sleep over. She looked at every corner of the apartment. Every place reminded her of the scenes of the two of them living together there. "I first met Jerem when I came here alone for university. He even helped me buy this apartment. He was like my soulmate. No, he was even more like family. He cared about me more than I cared about myself." Unable to hold back her tears, Inju began sobbing. "Jerem, why won't you even contact me? I don't want to be alone." Then another thought came to her. Or is he waiting for me to contact him first? Thinking that, she immediately grabbed her phone. "I'll call him. That must be it." And then she saw a photo on Jerem's social media. It was a picture of him standing with a beautiful woman who looked very mature. In shock, she wondered, what is this? How long has it been since we broke up? I've never seen her before. She can't be his girlfriend, right? Inju grew uneasy. Or is it because of her? Is she the reason we broke up? The world around Inju seemed to go completely dark. So that's why he suddenly broke up with me without a reason? He already had someone new? Suddenly, a notification appeared on her phone, and she opened it to check. On the screen was a volunteer group message from Park Min-yi. "Okay, see you on Thursday." Inju sighed. "Volunteer work? I thought it was him." She was confused. I haven't even agreed yet. But anyway, I'm already in the group. Then she thought, should I at least say hello? So she sent a message introducing herself in the group, but only 3 people read it. Inju became irritated. What? Why aren't they saying anything? Is it because of me? Whatever. I don't care. She scrolled through the chat window, then stopped at someone's profile picture. They're all younger than me, aren't they? It showed a handsome young man with black hair. Seo Yoon. That's a nice name. Inju blushed. He's pretty handsome too. Then an idea came to her. Wait, could I seduce him? She continued cheerfully. Minnie said I should shift my attention to something else. Somewhere else. Minnie defended herself. Hey, that's not what I meant, you crazy woman. Inju then imagined Jerem freezing when he saw her standing beside another man. They say the second love is always a better destination than the first. And if I show him how I've moved on, maybe he'll regret it. Inju stared at the photo on her phone, trembling. Let him get a taste of the heartbreak I had to go through. She stood up, filled with determination. I have to date another guy. The next day arrived. The room was a mess, with clothes thrown everywhere. Inju hummed a song as she looked at herself in the mirror. She picked up a lipstick and applied it to her lips. After looking in the mirror for a while, she became delighted with her own reflection. How can I be this pretty? Now then, which jacket should I choose? She held up 2 options. Both of them are things Jerem bought for me. She reassured herself. The makeup was bought by him. The clothes were bought by him too. The shoes as well. Whatever. They're just objects. She couldn't forget to stand in front of the mirror and take mirror selfies. Her phone clicked nonstop. Perfect. She put on a pair of heels that matched her outfit. She stepped out of the house. Let's go. It's time to meet my new man. She headed to the cafe. The people there were murmuring among themselves. First, this week's work schedule is... Inju found today's meeting boring. Wow, they're holding a discussion. Everyone should attend at least 1 session. She looked around and judged the guys there. They're all terrible. Yusoi said to everyone, I've attached the information on the paper. Does anyone have any questions? Inju raised her hand and asked, is the person named Seo Yoon coming? Everyone froze stiff when they heard that. What is with her? Yusoi did not know how to answer her. I'm not sure. Please only ask questions related to the volunteer work. She spoke up again. Does anyone else have any questions? Inju opened her phone and began typing a message. She cursed inwardly. What is wrong with him? He at least looked the most decent one here. Well, not everyone could be like Jerem. Inju rested her chin on her hand and pondered. I still can't forget him, and yet I'm sitting here looking for a new love. Maybe I was being a little impulsive. Then after this meeting, I'll go see Jerem. I have to ask him the reason directly. While she was lost in thought, a voice reached them. Sorry I'm late. It was Seo Yoon. He was panting with exhaustion. He had just had to take an exam. Inju's eyes immediately lit up. Looking at how handsome he was, she had to admit it. He's so gorgeous it could ruin my life. He's even better looking than in his profile picture. She assessed him. He's as handsome as Jerem. No, maybe even more handsome. Yusoi did not pay much attention. All right, let's continue. The organization will sponsor everything for us during the work, but everyone should still contribute as much as they can. Everyone will need to use the money earned from the volunteer work for the children according to the plan. If anyone objects, please say so. The issue is the extra expenses for our group, such as meetings like this. She glanced up and asked, does anyone have an opinion? The room fell strangely silent. Inju was a little intrigued too. Oh, we have to spend money on things like that? That sounds great. Yusoi said, I usually use it to pay for dinner. The purpose of both the work and participation seems to be the same, so anyone who isn't good at this might end up losing money. Inju was delighted by the idea of dinner. Dinner sounds great. Let's go for a second round today too. But one guy immediately refused. I have class later. Inju smiled warmly. Work hard so you can stand shoulder to shoulder with the world's great powers. Yusoi reminded her, not now. We have to wait for the official announcement before organizing anything after the meeting. Inju explained, no, just ask who can attend. It's our first time meeting, after all. Breaking this awkwardness and getting closer to each other is a good thing. A girl kept poking Inju on the shoulder, so Inju turned around. Beside her was a yellow-haired girl from the volunteer team. The girl spoke. Maybe because today is your first time here, you don't know that we've met dozens of times before. Why should we waste more time just to help you? Those words seemed to strike a nerve with Inju, and her displeasure showed on her face. Oh. Then she immediately shot back sarcastically, trying to keep her expression as restrained as possible. Oh my, I see. Then just consider me absent from this meeting. And don't worry, I'll still pay for those activities. But the girl turned away and muttered, whatever. Seeing her attitude, Inju became irritated and shouted angrily, excuse me? Kim Junayang spoke up to disperse the suffocating atmosphere. All right, anyone who has time today can attend. Seeing that, the two of them stopped talking. They turned and looked at each other as if sparks were flying. Inju was annoyed, but only cursed inwardly. Who asked this brat to jump in? No one wants to hang out with you anyway. Yusoi then brought the meeting to a close. Then I'll end the meeting here. Anyone who wants to go to dinner. Before she could finish, the yellow-haired girl stood up with her friends and announced, we already have plans. After that, they left. Inju watched them leave, furious inside. Have fun going home. Then she focused on the guy who had arrived late. Inju looked at Seo Yoon with sparkling eyes. Excuse me, you're Seo Yoon, right? You're coming today too, aren't you? But he suddenly turned away coldly. I have an appointment. Inju instantly froze in shock. What? The girls who had left the cafe walked outside. As they walked, they chatted. Good job, good job. Hannah looked visibly displeased. What you just did was top tier. She must be really desperate for men, huh? The yellow-haired girl snickered. It's not always good to say things so bluntly. But she had no idea that Inju was sprinting toward them as fast as a leopard. Hannah was startled when she saw how fast Inju was running. Her mouth trembled. What the hell? Then Inju dashed past them, forcing them to dodge out of fear of being hit. Their faces turned pale. They turned to look at each other and asked, what was that? Inju ran over and grabbed Seo Yoon's sleeve. The other girls hurriedly judged her. She's not normal. Yeah, seriously. Seo Yoon wondered, aren't you attending the dinner? She cheerfully answered, oh, it got canceled. Have you eaten anything yet? He hurriedly walked away. Not yet. Inju enthusiastically invited him. Then that's perfect. Let's have dinner together. This is my first time here, so I don't really know much about the volunteer work. Could you help me? Suddenly, he handed her a sheet of paper. I think this will be more helpful than I would. Inju accepted it, while Seo Yoon politely bowed and left. I can't have dinner with you, because I have an appointment. Inju's face completely froze. She asked herself, did I just get rejected? No way. Does he have a girlfriend? Even so, I'm still prettier. She could not believe that was true. No, there aren't many people in this world handsome enough to make Jerem jealous. That person has to be Seo Yoon. She followed after him. As she walked, she wondered, if I keep being noisy like earlier, I'll definitely get ignored again, right? Then she hid behind a tree. It would be better if I just followed him quietly. The sound of her footsteps almost dissolved into the wind blowing through the trees. He walked ahead. His tall, slender figure gradually disappeared into the dim lights. He said he had an appointment with someone at the university, right? At this hour? Inju stood quietly behind a tree, watching Seo Yoon's back as he entered a hot dog shop. I don't think he's meeting anyone here. Seo Yoon went into the shop, bought something, and came out carrying a bag. Standing outside, she rejoiced. Oh, there he is. Inju still stood there, silently following each step he took. Feeling shy and embarrassed, she covered her face with a lock of hair and denied her own actions. I'm not following him. I'm a student at this school too. She stood beneath the trees in front of the campus, silently watching his footsteps gradually disappear up the stairs of the art department building. Oh, the art department? I used to come here a lot because of Jerem. She crept closer, then hid herself behind the large glass door of the building. She saw him entering the door code. Does he study art? Classroom 3F. Seeing that, she thought to herself, no, that would be too ridiculous. Jerem and Seo Yoon are in the same major. Outside the door, Inju was already feeling guilty. No, I still don't know much. She hid behind the door, only sticking half her face out to look at Seo Yoon's back. He entered the classroom and walked toward Jerem and Ariam, who were sitting there working. She was shocked to see that Jerem was there too. Jerem? Not only did she see Jerem, she also saw two other people, Ariam, Seo Yoon, and the woman she had seen in the photo. Why is Seo Yoon? She was startled when she saw the bag of food Seo Yoon had just bought at the shop being handed to Ariam. He gently and attentively placed it in front of Ariam. You said you'd be going home late because you had work to do, so I thought you'd be hungry. Ariam was also quite surprised and embarrassed to see that Seo Yoon had bought food for her. You bought this for me? You should have called before coming. Seo Yoon glanced at Jerem, who was sitting beside Ariam. She seemed embarrassed by the atmosphere. Ariam introduced Seo Yoon to Jerem. This is a close friend of mine, Seo Yoon. She also introduced the person sitting beside her to Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon, this is Senior Jerem. He's the head of our department. She smiled brightly and continued talking about Jerem. After I returned to school, he helped me a lot. Without him, I probably wouldn't have been able to finish the work. Inju, who had been standing outside, had heard the entire conversation. She began to think. After she came back to school, he helped her a lot? Why am I only finding out now? I was so sure she was his girlfriend. She clenched her fist, her thoughts tangled. If they're simply senior and junior, then why hide it? Is this so important that his girlfriend can't know? Or she imagined a love triangle, with herself sitting in the middle while Jerem and Ariam sat on either side, secretly holding hands. Inju grew flustered and clenched her fists as a dark thought crossed her mind. Is he two-timing me? She shook her head, struggling with herself, pushing that thought out of her mind. No way. She calmed down and thought about Seo Yoon and his actions. Wait, it looks like Seo Yoon likes that girl, doesn't it? Otherwise, why would he buy food for her at this hour? Feeling sad and a little angry, she recalled the image of Ariam smiling and chatting happily. Who does she think she is? Why does she keep stealing everyone from me? In the classroom, Jerem smiled shyly and reached his hand towards Seo Yoon. I'm not that amazing. Haha. Anyway, it's nice to meet you, Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon stood with his head lowered and did not shake his hand. Jerem made things awkward for him. Seo Yoon asked, when are you going home? She did not seem to care about him. With her head lowered, she looked at the book. I'm not sure. Probably when I finish this. I see. Hearing that, Seo Yoon walked away. He still turned back and said to her, call me when you're done. I'll come pick you up. Ariam was displeased. Seo Yoon, what's gotten into you? He walked out and headed straight for the door, startling Inju, who had not had time to prepare herself. Awkwardly, she was about to explain, but before she could speak, he seemed not to notice her at all and simply walked past. She looked into the classroom once more. In the end, she hurried down the stairs after him. Inju called out, and he turned around. He turned back and saw her standing there, bent over and panting. Why do you walk so fast? She lifted her face and looked at him. Can we talk for a bit? He looked at her for a moment, then said coldly, I don't have anything to say to you. Inju anxiously gripped the strap of her bag and asked, aren't you curious why I'm here? But he flatly rejected her. No. She was sad and disappointed. What kind of person are you? Those words made him stop in his tracks. She grabbed his sleeve, but he looked at her coldly and said, listen, this is the first time we've met, and I'm not even interested in what you're about to say. So please, could you just go home? She froze at the words Seo Yoon had just said. She tightened her grip on his sleeve. Summoning all her courage, she looked at him and said with determination, Will you go out with me? She thumped her chest and said it again boldly. Go out with me. As soon as she said it, Seo Yoon turned away. Before she could even finish, he had turned without giving a single answer. Not one glance. It was the secret technique of ignoring the world. She said, at least answer me before you turn around and leave. He turned halfway, not wanting to look back. What nonsense are you talking about? Seo Yoon coldly turned his head and left. As he walked, he asked, do you like me? When she heard his question, she froze. Her eyes widened, her face flushed red, and almost immediately, she nodded furiously. Yes, but his expression was somewhat doubtful. You're lying. This is the first time we've met. We've never even had a proper conversation before. She froze awkwardly when she heard him ask that, but in the end, she decided to tell the truth. I came here to see Jerem. He looked at her expressionlessly. I just got dragged into this out of nowhere. What do you want? Inju was surprised, not understanding how he knew about her relationship with Jerem. How does he know about me and Jerem? Her next confession startled him. You know Jerem is my ex-boyfriend? That was a question that needed an explanation from Inju, and to Seo Yoon it was strange. We only met for the first time today. So how did you know? He calmly explained. Ariam told me. His words stirred Inju's curiosity. She moved closer to him. Ariam? That girl? Why would she tell you that? Does she know me? He became flustered, not knowing what to say. In the chilly late-night air, she and he sat a little apart on a stone bench. He felt shy and embarrassed when she discovered something he had done. Oh, so you checked Jerem's social media. But she did not think it was something to be ashamed of. She smiled and said to him, it's fine. I did that too. After hearing that, he seemed relieved and let out a sigh. Seo Yoon turned to look at her and declared frankly, anyway, I'm not the type of person who would talk badly about Ariam behind her back. Inja looked him straight in the eye and asked honestly, you like that girl named Ariam, don't you? She felt sad inside. Sitting beside him on the stone bench, she clasped her hands together and looked down at her feet. In a low voice, soft as the wind, she said, well, when you like someone, you don't hesitate to do anything for them. Just like me right now. Her eyes filled with bitter sadness. Jerem dumped me, but I still like him. At last, she finished explaining. That's why I asked you to go out with me. A faint, fragile, bitter smile appeared on her lips. She recounted everything, trying to appear calm. I thought that if I had a new boyfriend, maybe he would get jealous. Her voice choked, and a tear fell. Then she turned away and hurriedly wiped the tear from her cheek. Inju looked behind her, because all this time she had only been pretending, acting for him to see. Did he fall for it? But he said, but it doesn't seem like it would be very effective. She was surprised. What? Huh? Seo Yoon believed that what she said was true, and he comforted her. You came here to see him because you missed him. She still did not turn to look at him. But in truth, she was thinking, actually I followed you here. He looked at her, his gaze carrying a faint sense of guilt, and spoke gently. I understand your situation, but I still don't think we should go out. In disbelief and confusion, she turned toward him in surprise. He calmly explained, you already know I like Arium. Inju leaned her face close to him, her gaze dangerous. Enunciating every word clearly, she said, that is just my plan. We won't really date. We'll form an alliance. With a dangerous air, she told him her true purpose. She pointed at herself. My goal is to make Jerem jealous. Then she pointed at him. And you're worried that Jerem and Arium will get closer. Imagining the scene of herself and Seo Yoon pretending to be in love, she said, but what if we form an alliance? Inju pictured herself and Seo Yoon holding hands and happily going out together, while Jerem and Arium stood there regretting it, sobbing and calling their names. She felt heartbroken as she thought of the cruel truth. Who did they truly love? Lost in unrequited love, she turned and clutched her small heart. Seo Yoon was hesitant about Inju's idea and said doubtfully, wouldn't that be unlike me? Arium only sees me as a younger brother. She seized the chance and spoke loudly. That's exactly why. We have to make her look at you differently. She described the image for him. The bread he always gave to Arium was now given to Inju instead, making Arium heartbroken. The boy who had always been pursuing me has a girlfriend now. Inju acted out Arium's sad voice for Seo Yoon to see. Sausage bread. You used to buy those only for me. She was proud and confident in her plan. There's no way she won't notice you after this. Hearing her words, he suddenly realized something and thought to himself, but why sausage bread? Still, he was a little worried and could not bring himself to say, even so, pretending to date is a bit. She was even more impatient than he was, urging Seo Yoon to act quickly. Are you just going to sit still? What will you do if Jerem and Arium start dating? He sighed sadly. I'll congratulate them. Congratulate them? She was both surprised and worried about his feelings. That's unrequited love. So you're just going to stand there and pray that she'll be happy. She turned aside and thought to herself, if I persuade him a little more, maybe he'll agree. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon stayed silent and said nothing. Suddenly, her eyes widened in shock, as though she had seen something. It was Jerem and Arium walking together down the road, smiling and chatting. She urgently pulled on his sleeve and stood up. What are you doing? There's no time to explain. Inju turned back and said to him, just for a little while, do as I say. She stood on tiptoe and whispered into his ear, try it and see whether my plan works. And she glanced together at the pair approaching. Outside the building, the atmosphere became a little unnatural. The four of them stood side by side, facing one another. No one said a word. With a surprised expression, as if he could not believe what he was seeing, Jerem blurted out, Inju. Then he stared wide-eyed at the girl in front of him and asked, why are you here? Arium also turned to look at Jerem. Then, as if realizing something, her eyes widened in surprise as she looked at the girl before her. Inju. Inju looked toward Jerem, a trace of sadness appearing on her face. She thought to herself, it's been 2 weeks since we last faced each other like this. A voice rang out. It was Arium. Without any hesitation, she asked Inju in surprise, your senior Jerem's ex-girlfriend? Inju staggered at the question, as if she had not heard it clearly, and asked again, what did you just say? Holding her book, Arium looked at Jerem's sorrowful face and said, oh, did you come here to see him? As if she did not want to hear Inju's reply, she turned to Seo Yoon and asked, by the way, Yoon, why are you with her? Seo Yoon stared blankly, not knowing what to say. On the other side, Inju smiled on the outside, but inside she was fuming as she looked at Arium. Then she put her arm around Seo Yoon's shoulder and pulled him close. She held his arm without the slightest hesitation. No, I have plans with Yoon. Hearing her words, Jerem could not help being shocked. He looked at her hand wrapped around Seo Yoon's arm. He did not know what to say and could only remain silent. Arium fell into thought, then looked at Inju with some curiosity and asked, I don't really understand what's going on. Do you and Yoon really know each other? Inju answered naturally and firmly, that's right. But why do you need to know that? Arium looked a little uncomfortable. No, just then, Seo Yoon's voice rang out. Where are you planning to go? Inju stood beside him, dazed by his question. Arium was surprised by Seo Yoon's question. A moment later, she glanced at Jerem and answered shyly, I was going to eat with Senior. When Seo Yoon heard her answer, he froze for a few seconds. He lowered his head, looking a little uneasy. Then what about the food I bought for you? I'm sorry. I'm really grateful that you bought it for me, but I can't just eat alone, and Senior hasn't eaten either. She answered quickly, then ran over, took his hand, and continued, I'm really sorry. I brought the bag of bread with me. I'll eat it when I get home. His face also darkened when he heard those words. He looked away. Seo Yoon comforted himself. It's fine, but Inju did not think so. In a reproachful voice, she said, It's not fine at all. You had to make plans with me just to buy that bread for you. You're being a little too much. Then, as if to mock her, she said, I guess he should have bought two, one for each of you. Suddenly, Jerem's voice rang out, calling her. Inju. Inju nervously stared at him and thought, what now? Suddenly, Ariam turned to her. Excuse me, did I do something wrong to you? She did not understand what was happening. Inju fearfully hugged Seo Yoon's arm tightly, stared at Ariam, and thought she's scary as hell. Then she said cautiously, well, I think we should go now. Then she hurriedly left Jerem and Ariam behind, pulling the dazed Seo Yoon away in a rush. She did not forget to leave behind one last line. Have fun. Watching the two of them gradually walk away. Ariam was confused and stunned. She blurted out, What the heck just happened? Jerem withdrew his gaze and hurriedly said, I'm sorry. Because of me. Before he could finish, Ariam cut him off in a panic. It's not a problem. This isn't something you should apologize for, Senior. She also scratched her cheek awkwardly and explained, I was just surprised that they know each other. Then, somewhat curious, she asked him, Did you know about this, Senior? No. Jerem also quickly answered her question. No. As you can see, I already broke up with her. Ariam became flustered. I'm sorry. Jerem also waved his hand a little awkwardly. No. He quickly added an explanation. It's just that I was incredibly embarrassed too. The scene shifted to Inju. It was already dark now. The two of them ran over to a glowing street lamp. Seo Yoon asked awkwardly, How long are you planning to hold on to my arm? She hurriedly let go and sincerely said, sorry. Then she turned to him, puzzled. Am I not allowed to talk like we're close? Seo Yoon turned his head and replied, That's not the problem. Then he asked suspiciously, Why did you do that? Inju sat there, flustered, pointing at herself. Do what? He explained, You said some pretty harsh things to Ariam. Her eyes widened in surprise. No, that was acting. I was just provoking her a little so they'd notice us. Seo Yoon seemed not to believe her. He said, I think you only said that because you wanted to. Seeing that, Inju explained her thoughts. That's right. You bought food for her, but she went to eat with another man. So you must have been really disappointed, right? I said that for your sake. He glanced at her and said quietly, I'm fine. Right after that, his phone rang. Seo Yoon looked helplessly at the person leaning close to him, constantly guessing. Is it from Ariam? Let me see. At her urging, hurry, he turned on his phone. Inside were indeed messages from Ariam. What was that? Do you two know each other? You acted so strange today. Inju kept saying, just as expected. Everything is going exactly according to plan. She happily explained to Seo Yoon. She's worried because you're with another girl. She must be really troubled right now. He seemed doubtful as he stared at the messages Ariam had sent earlier, as if thinking about something. Then he said in confusion, Anyway. He looked again at the girl who was so happy. She seemed to be glowing, hands cupping her face as she said something. As expected, jealousy is the only method that works. He turned to Inju and said decisively, Dating is too much. So let's just call an alliance for now. She listened to the boy speaking. Then Seo Yoon shyly raised his hand to his shoulder, but only to the extent of holding hands. Inju was now surprised, shocked, and a little delighted. Her whole body seemed to light up as she leaned close to Seo Yoon and asked again, Okay. So that means you agree, right? Yes. Seo Yoon refused to look directly at her. The glowing person glanced away. Yes. At that moment, Inju held out her hand and said, Great. Starting today, we're partners. Our immediate goal is to win the love we want. Seo Yoon shyly held out his own hand. He took her hand, not knowing what to say. In a quiet space, Inju's back stood silently within it. Right after that, a voice called out behind her. Inju. The voice continued, as if unable to stop. Hey, Inju. She turned around to check who the voice belonged to. But a figure quickly ran toward her with great force and hugged her tightly, nearly making her fall backward. Inju was dazed, still unable to process what was happening. Her eyes widened as she looked. Jerem hugged her tightly from above, looking down as he spoke in a low, sorrowful, regretful voice. I realized it when I saw you with another man. I realized that I still love you, Inju. Below him, tears welled in her eyes as she also hugged Jerem tightly and listened to his words. For a moment, it felt like my whole world had collapsed. She clutched the outside of his shirt and could not help crying out, Jerem. The scene shifted. Inju was lying on her bed, her eyes soaked with tears. Tears streamed down her face as she hugged the stuffed bear in front of her tightly. Then, as if realizing something, she froze in disbelief. Inju abruptly sat up, grabbed the stuffed bear, and mercilessly threw it straight to the floor. Furious, she said, "So it was a dream?" Then she immediately lay back down on the bed, sniffling with tears, staring straight at the phone in her hand. On her were photos from their dates, sweet memories of her and Jerem. One photo appeared before her eyes. It was a close-up of both of their faces, both of them brimming with energy. Looking at those photos, Inju suddenly choked up, her eyes as though she were about to cry again. She calmly turned aside. She had to stop looking at them. This was a bad habit too, wasn't it? She looked at the glowing phone screen. It was showing a social media profile. There's a new post from this account. There's no need to delete memories with an ex-boyfriend, because even if you delete them, that doesn't mean you'll be able to forget. Besides, forcing yourself to do something you can't do is so painful. Inju quietly pressed like on the post, then began to think, that's true, isn't it? That's also why I didn't delete his photos. Jeremy had another post. Don't try to forget. Time will answer everything. She replied, that's right. In the end, getting back together with an ex-boyfriend is the worst thing you can do. A leopard can't change its spots. Memories should just be left as memories, ladies. After reading this post, Inju froze. Her heart shattered even more, and she pressed dislike. Then she suddenly sat up. Only after a while did she pull herself together and start denying the post. Jerem and I are different. She quickly regained her composure. Right, this isn't the time for this. I have to hurry and carry out a plan. Right after that, a phone call appeared on her screen. It was a call to Seo Yoon. On the other end, Seo Yoon quickly picked up as well and put the phone to his ear. Hello. Hearing the answer from the other end, Inju hurriedly asked, Seo Yoon, it's me. Have you tried talking to Ariam yet? What? Seo Yoon recalled. Yes, yesterday. The scene shifted to inside Cafe Eden. Ariam, holding a cup of tea, was sitting inside the cafe and said, I'm really sorry about yesterday. Seo Yoon sat across from her and simply replied gently, I'm fine. As if she were still curious from their previous meeting. When Seo Yoon had been with Inju, Ariam took a sip of tea and asked curiously, So, what exactly is your relationship with Inju? Seo Yoon thought of what Inju had said, which left him uncertain. Then he said shyly, It's complicated. She anxiously stammered out her thoughts about Inju. I know it's rude of me to say this, but what do you think of Inju? Without waiting for Seo Yoon's answer, Ariam continued. She only just broke up with Senior Jerem. Above all, I don't think she suits you, Inju. After hearing that Ariam had said those things about her, Inju couldn't help getting angry. She shouted and asked, and then? What did you say? Seo Yoon, having been yelled at over the phone, didn't understand what was going on, but still answered obediently. I said I would handle everything. She frowned and sat cross-legged on the bed. Good. Wow. Han Ariam. So that's what she thinks of me. Seo Yoon's voice sounded through the phone. She calmly reminded him, Don't talk to her too much, got it? Then she snapped so sharply that he helplessly pulled the phone away from his ear. I know it might feel a little unfair, but look, Ariam's reaction must be jealousy. What older sister would worry about her younger brother's romantic relationship like that? It's love. Right after that, Inju fell silent again, worried, with a little sadness mixed in. She asked him, Did you ask how Jerem reacted? Seo Yoon looked at the phone. No, I didn't ask. After a while, as though she had calmed her emotions, she reassured herself. Anyway, we've only just started. Let's discuss the plan more after the volunteer work is over. The scene shifted to a building hidden beneath the shade of trees. Below, Yusoi was holding a notebook and looking around among the young people, who were noisily talking as though searching for someone. She read the card with Inju's name tag, then said, Everyone is here except Gong Inju. One member of the volunteer group whispered to her friend, I hope she doesn't come. As soon as she finished saying that, Inju's figure came running in from outside the gate, holding a shirt in her hand. As soon as she arrived, she took several breaths, then checked in. Sorry I'm late. Yusoi walked over and angrily reminded her, Don't be late next time. Then she handed Inju the volunteer shirt. The other volunteers behind them started whispering. How can she wear such a short skirt to do volunteer work? Impressive, huh? Hearing the gossip from the people around her, Inju turned her head back angrily. You said that on purpose, so I'd hear it, didn't you? As soon as she finished speaking, every gaze from behind stared at her. Inju was stunned. With all eyes fixed on her, she became anxious and couldn't say a word. Yusoi stood in front of everyone and announced, "Everyone, let's go inside." Inju thought to herself, I mean, is it wrong that I wanted to wear a skirt here? Inside, toys, tables, and chairs were neatly arranged. A voice sounded. It was the voice of the manager there. There are no classes today. Since it's the first day, everyone can just relax and play with the children. Inju stood silently to one side, watching everyone talk. She was a little worried. I'm not confident enough to play with kids. The manager's voice sounded again. Could you let me know if there are 2 people here who want to clean? No. Inju raised her hand, wanting to say she wanted to go. But perhaps because she was standing too far away, no one saw her. The 2 volunteer girls from earlier immediately raised their hands. Leave it to us. Seeing that, Inju's expression became awkward and a little embarrassed. I guess I'll just play with the kids then. Then, flustered, she walked over to where the children and several volunteers were sitting, wanting to join in. But before she could even reach them, the atmosphere that had been cheerful and full of laughter a moment ago became strangely quiet. Seeing the scene before her eyes, she was stunned in surprise. Inju froze in place. Then she slipped into a corner by the wall and sat silently amid the voices and laughter of everyone around her. She sat there, but no one paid any attention to her. Holding her knees helplessly with both hands, she asked herself, am I an outsider? But why? Is it because of my clothes? Suddenly, one child noticed where she was sitting and said to the child beside him, that lady is all by herself. The child beside him quickly raised a hand to his mouth and warned him with a shushing gesture. Chill, we don't know whether she wants to play with us or not. Inju raised her eyes and looked around at everyone, but her gaze stopped right on Seo Yoon, watching him happily play with several children. She thought, Seo Yoon is just doing his work like that. He doesn't care about me at all anyway. Her hand clenched without her realizing it. Well, I guess that's only natural. After all, we agreed we would only act in front of Jerem and Ariam. Her gaze gradually dropped toward her feet, carrying a little hurt. But it still makes me feel so sad. Her head slowly lowered. We even talked on the phone before this. Right after that thought, a sound came from behind her. Inju turned her head and saw that the person standing behind her was Junayang. He stood above her, looking down at the girl in front of him. It's lunchtime. Then Junayang smiled brightly and said to her, would you like to eat together? Kim Junayang looked at Inju for a while, then smiled and said, my name is Kim Junayang. I'm a sophomore in the Department of Social Sciences. We haven't talked before, have we? Inju looked at him, a little bewildered, and could only say, At that moment, she remembered what he had said and thought, we haven't? Maybe because he wasn't attractive enough to catch my attention. Seeing that she was silent and said nothing, Junayang sat down beside her, then sighed and said, why did you leave so early that time? I want to talk with you a little more, so eat with me this time. Hearing him say that, Inju immediately stood up and said to him, there's no need. I'm used to being alone. When Junayang heard Inju say that, he looked a little uncomfortable. But after that, he stood up again, stared into Inju's eyes, and said, come on, there's no need to be that cold. I just want everyone to get along better. Seeing him like that, she fell silent and thought, really? Maybe I was being a little too much. After talking together for a while, Inju and Junayang sat down at the dining table and talked seriously. He looked at her and spoke. Oh, the Department of Social Welfare? I registered for extra classes there. Hearing him say that, Inju was a little surprised and replied, but why did you choose our department? Seeing her surprised and curious expression, Junayang smiled again and said, because it's related to my major, and I also want to get a social welfare certificate. Hearing him say that, Inju stared at him and thought, registering for an additional field must be exhausting. He seems more sincere than he looks. After that, Junayang spoke again. I went to the social welfare policy class and the family relationships class. Did you take those classes, Inju? Hearing him say that, she became flustered and shyly said, I'm on leave right now. I took family relationships last year. Isn't that professor kind of strict? Junayang suddenly sighed and replied, right? If you're from a different department, you really do get treated differently. The amount of assignments, Hearing Junayang say that, Inju smiled happily and said, right? Because of that class, my money kept slipping away. He became a little curious and bluntly asked her, were you that bad at that class? Hearing him ask that, Inju said angrily, what did you just say? Ignoring the fact that Inju was angry at that question, he still laughed cheerfully and delightedly. Seeing his attitude, her face suddenly darkened and she thought, "Ah, he's so annoying." Seeing her like that, he said, "Your expression is hilarious. I am Kuden. When are you coming back to school? We can say hi when we meet on campus. It would be great if we took the same class too, right?" While eating, Inju said to him, "I'm still thinking about it." They were talking happily when someone suddenly called out, "Teacher Junai." He turned his head and saw a young student. The child stared at him. Hearing the little girl call him, he immediately spoke. Oni. When little Unji heard him say that, she happily said, "Let's watch the movie you told us about before." Junai immediately said, "You're not allowed to do that during break. And didn't we agree we'd only watch one movie a day?" Hearing him say that, Unji looked a little unhappy and said, "Ah, then let's play restaurant." Seeing that he said nothing, Unji took hold of his arm and called out loudly, "Hurry up, teacher." After that, the little girl turned to look at Inju and said, "Sister Inju, you join us too." Hearing the child say that, Inju nervously and awkwardly said, "Huh." After thinking it over again and again, both of them decided to go along with what the children wanted. They started playing restaurant. The atmosphere at that moment also became more lively and cheerful. At that moment, Inju smiled brightly and thought to herself, he felt a bit unfamiliar before, but he really is good with people. At this moment, Inju had no idea that a familiar gaze was looking at her intently from afar, as if sinking deep into the pit of love. Seo Yoon stared at her without blinking. In his eyes at that moment, she was like a bright flower in full bloom, a dazzling ray of light that warmed the entire room. In the blink of an eye, the day had passed. That afternoon, before they got off work, someone spoke up. "Everyone worked hard. Let's gather here again tomorrow." As soon as those words were said, everyone happily left work. It felt like the day had passed in an instant. Although their work was somewhat difficult and tiring, they still felt happy being beside the children. Junayang turned his head and saw Inju leaving. He hurriedly ran over to her and said cheerfully, "Sister Inju." Hearing him call her, she turned her head to look. Junayang was about to ask her to go with him, but before he could finish speaking, someone suddenly called him from afar. The person who called him was a young woman, and she was also a member of the childcare volunteer group. Hearing someone call him, he turned his head to look. That girl stared at him and said bluntly, "Hurry up. We have to go to dinner too." When Junang heard the girl say that, he became a little shy and awkwardly said, "About that, Sister Inju too." Before he could finish, that girl said loudly, "Well, wouldn't it be a little uncomfortable for Miss Inju here?" Hearing that, Inju was a little surprised and stunned. After that, Inju suddenly spoke in a cheerful and decisive voice. "I'm going home." Seeing that she left immediately after saying that, Junayang panicked and said, Sister Inju." Seeing Inju hurriedly leave only made him feel even more awkward. The girl behind him saw that he was still hesitating and refusing to go, so she said, "Move your butt already." Inju walked to the bus stop near the workplace. When she arrived, she sat down on the bench and sadly sank into thought. Thinking back on it, it was strange having Jerem by my side. He was my first boyfriend after I entered university. We often ate together. No matter what the task was, we always did it together. Not only that, even when I did what I wanted, he always cherished me and forgave me. He made me feel proud and gave me confidence too. Then Inju continued thinking. Back then, I thought I would stay by Jerem's side forever. Besides, if it were him, he would surely become close with him soon, and they wouldn't dislike him the way they dislike me. After thinking it over again and again for a while, she asked herself once more, how do you live in a way that lets you get along with people? What should I do? The more she thought about this problem, the more tense and sad Inju felt. Because no matter how many ways she tried to find, other people still criticized her and clashed with her. Then she once again sank into thought. That's why I need to go back to Jerem's side once more, if I want a normal life. Inju was thinking when a voice suddenly sounded by her ear and interrupted her chaotic thoughts. What are you doing here alone? Seo Yoon sat down gently on the bench and looked at Inju. The moment she heard his voice, she unconsciously turned her head to look. Their eyes met, and she silently stared at him as if she didn't understand why he was here and what he intended to say to her. Seeing that she said nothing, he spoke. "You said we would meet after the work was over. Why did you leave first, Inju?" Hearing him say that, she was surprised, then remembered something. She stared at him, then turned her head away and said irritably, "You ignored me, didn't you? So why are you acting like we're so close now?" Seo Yoon said to her, a little flustered, "There's no need to act while we're doing volunteer work." Hearing him say that, Inju immediately turned her head to look at him. Her face suddenly darkened when she heard the words he had just said. What he said was also somewhat convincing, so she unconsciously said, "Oh, right." Seo Yoon suddenly thought of something and said to her, "I don't know how to act. This is my first time. This alliance thing, have you done it before? Because I never have. After that, he spoke again. As for Arium, I don't know how I should act in front of someone I don't know anything about. We haven't known each other long enough to understand each other. As she listened to him, she thought to herself, I'm kind of convinced, but he's right. CEO Yoon spoke again. Even so, pretending we don't know each other at all is a bit much. We still have to meet. As soon as he finished speaking, CEO Yoon lowered his head. After thinking it over for a while, he said, I'm sorry. Seeing him apologize, Inju was a little flustered and thought, why is he suddenly so serious? After that, she said, well, you don't have to apologize for that. She raised her head to look at him and said, then can I expect you to treat me a little more kindly from now on? Just think of it as treating me like an older classmate, you know. Inju suddenly brightened up and continued speaking to him. Okay, now let's work on our plan. After talking for a while, Inju and CEO Yoon went to a cafe. They sat down at a table, enjoying fragrant coffee while talking seriously. As Inju tied up her hair, she looked at him and said, first, we have to understand our opponent clearly. Tell me more about what kind of person Arium is. Hearing her say that, CEO Yoon asked in a panic, I talk first? Resting his chin on his hand, he said, Han Arium is 24 years old, a third-year creative writing major. Hearing him say that, Inju angrily slammed her hand down on the table and shouted loudly, be more specific, will you? I'm talking about the sides of her that only you know. Hearing her say that, he hesitated and thought for a moment. Then he spoke. Everyone thinks she's mature and rather cold. She always draws clear boundaries with other people. CEO Yoon paused for a few seconds, then continued. But from my point of view, she's actually quite straightforward and keeps things clear. She doesn't assume her own opinions are always right. In fact, she always carefully considers everyone's opinions. He said awkwardly, and her laugh is very. She also likes sky blue. He saw Inju staring at him with a cheerful, excited look, so he immediately asked, why are you looking at me like that? Hearing that, Inju answered frankly, no reason. Go on. After that, CEO Yoon began the story again, just as she asked. He spoke once more. She took part in a lot of school activities before taking a leave of absence for a while. During that time, she published another novel too. Then, when she came back to school, CEO Yoon fell silent in thought, then continued. She became closer to Senior Jerem. Hearing him say that, Inju asked seriously, what do you think about that? Do you think she started liking him? At her question, he immediately replied, I don't think she likes him in that way. But up until now, she has thought of the guys she dated in a lot of different ways. Hearing him say that, Inju hesitantly asked, different how? He raised his head, looked straight in her eyes, and said without hesitation, most of her ex-boyfriends didn't really meet her standards. Jerem is the first person she's respected like that. Inju thought for a moment, then said, not like the others, huh? That's kind of suspicious. So now, how do we separate them? She pointed at him and said again, I think targeting her would be easier. You're close to her, right? As for us, we're already exes. Inju propped her chin on both hands and said to CEO Yoon, first, you have to run into her naturally. The problem is that we're not in the same year, and I'm currently on leave. Then she asked him, do you buy her food every day? Hearing her question, he immediately shook his head. Seeing that made her hesitate and think even more. After thinking it over for a while, Inju spoke again. Then do that often from now on. Use it as an excuse. What else? If we had her class schedule, that would be perfect. When he said nothing, Inju asked again, do you have it? At that moment, CEO Yoon's face suddenly turned bright red. Meeting her gaze only made him even more flustered and embarrassed. He handed her his phone. When she saw what was displayed on the screen, she was a little surprised. CEO Yoon said shyly, Arium sent it to me. Seeing his bashful way of speaking, Inju said, I didn't say anything. She stared at the phone and said happily, great. Now we just have to make your schedule overlap with hers. You don't need to act or anything. Just behave the way you usually do with her. Inju suddenly took her eyes off the phone screen, looked at him, and said, there's one thing I want to know about the people you've dated up until now. Then Inju smiled brightly and said, how did she react? I'm usually pretty cautious about this kind of thing. What about her? While enjoying his cup of coffee, he answered her honestly, I've never dated anyone. Seeing her somewhat shocked expression, he said again, I've never gone out with anyone. I've liked her all this time, ever since high school. The words he had just spoken made her freeze. Then she spoke again. Wow, that's amazing. Have you ever confessed to her? Hearing her question, he answered honestly, I have. But she rejected me. Sitting there, Inju instantly turned to stone. She thought to herself, what? He still likes her even after being rejected? Then how could she not know how he feels about her? And she still keeps him by her side and treats him like a little brother. Inju fell into serious, silent thought. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that the girl named Arium was somewhat similar to herself. Suddenly, Inju stood up and took his hands. She declared bluntly, "We can do this, Inju." She looked straight into his eyes and said seriously, "This senior will do her very best to help you, Seo Yoon." Seo Yoon could only sit still and listen to her, then say somewhat awkwardly, "Okay." The next day, at the childcare center, Yusoi stood looking at the notebook in her hand and said seriously, "Starting now, we'll be mentors for 2 months." She was silent for a few seconds, then continued speaking. "The volunteers will be paired with 1 student each and run the lessons." Hearing her say that, Inju grew a little anxious. She clasped her hands tightly and closed her eyes in prayer. "Please let me get a child who listens." After that discussion, Yusoi assigned the people in charge, who would supervise and take care of each child. Just as she had wished, Inju became the mentor of a well-behaved child. However, she had not expected this child to be so cold and quiet. The child's name was Jang Seo-woo. People usually called him Seo-woo. The atmosphere was quite noisy at that moment, but for Inju, it felt strangely quiet. As she looked at the boy, she thought to herself, "I can't say he's obedient just because he won't say anything. And what's with that expression?" Inju thought for a while, then turned to look at the boy again. She smiled awkwardly and said, "Hello, my name is Gong Inju. What's your name?" Hearing her question, the boy hesitantly answered, "Jang Seo-woo." As soon as he finished speaking, Inju became cheerful and excited. "All right, Seo-woo, let's have fun together for these 2 months." The boy stared at her and said, "Please start the lesson." Hearing Seo-woo say that, Inju asked in confusion, "Huh? The lesson? Your teacher isn't that strict. Since this is the first day, why don't we play?" Before she could finish speaking, the boy said, "I only want to study." Seeing Seo-woo's serious attitude made Inju's expression darken. She was angry on the outside. Even so, she spoke to the boy normally, as if nothing was wrong. Just do whatever you want." Her words sounded pleasant and gentle, but inside, her thoughts were the complete opposite. "This little brat is pretty bold, huh? I'll show you the suffering that comes from studying instead of playing." And just like that, their first lesson officially began. Inju saw Seo-woo studying seriously and rested her chin on her hand, thinking, this kid solves them well. This is a hard question too. While she was thinking, Seo-woo suddenly called her. Teacher." Startled, Inju shouted loudly in front of the boy, "Keep doing it until you're finished. You're in 2nd grade, so you can solve them on your own." Seo-woo stared at her and said, "Oh, I was just going to ask for more paper." Hearing him say that, she grew somewhat flustered and tense as she handed him more paper. While Seo-woo worked diligently on his assignments, Inju suddenly looked around the room. She wondered, how can the kids study in such a noisy place? It's the first day, so it looks like most of them are just playing. She looked over toward Kim Juneyang and thought to herself, that must be nice. The atmosphere over there seems great. Although the atmosphere was quite noisy, Inju remained immersed in her own thoughts. She looked at Seo-woo for a while, then silently thought, "To be honest, I feel more relieved when I'm not doing anything. But since I have to keep seeing this kid for the whole semester, maybe I should get closer to him." In another corner, Yusoi looked at the clock and called out to everyone, 30-minute break. Hearing her, Inju turned to Seo-woo and said, "Seo-woo, let's take a short break." During the break that day, Inju took Seo-woo outside to play. All the children at the center were playing with all their might, but Seo-woo was the only one doing nothing. He just stood still in one place with Inju. After standing like that for a while, the boy asked her, "Is this enough? Let's go inside." "Teacher." Hearing him say that, Inju looked down and said cheerfully, "You should come outside and get some fresh air so your brain can work better. Play here for a little while, and then we'll go back inside." As soon as she finished speaking, Inju immediately took his small arm and pulled him along. Seeing that he stubbornly refused to go out and play with the others, she said, "It's only 10 minutes. Ignoring her pleading and coaxing, the boy still insisted, "I don't like it." A few minutes later, Inju stood watching Seo-woo sit on a swing. At first, the boy had not wanted to go out at all. He had only wanted to study hard. But once he sat on the swing, he suddenly seemed to enjoy it a little. He happily swung back and forth, free and relaxed. Inju stood off to the side and smiled to herself, thinking, "I knew it. Kids really do need time to let loose." He said he didn't like it, but look at his face now. She felt extremely satisfied seeing the boy playing happily. As he was swinging on the small swing, someone suddenly blocked him and said, "Hey, Jang Seo-woo, why are you playing on this?" Inju saw the other children surrounding and teasing him and asked in alarm, "What are you kids doing?" Those children did not listen to her at all. The boy in the blue shirt looked straight into Seo Woo's eyes and said, "If you don't have anyone to play with, then get lost. Because of you, everyone else can't play on this." Hearing what that child said, Seo Woo grew a little embarrassed and blushed. Hearing the boy's words, Inju panicked and ran over to Seo Woo, then said to the other child, "Why are you saying such harsh things to your friend?" Hearing that, the boy found it somewhat funny and said, "Jang Seo Woo isn't my friend." When he said that, the other children joined in too. Same here. Before she could say anything, she suddenly saw Seo Woo running away in a hurry. Seeing that, she called after him, "Seo Woo." The boy clearly heard her calling him, but he still ran off quickly and did not turn back to look at anyone. Inju suddenly froze when she saw him running away. She thought anxiously, "What should I do? I made him come out here for nothing." Inju said nothing more. She immediately ran back inside the center to look for him. Seo Woo was silent at that moment. The boy sat in a corner and used a book to hide his face. Seeing him, Inju reached her hand toward him and asked Seo Woo. He ignored her and pushed her hand away with his own. Seo Woo angrily and rudely said to her, "Go away." The others saw this and were somewhat shocked and confused. A young man saw it and wondered to himself, "What's going on?" The blonde girl standing beside him also spoke. "That kid just shouted." The brown-haired girl beside her saw that and said, "Her again? She can't even take care of one child." Hearing their words, Inju froze. Seeing her looking as if her soul had left her body, Kim Junayang called out, "Inju." She turned to look at him. Seeing that, he said with some concern, "Can we talk for a bit?" As he suggested, Inju and Kim Junayang went outside to talk together. Seeing her gloomy expression, he said, "It isn't your fault, Inju." Hearing Kim Junayang say that, Inju blankly turned her head and looked straight into his eyes. Then he spoke again. "I came here to volunteer last year too." Seo Woo was already here back then. Even a new childcare worker who left halfway through gave up on that kid. Hearing him say that, she found it hard to believe and thought silently, "What is this? Was he a troubled child from the very beginning?" When Kim Junayang saw that she said nothing, he continued, "That kid is a bit much too. The other children can't play with him either." Inju suddenly realized something through his words and thought, "That's right. It isn't my fault. No matter who it was, the result would have been the same." After a moment of silence, Kim Juning said to her again, "There's a saying like this. There's always a reason why everyone hates you so much." Inju immediately turned her head to look at him. Seeing her looking at him, Kim Junayang smiled at her. At that moment, she was a little flustered, but then she thought, "Seriously? Did he say that for me to hear?" She thought it over and then thought of Seo Woo. Did Seo Woo do something wrong before? No way. It's just that the other kids pushed Seo Woo aside on their own. Suddenly, she looked at him with anger and some displeasure and said, "Seo Woo didn't do anything wrong." After saying that, Inju turned and left. Seeing her hurry away, Kim Junayang called after her in confusion, "Inju." She did not stop walking. Instead, she walked faster and faster. Then she shouted to him, "I'll show them." Inju hurried into the center. When she saw Seo Woo, she called out in alarm, "Seo Woo." She was calling the boy a little tensely when she suddenly saw a familiar figure. The person she had just seen was none other than Seo Yoon. Seeing him sitting with Seo Woo and some little girl, she asked, "Seo Yoon, why are you here?" Hearing her question, he blushed and hesitantly answered, "I thought it would be better to put two children of the same age in the same class." Hearing that, Inju thought uncertainly, "What? Weren't those two already separated before?" Inju looked at Seo Woo and silently thought, "Oh, because otherwise Seo Woo would be left alone again. I'm not expecting him to be friendly or anything." After thinking it over for a while, she suddenly brightened up, looked at Hannah, and said, "Oh, are you Seo Woo's friend? What's your name?" "I'm Park Hannah." She asked again, "What are you holding?" Hearing that, Hannah said wearily, "It's our reading homework. We have to write what we think after reading this story." As soon as the girl finished speaking, Inju turned to Seo Woo and asked, "Seo Woo, have you finished reading it?" Seeing her looking at him cheerfully, the boy turned his head and answered, "Of course." As soon as he finished speaking, Seo Woo lowered his head and did his homework. Inju stared at the boy and thought to herself, "Humph, it seems like he completely understands it. So there's nothing wrong with him, is there?" The atmosphere grew even more silent. Hannah and Seo Woo were working diligently on their homework. As for her and Seo Yoon, they simply sat there silently, watching the two children study. After thinking it over for a while, she looked at Seo Woo again and thought, "He answers very honestly when someone asks him, doesn't he? So what should I do now?" Inju felt somewhat irritated and tense. She propped her chin on both hands and thought to herself, have I ever heard about kids being excluded? But I never listened to lectures anyway, so there's no way I'd know. To sum it up, the problem is those mean kids. If I scold them a little, maybe everything will be resolved. Suddenly, a voice rang out and snapped Inju back to her senses. Teacher. When Inju raised her head, Hannah said, I don't want to read. Hearing the girl say that, she froze. A few seconds later, she said to the girl, you don't want to do your homework? Hearing her, Hannah listlessly sprawled across the desk and answered, my head will hurt if I have to read too much. The girl turned to look at Seo Yoon and said, Teacher, please read it for me. Not long afterward, although Hannah had asked Seo Yoon to read to her a few minutes earlier, the person reading did not seem to be him, but Inju herself. She looked at him with a dark expression and said, why is it me? Hearing her say that, he looked somewhat troubled and did not dare look straight into her eyes. After that, she had no choice but to accept it and reluctantly read to Hannah. Once upon a time, the legendary castle of the Dragon King was once a peaceful. Seeing her like that, Hannah looked dissatisfied and said, read it with feeling, teacher. Come on, read it with more emotion. Inju suddenly thought nervously, ugh, we've only just started, and I already feel like I'm going to faint. After that, she had no choice but to reluctantly do as Hannah said and continue reading to the girl. Among those brothers, one of them opened his mouth and said, Inju got into character. She played the role and made a funny face for the girl to see. Then she continued telling the story. I heard that on land, crunchy scorched rice is unbelievably delicious. Seeing how funny she looked, Hannah laughed and said, aha, teacher, you look so silly. Seo Woo suddenly grew angry and shouted, you're too loud. Don't read it in such a weird way. Hearing what he said, Hannah turned to look at him, slapped the table, and said, I don't care. Reading like that is real reading. The two children started arguing just like that. Seeing them, the other children began whispering, look over there. Another child heard that and replied, what is it? A girl saw Hannah and Seo Woo arguing fiercely and said, it looks like something fun is happening over there. The argument came to an end. Hannah sat there again, listening attentively as Inju told the story. Seeing that, the other children also gathered near her to listen to her funny storytelling. Inju looked into the book and said loudly, at that very moment, the Dragon King said. Seeing her flustered and surprised expression, the children grew nervous, wondering what would happen next. She looked deep into the eyes of the adorable children sitting in front of her and thought to herself, wow, I think I'm pretty suited for this. Inju suddenly remembered something. Oh, right. Seo Woo. She glanced over and accidentally met the boy's eyes. Seeing that, the boy became somewhat flustered and shyly turned away. Inju stood there watching Seo Woo. After a while, she sat down in the chair beside him. She was unexpectedly happy as she read her book and thought, he actually called me noisy. What an adorable little demon. That afternoon, before everyone left work, Yu Soi earnestly said, everyone worked hard today. See you next week. As soon as Yu Soi finished speaking, everyone immediately dispersed. Inju was about to leave when someone suddenly called her from behind. Senior Mujin. Hearing that, she turned around and looked at Kim Junayang. Before she could understand what was happening, he suddenly apologized. Senior. Kim Junayang looked at her awkwardly and hesitated before saying, back then, I spoke without thinking. Before he could finish, Inju hurried away. The moment she turned to leave, she happened to run into Seo Yoon. So she immediately grabbed his arm and dragged him away. Kim Junayang saw that she was avoiding him, so he could only stand there and watch, unable to say anything. After Inju and Seo Yoon had walked a short distance, they stopped. She said, sounding a little exhausted, today was way too long. Seeing his confused expression and how he said nothing, she turned toward him, lightly hit him on the back with her hand, and said cheerfully, I'm just glad everything worked out. Thanks for helping me. Hearing her say that, Seo Yoon immediately turned to look at her. He asked, somewhat confused, but I didn't do anything. Hearing him say that, Inju cheerfully replied, of course you did. Because of you, I got into dramatic reading in the first place. Seo Yoon looked a little flustered and said, oh, right. Senior Arium said she'll be home late tomorrow. Inju immediately responded to what he had just said. Really? Then we should buy something for her to eat. A few minutes later, he asked, still a little unsure, but I don't know what I should buy. Hearing that, she hesitated a little too. After thinking it over again and again for a while, an idea suddenly came to her, and she said happily, I got an idea. At the supermarket, Inju excitedly ran over to get a shopping cart. She turned and said to Seo Yoon, "I'll bring a cart with us." He watched her and nodded. Okay. After pushing the cart a short distance, she suddenly remembered and asked, "But what are you planning to make, Seo Yoon?" Startled, he asked back, "Sorry." He stroked his chin and lowered his head, thinking seriously. "First of all, I think it'd be best if she ate something I can actually make well. So I'll probably make egg fried rice." Inju walked closer, stood in front of him, and asked with wide eyes, "What? Just fried rice? You have no sense at all." She folded her arms and lowered her head. "We can't do that." Inju imagined the entire process of making fried rice in her head. If they were going to fry rice, they had to fry it with big pieces of sliced pork too. And in the end, they would have to stuff the rice into tofu pockets and fry those as well. She shouted out the conclusion to her own thoughts. "It's decided." Inju looked straight at him and said, "We'll make fried rice with pork and fried tofu pocket stuff with rice on the side." Hearing that, Seo Yoon broke into a sweat and asked, "Do you think we can actually make that?" She turned away confidently. "Of course. If it's cooking, this senior here has 4 years of cooking experience." Seo Yoon stood behind her with a face that did not seem convinced at all. Once she decided, Inju began walking through the food section, thinking carefully, and picked up a pack of meat. He hurried over and stopped her. "Wait, why are you buying more meat?" she asked blankly. "Isn't this an ingredient we need for fried rice?" He picked up the pack of meat and said, "Do we really have to buy steak meat?" Inju frowned and said firmly, "Of course. When you're cooking for your crush, you have to cook with amazing, good job level ingredients." Seo Yoon turned the pack of meat over and over in his hands, thinking, no matter how I look at it, this feels a little excessive. After choosing the food, the two of them headed home. Seo Yoon carried 2 bags of groceries in his hands, while Inju walked beside him and said with a smile, "All right, then, for tomorrow's dinner, I'll drop by your place." She walked ahead and waved at him. "Send me the address, Seo Yoon." He nodded. He smiled at her and said, "Thank you for helping me." Inju's eyes were fixed on him as he smiled. Flustered, she turned away and stammered, "What? It's not a big deal. I mean, if it were you, you'd probably do the same." After saying that, she immediately turned and left. In her eyes, she was vaguely thinking, "Damn, he's so handsome. He's so good-looking that he leaves me completely stunned." Of course, the reason is also because he's the person I'm trying to make fall for me. The next day passed into morning. Inju stood in front of the door, waiting for Seo Yoon. She was dressed prettily, and as she stood there, thoughts kept running through her head. Even so, this is the place where a guy lives alone. Did I come here without thinking this through carefully enough? While she was standing there in a daze, the door suddenly opened wide, startling her. He looked at her and asked, "Huh? You're already here?" He was holding a broom and a large trash bag in his hands. "I'm still in the middle of cleaning." Meanwhile, Inju's heart was pounding hard. She waved her hand, gave an awkward smile, and walked straight into the house. "You don't have to clean too much. Just act naturally like you usually do at home." Glancing at him as he went outside, Inju thought irritably, "He doesn't seem shaken by this at all. Why am I suddenly so annoyed?" By the time he came back inside, she was already in the kitchen and had started making the rice dish. Inju showed off her skills, sprinkling salt, gathering the grains of rice together, and mixing them evenly. Seo Yoon watched in surprise. "Wow." She turned around and smiled as she asked, "How is it? My cooking skills aren't bad, right?" But she had not expected that what Seo Yoon was paying attention to was the meat container. She used up all the meat. What a shame. She held out her hand and ordered, "Give me the bottle of oil, Seo Yoon." He did as she said. "Okay." He stepped close behind Inju to pull open the cabinet door. Wait a second. When his hand brushed past her forehead, Inju briefly thought his hand is so big. After getting the oil, she poured it into the pot. Holding up the pieces, she said, "I think we can put them in now." Seo Yoon watched carefully. "Don't push them in with your hand. Use chopsticks." But his warning came 1 second too late. As soon as he finished speaking, Inju dropped a piece into the pot of oil. Ow! He was startled and stepped closer. As expected, Inju had carelessly burned her hand. Seo Yoon frowned, took her hand, brought it to the faucet, and scolded her. "I told you to use chopsticks." Her hand was burned, and when the water touched it, Inju's skin stung painfully. Her eyes filled with tears. "It hurts so much." He looked at the wound and said, "We'll probably have to put ointment on it." Leaving her in the kitchen, Seo Yoon told her, "Sit there and wait a little. I'll go get medicine." This time, she obediently sat still in one place. Seo Yoon brought the medicine over, knelt down, and asked gently, "Give me your hand." She held out her hand, her voice sniffling. "It stings so much." He focused on the wound as he applied the medicine. You burned your hand, so of course it's going to sting. Hold on a little. After applying the medicine and putting a bandage over the wound, he said softly, "It's done." She looked at the bandage on her hand and asked, "Is it okay?" After saying that, Inju looked at their current situation. Seeing that he was still kneeling in front of her made her imagine, why does this pose look like a proposal? After she seemed all right, he finally stood up. "Then I'll finish the rest, so stay here." Seo Yoon went outside and closed the door, leaving her sitting in the room. In a daze, she raised her hand and looked it over from side to side, saying, it won't leave a scar, right? Looking around the room briefly, she evaluated it. His room is tidy, at least. In one corner of the shelf, a tiger plush toy caught her attention. He even has a stuffed animal. Inju unconsciously broke into a smile. So cute. By evening, she had gotten sleepy and was about to collapse onto the bed when she heard, She hurriedly sat up and wiped the drool from her face when she saw him approaching. You're done." Seo Yoon carefully brought out the fried rice lunchboxes for the two of them. They both sat there looking at the lunchboxes for a long time, not knowing what to say. She stared suspiciously at Seo Yoon's cooking skills. Seo Yoon said confidently, "I tasted it already. It didn't turn out the way I thought it would, since it's my first time." After saying that, he picked up the lunchbox and was about to throw it away. "There's nothing else we can do. We have to throw it out." Seeing that, Inju was startled and stopped him. She picked out the food from before. "Let's keep the parts that are still edible first." Seo Yoon nodded and replied, "Okay." She clenched her hand and handed him something. This too. Seo Yoon opened his palm and saw 3 candies. "What are these?" Inju cupped her cheeks with both hands and said with a smile, "Little things like this are really effective. Doing this will make the other person think about every small thing you prepared." Hearing that, he closed his hand tightly. If that's the case, the two of them were walking down the street. Inju spoke up. "You understand now, right? Instead of leaving right away, after you give her the food, sit down and eat with her. Talk to her more. Yes, somehow or other, you'll succeed." Suddenly, a phone rang. He quickly answered the call and softly said, "Senior Arium, hello." Arium asked, "Yoon, are you on your way?" Seo Yoon replied, "Yes." She whispered, "I only just saw your message. I'm sorry, but I'm eating with some seniors right now. I'm really sorry. I'll make it up to you and buy you food next time." He lowered his eyes and answered, "It's okay." Inju asked, "What did Arium say?" Seo Yoon said, "She said she's already eating with some seniors." She looked at him with complicated eyes and softly let out, "What?" Seo Yoon turned toward her and said, "Sorry, you helped me in everything." Inju stammered, while thinking Arium is so annoying. Did she do that on purpose? He looked at the lunchbox and asked, "What should we do with this now? Should we just eat it like this?" She pondered, "Should we?" Suddenly, an idea came to Inju. She spoke up, "No, wait, let's go there. To where Senior Arium and the seniors are." Seo Yoon asked blankly, "What?" Inju explained, "We can use this chance to show them how we flirt with each other. Think about it. If I suddenly cut in while you and Arium are talking, it would be weird. Just like now. We have to show her the relationship between us." She excitedly clenched her fists. He raised a hand and rubbed the back of his neck, asking shyly, "Yes, I guess so. But aren't we still strangers to each other?" Inju calmly answered, "So what? We already agreed on this, didn't we?" Seo Yoon swallowed softly. At the school, the two of them stood in front of the door. Inside, there were noisy voices. Inju encouraged him, "Just go in naturally. If you don't like it, you can come out afterward." Seo Yoon replied, "I understand." He opened the door and called Senior Arium. She turned her head and saw Seo Yoon, then said in surprise, "Huh? Yoon." She came over and said, "I called you, didn't I? Why did you come?" He held out the bento bag and replied, "Here, you can eat it later if you want. I made it today." Arium looked at the lunchbox and said worriedly, "Now I feel really bad. Do you want to stay for a bit?" Inju suddenly poked her head out and answered, "Of course." Arium asked in shock, "What?" At that moment, Inju slipped past. Arium went toward the seniors and said, "Hello." The person in front exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this Jerem's ex-girlfriend?" The black-haired person asked him, "I think I saw her photo on Jerem's profile." "Isn't that right?" The senior wearing glasses spoke up, "Hey, they broke up already, so please shut up." Inju looked at the two of them, whispering, and thought, right? Arium is also one of the senior students. No wonder she knows so much about Senior Jerem. Meanwhile, nobody knows me at all. She walked over, linked arms with Seo Yoon, and said, "Yoon, come sit over here." The senior, who looked tall and broad, asked, "Is that your new boyfriend?" Inju pressed her lips together and thought, if Senior Jerem finds out about this, it'll definitely benefit me, right? And so, all 6 of them sat together at one table. The atmosphere was rather awkward. Ariam spoke first. This isn't CO Yoon, a junior I'm close to. Inju suddenly cut in. And I'm Yoon's close senior. It's nice to meet you all. The brown-haired person said helplessly. Why are the two of you? The black-haired senior suddenly asked Ariam. What's in the box? She was about to answer, but Inju answered first. Oh, this is something Yoon made himself. The way he cares about his senior is just so cute. The blue-haired senior said in admiration. You made a lunchbox yourself? The person wearing glasses patted the black-haired guy beside him on the shoulder and teased him. Hey, I guess you'll have to try harder if you don't want to be compared to him. He blushed and shouted, be quiet. Inju thought helplessly, what is this? Don't tell me these guys. The brown-haired guy suddenly asked. You said your name was CO Yoon, right? How old are you? CO Yoon said softly. Excuse me? The man smiled and said, you're younger than Ariam too, so I guess it's fine if I speak casually to you, right? I'm practically an old man now. Inju thought, ugh, these weirdos. She said, what I mean is, speaking casually at a first meeting is a little. CO Yoon answered honestly, I'm 21. Huh? Inju turned her head to look at him, thinking angrily, I was trying to help you. He shifted his eyes, his face seeming to say, huh? How was I supposed to know? Oh, the black-haired person said. 21? Then you're really young. How many years has it been since we were that age? The brown-haired guy let out a small exclamation. Oh, so you haven't enlisted yet either? COU nodded and replied, yes. The man took a sip of water and continued, then it's probably almost time for you to go. Military service is pretty different from before now. It's a lot more peaceful and quiet there. The black-haired guy agreed. That's right. Back when we went, it was so hard. Then the three senior men started laughing and chatting noisily among themselves. Just then, Ariam suddenly called out, Seniors, can we drink now? She raised her glass irritably. A while later, Inju looked at everyone, who were all dead drunk in despair. One senior said, of course. Back then, the person wearing glasses exclaimed, wow, at that level now, it'd be nothing. My instructor was a total legend. The black-haired guy cut in, hey, I had to endure that 1,000 times. She thought despairingly, huh? What was all that about showing the world? Sitting here is just making things worse. The black-haired senior suddenly moved closer to Ariam and asked, Ariam, why are you still not dating anyone? She replied awkwardly, excuse me? He rested his chin on his hand and said, does it make any sense that a girl as pretty and talented as you isn't seeing anyone? Inju cursed helplessly in her heart. Damn it, this guy is half crazy, half insane. Ariam turned sharply and said, Senior, you're drunk. He suddenly asked, then what about the relationship between you and him? She answered firmly, I already told you. He's a close younger brother to me. Seeing that, the brown-haired senior tried to stop him. Hey, stop it. Ariam's expression doesn't look good. But the black-haired guy did not stop. He continued, no, the relationship between a girl and a guy can't just stop at being close. Are you saying nothing has happened between you two, even though you've been friends for so long? That's only possible if the two of you really have no feelings for each other at all. He pointed straight at CO Yoon. Ariam had become angry by then. She clenched her fist and was about to speak. Senior, Inju cut in. Excuse me, but Yoon doesn't have that kind of relationship with Ariam. Do you still not understand after seeing Yoon and me like this? She hugged his arm. Inju stood up, pulled CO Yoon along, and tried to leave. She said, let's go, Yoon. Outside, the sky had turned completely dark. Inju walked ahead, her footsteps radiating anger. Inju turned her head and shouted, why did you just sit there the whole time? You should have said something. CO Yoon stared at her, then shyly scratched his cheek and replied, if I said something, it would only make Senior Ariam more uncomfortable. And besides, to her, I really am just a younger brother. Inju completely exploded and shouted, that's not it. That was just those seniors running their filthy mouths. That guy isn't even strong enough to be put on the same scale as you as a love rival. He shifted his eyes and replied, I know. I don't even care what kind of people they are. Inju looked at him sadly. She took CO Yoon's hand and squeezed it tightly. Inju reassured him, don't worry. If Ariam rejects you, you still have me. This senior will put her whole heart into helping you. He looked at her with round eyes, a few streaks of pink appearing on his cheeks. CO Yoon suddenly burst out laughing. Startled, Inju asked, what are you laughing at? Inju slept for a long time. Warm sunlight lit up the entire room. Her biological clock woke her from her long dream. Inju fumbled around for her phone. The phone screen showed that it was already afternoon. Sleepily, she said, "What? It's only 1 in the afternoon." She tossed her phone aside with a bored expression. What should I do? Countless options popped into her head. Studying English, studying practical computer skills, or getting a certificate. But the moment studying came up, her head started to hurt. Inju decided to shove it all aside, turn over, and go back to sleep. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. There was a message from Seo Yoon. "Sis," she read the message, then muttered softly, "What is it, Seo Yoon?" He sent another message. "I'm in the same class as Senior Jerem right now." The moment she saw that name appear in the message, her drowsiness vanished at once. At a speed faster than light, she changed clothes and ran to school. Because she had run in high heels, beads of sweat dotted her forehead. Her expression was tense. Inju stared at the classroom and thought to herself, "Seo Yoon, you lunatic. You should have told me sooner." She was hesitating over whether to go in when the classroom door suddenly opened. Students poured out of the room like a swarm of bees, groups of people streaming out one after another. Inju stepped aside and thought to herself, it's break time. She carefully observed the stream of people. Then a question suddenly occurred to her. Why am I hiding? I'm a student here too. Only after everyone had left did she enter the classroom, naturally walking straight towards Seo Yoon's seat. When they saw each other, the two exchanged a silent look, then nodded slightly. Suddenly, he asked, "Have you ever taken this class before?" Inju answered calmly, "Of course not." Then she went straight to the point and said softly, "Hey, where's Jerem? You came in and immediately started looking for a guy?" Seo Yoon could only feel helpless toward her. He pointed toward the front and answered slowly, second row from the front. In the middle, Inju followed the direction of his hand and finally found Jerem among the crowd. He was sitting right over there. His appearance stood out, his clothes neat and refined. His entire figure completely captivated her. Looking at the distance from her desk to his seat, she sighed softly. Why is it so far? At this distance, it would be hard for her to approach Jerem. She had no choice but to think of another way. What should I do? I should act really natural, right? After circling around the idea for a while, she finally made up her mind and stood up. I have to go sit in front. Just then, the instructor came in and said, "Let's begin class, everyone." And so, her plan to change seats failed completely. Inju sat down dejectedly. I can't. Class began, and before she knew it, it was already past 2 in the afternoon. A tired expression began to appear on her face. Inju thought to herself, what the heck? She clutched her head and pulled at her hair, the light gradually fading from her eyes. She silently questioned her life. How is a student currently on leave listening to the lecture more attentively than anyone else in the class? That state of hers fell into Seo Yoon's eyes. Before the class ended, the instructor asked a question. For this lesson, there's not much need to present it, but is there anyone who wants to volunteer? If you do, you'll receive extra credit. Like any ordinary student, Inju rested her chin on her hand and ignored it, thinking to herself, of course no one wants to professor. Who would want to present when they haven't prepared anything? Just then, a student volunteered. I'll present. That person was none other than Jerem. As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately stood up. His expression was utterly serious. Seeing that, Inju wondered, But then she felt a pang as she realized something. She thought to herself, all right, Jerem is the type of person who steps forward in situations like this. Memories from before rushed back. Back then, he had completed his presentation fluently, his manner brimming with confidence. In the end, Jerem concluded with the sentence, "That is what they think." Applause rang out, and everyone was impressed by him. Inju was the same, and her face even showed pride. When Jerem returned to his seat, she would cheer happily. "You were so cool." He would answer shyly. These days, everyone works hard, so to stand out a little. As he said that, he sat down beside her. The two of them would hold hands, their feelings so warm and intense. Thinking of this, Inju's hand moved slightly. The person who had been beside her then was no longer there now. She thought to herself, back then, we both tried hard. We attended at least one required liberal arts class. She turned her gaze toward the podium and thought silently. Now everything feels just like it did back then, doesn't it? Yes, Jerem was still the same as before. Even in a situation where he was unprepared, he could still complete the presentation. He calmly said, "That's all. Does anyone have any questions?" A hand rose in the middle of the classroom. Jerem was about to call on that person. "Yes, please." But in the next second, he paused for a moment, his eyes widening slightly. Because the person raising her hand to ask a question was Inju, so he became a little discouraged. Jerem had not expected her to be in this class. His hand turned toward another female student who had also raised her hand, and he continued the sentence he had left unfinished. "Please ask your question." Inju was certain that he had seen her hand. But in the end, the person Jerem called on was someone else. That girl began asking her question. Earlier, in the middle of your presentation, she tremblingly lowered her hand, her face pale. What is this? He ignored me. Her emotions changed at a dizzying speed. Seo Yoon, sitting beside her, silently felt awkward for her. Inju kept watching Jerem on the podium and thought sadly. We even made eye contact. Does that not matter either? Anger rose in her heart. She frowned, her gaze determined. He can't ignore me forever. Then she reached her hand towards Seo Yoon, and he glanced at her. Suddenly, she moved closer to him, her cheeks flushed. Seo Yoon was briefly startled by her action, but Jerem, up front, saw everything, and he was slightly shocked. Inju was still carrying out her plan. She leaned her head against Seo Yoon and said softly, just for a little bit, I suddenly feel dizzy. He silently let her lean on him, his face clearly tense. The effect was just as expected. She shot a provocative look toward Jerem. Jerem stood frozen on the podium, unable to say a word. A moment later, the instructor's voice rang out. Class ends here. The students noisily left. When Jerem came up to Inju, she was slightly surprised to see him. He frowned and spoke, his voice showing no emotion at all. We need to talk. She had not expected him to suggest talking to her. She exclaimed in surprise. Huh? Talk. Suddenly, Inju thought of something, and her face brightened a little. Does he want to have a serious talk? With an expectant attitude, she quickly packed up her books and said goodbye to Seo Yoon. Seeing Jerem about to leave the classroom, she hurriedly chased after him. She thought to herself, things between us will work out somehow. She and he went to a cafe near school. The two sat facing each other, and he brought her a drink. The cup was placed on the table. Jerem said softly, Here, seat. Inju carefully held the cup in her hands. Seeing that it was her favorite drink, she said gratefully, Thank you. She was secretly delighted. My favorite drink, a vanilla latte. You must have bought it on purpose, right? Thinking this, she grew even bolder in her expectations. I knew the plan would work, but Jerem's cold voice rang out. Why did you come to my class? Faced with that somewhat chilly questioning, she said in surprise, She could not let him know her true purpose. She had no choice but to use Seo Yoon as a shield. Seo Yoon takes that class, so I was just a little curious. Jerem silently looked at her. She could not tell whether he believed her or not. Clearly, he did not believe her, because the next second, he sighed and said, Do you have to make it so obvious? Some of my seniors take that class too. Being exposed to her face, she became flustered, avoided his gaze, and hurriedly tried to change the subject. Is that really important? Jerem spoke in displeasure. Is it not important? He looked straight at her and asked bluntly, Did you come to see me? Sitting there, Inju remained silent and did not answer. Feeling wronged, she thought to herself, what is this? Why is the way he talks suddenly so cold? Is he jealous? In the end, Inju had no choice but to take a deep breath and say honestly, no. I already told you. I only came to study with Seo Yoon. That's that. She gave a forced laugh and asked softly, Why? Does it bother you? The moment she finished speaking, Jerem placed his coffee cup on the table. The clack rang out clearly, showing that its owner was about to get angry. He frowned and said firmly, The relationship between us ended a long time ago, so I don't care. Seeing the person in front of her still stubbornly maintaining such a distant attitude, Inju could not hold back and shouted, Then why did you ask to talk? Jerem sighed and spoke lightly. I wanted to tell you to stop approaching the people around me. Facing her silence, he continued, Seo Yoon is a close junior of Ariam's, and you suddenly became close with him. So what am I supposed to think? He gave a sneer and calmly stated his guess. You're curious about the relationship between me and Ariam. Seeing this, Inju frowned, a faint sadness appearing on her face. He did not bother to care about the slightest bit of emotion on her face. He calmly took a sip of coffee and continued. So, to take revenge, you started clinging to the people around me and Ariam. Inju was utterly bewildered, and her words became jumbled. Why would I take revenge? Jerem shrugged and answered softly, That's something I wouldn't know. She had never expected that in his eyes. She had become such a petty and calculating person. She spoke sadly. That's not it. Her hand clenched slightly, and her voice was as tiny as a mosquito's buzz. It's just. But Inju could not say anything. She bit her lip unwillingly, her sense of grievance surging to its peak. Tears began to well up in her eyes, and her voice choked. I just wanted to see you again. Tears fell one after another. Along with them came Inju's questioning words. Jerem, you were the one who ended our relationship on your own. I didn't. She clenched her fists and said resentfully, You didn't even give me a proper answer. How could you just end it like that? Her tears could no longer move Jerem. He calmly looked at her, pouring out her feelings, his expression not changing at all. Only after her emotions had passed did he speak. "We already broke up. You agreed to. Do you really need to know the reason?" But Jerem did not hesitate to cut off all her fantasies. "Let's end it once and for all. Inju, of course you'll be hurt if you hear it, and I have no reason to tell you either." Inju looked at him and insisted, "Just say it. I won't leave until you do." Seeing how stubborn she was, Jerem sighed softly. It was unclear how many times he had sighed today. In the end, he gave in and had to speak honestly. "During summer break, do you remember that I was in the middle of preparing for an exam? The exam I had decided to try taking for the first time?" Inju remembered this clearly, so she nodded slightly. "Yes." Jerem asked her coldly, "Do you remember how you acted?" His words brought back her memories of that period. Inju froze. There had been a time when she went all the way to his room and kept knocking on the door. When Jerem came out in surprise and softly called her name, "Inju," she loudly reproached him. "Why didn't you answer your phone?" She did not care about his feelings at all and vented on her own. "Does it take 10 or 20 minutes just to reply to my message? You can't even reply to something that's simple?" Although she was disturbing him, Jerem still answered instinctively, "I'm sorry, Inju. These days, I can't think about anything." Suddenly, she asked, "Do you absolutely have to take that exam right now?" Hearing her question, he was briefly surprised. Inju frowned and said irritably, "You're only a student, and you still have to prepare to graduate." Her reproaches seemed endless, making Jerem feel as if he had become a terrible boyfriend in her eyes. "I can't see you for the entire break just because you're writing that thing? Why am I being cast aside like this? Am I not important?" Jerem answered softly, "I asked you to endure it during the break." Back in the present, Inju felt nothing but regret over that time, but it seemed he had no intention of forgiving her. "You couldn't live without me, and it made me feel extremely suffocated." Jerem honestly spoke all the feelings in his heart. "I felt guilty because I couldn't take care of you. I felt remorseful. But after that, I realized that I would have to give up everything I wanted to do just so I could meet you." Inju burst into tears and choked out, "You never told me that. Then how was I supposed to understand? You pretended everything was fine." Her voice gradually grew smaller, her sobs seeming to drown everything out. "If you had told me back then, I would have changed." Jerem avoided her words. Face to face with him, Inju said bluntly, "Anyway, in the end, you would still choose the things you wanted to do over choosing me." He did not rush to deny it. Instead, he pondered silently. In the end, he stood up and said coldly, "Yeah, that's right. If it were you, you would do the same." After saying that, he left, leaving her behind alone in a state of turmoil. Inju just kept sitting there. She did not understand why the conversation had reached this point. In the end, whose fault was it? Jerem had already left for quite a long time, but Inju remained in a daze. Her eyes were red from crying, and her emotions suddenly became a tangled mess. "I hate being alone." She took out her phone. After searching through her contacts for a while, she decided to send a message to Seo Yoon. At that moment, he was sitting beside Ariam in a cafe. The phone, set to silent, vibrated beside Ariam's mother. Seeing him dazed, Ariam's mother hurriedly reminded him, "Seo Yoon, try some more of this." He nodded and answered, "Thank you." She asked again, "How is school?" Ariam picked up food while listening to him answer her mother. Inja waited for a long time, but no one replied. She sighed in disappointment. On the screen were the two messages she had just sent. "Seo Yoon, where are you? If you're not busy, can you come to me for a bit?" Inja murmured softly. He hasn't read the messages. She put her phone down. Loneliness seemed to rise endlessly. It felt as though everyone had abandoned her. Inju unconsciously let out a breath. The meal went very smoothly. After Seo Yoon saw Ariam and her mother off to the car, the older woman cheerfully said, "Get home safely. It was so good to see you again after so long." With the attitude of an elder, she worriedly instructed him, "Don't skip meals, all right? Just ask Ariam to buy food for you." Her husband sighed and said, "Seo Yoon is already 21, you know." Ariam sat watching her mother and Seo Yoon, who looked teary-eyed as if they were about to part forever, and finally lost patience. "Can we go now?" After settling in, she started the engine and waved goodbye to him. "Call me later, Seo Yoon." After he finished speaking, the car rolled away. Seo Yoon stayed behind and watched them for a while before leaving. He took his phone out of his pants pocket and checked his messages. Having received no reply from him to her 2 previous messages, Inju had sent one more. "Never mind. It's nothing." Seo Yoon did not know when she had messaged him. He was briefly surprised. He immediately called her, but only the mechanical operator's voice sounded. "The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. With no other choice, he sent her a message. What happened? I was just having dinner with Ariam's family, so I couldn't read your messages. At that moment, Inju was curled up in bed. Her phone had been tossed aside, lying lonely on her desk. She disappeared just like that for several days in a row. It was not until 10 days later at the childcare center. The laughter and chatter of the teachers and children filled the air. Any child who has finished building their house, bring it over here. Yusoi stood among the children and said gently, "Let's see which group did the best." After a while, she raised her head and looked at the time. It was already nearly 3:30 in the afternoon. The children hugged her and whined, "Teacher, it's snack time." Yusoi turned to ask the other teachers, her expression full of worry. "Is there anyone here who can get in touch with Ms. Gong Inju?" The other teachers were silent and did not answer. When Seo Yoon heard her mention Inju, he was briefly startled. She continued, "I don't think she has checked the group messages either." Without realizing it, he checked again the message he had sent her the other day. It still had not been marked as read. He thought to himself, she still hasn't read it. A female teacher suddenly spoke up. "What is this? She must be ignoring us on purpose. There are a lot of people who quit, after all." The girl beside her wondered, "Quitting this soon?" Just then, the classroom door suddenly flew open. Inju stepped in, flustered and panting. "I'm sorry I'm late. I missed the bus." Yusoi spoke understandingly. "Next time, please message us in the group first." The other female teachers gathered together and spoke badly of her. What? She still came. Inju also knew that being late was wrong. She answered softly, "I'll remember. I'm sorry." Seo Yoon secretly glanced at her, his expression thoughtful. Everyone worked hard until early evening. Yusoi praised them with satisfaction. "Good work, everyone." After he put his work aside, her mood plummeted without warning. She listlessly headed home, and Seo Yoon hurriedly chased after her. He caught Inju by the wrist and said softly, "Wait." She did not respond at all, and Seo Yoon asked worriedly, "Did something happen to you after you texted me last time?" It would have been better if he had not brought it up. Hearing him mention, it only made her feel even more wrong. Tears quickly welled up. Seeing her tear-streaked face, Seo Yoon became momentarily flustered. In the end, the two of them went into a pub and sat down to talk. Around them, voices and laughter rang out noisily. Inju focused on pouring liquor until the glass was full. Seeing that, he asked with concern, "Can you drink that?" After pouring her own glass, she began filling his as well. In a calm voice, she said, "Just drink first." The two of them took a sip. She drained her glass in one gulp, as if the alcohol could swallow down all her sorrow. The empty glass was slammed harshly onto the table. With tears in her eyes, Inju said in a choked voice, "Things with Jerem are completely over now." Seo Yoon had not expected things to be that bad. No wonder she had been so listless these past few days. Inju wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and sadly poured out her heart. "That day, we met, and he told me the reason. He broke up with me." Her gaze drifted blankly over the table. Haltingly, she said, "He was only trying to choose his words as carefully as possible so he could end things with me." Her eyes reddened, and her voice carried a faint sob. "I was far too selfish, but he still treated me exactly the same as before, no matter how I acted. And he never complained even once." Inju remembered every smile, every touch of his. Those beautiful memories from back then only made her heart shatter even more. "I guess maybe that was why I didn't understand the reason we broke up. The happier she had been then, the more she had to pay for it now. I thought Jerem liking me was only natural." That day, when she saw the emotionless look in his eyes, the confidence she had held onto for so long suddenly broke apart. But that day, when I looked at his expression, tears threatened to spill again as Inju said sorrowfully, "It would have been too greedy if, at that moment, I had asked whether I could see him again." As soon as she finished speaking, the atmosphere suddenly fell still. Even a lively noise outside could not drown out the sadness rising inside her. Seo Yoon lowered his eyes and said softly, "Stop blaming yourself. You should let him go now, too." She stayed silent for a while. Perhaps what he said was the final way and also the only thing she could do right now. Inju answered quietly, "I guess so." He furrowed his brows and looked away with a pensive expression. Seo Yoon sighed, trying to find words to comfort her. "You'll be able to forget him." It was already late at night. Countless stars sparkled outside the window, decorating the sky. At the pub, after successfully persuading Inju to feel a little less heartbroken, Seo Yoon suddenly asked, "Why couldn't I contact you?" She exclaimed in surprise. "Huh." She hurriedly checked her phone and said apologetically, "Oh, right. I deleted the messaging app because of him. I try to forget what he said, but then I realized I just have to learn to accept it." Inju smiled awkwardly. Besides, deleting that app is pretty inconvenient. He answered suspiciously, yes. After thinking for a while, she decided to give the app one more chance. Now that I think about it, I still have to keep messaging in the group chat about the volunteer work, so I'll probably download it again. Seo Yoon jolted slightly. If she downloaded the app, she would see the messages he had sent earlier. He hurriedly covered her screen and said in a panic, "Download it when you get home. You have to save your mobile data." Inju stared at him, frozen, and answered softly, "Okay." When she got home, she immediately took a shower to wash off the smell of alcohol. Because of that, her mood improved a lot. The messaging app had finished downloading at some point. As she dried her hair, she checked her messages. Suddenly, her eyes widened in surprise. Then she blushed and let out a soft laugh. It turned out they were messages from Seo Yoon. He had written, "Are you ignoring my messages on purpose? Did you get home? Once the volunteer work is over, I'll come over there. Will the previous messages be deleted?" The next day, Inju continued working as a volunteer teacher at the childcare center. She lay tiredly beside the little boy, Sung-yu, and greeted him weakly, "Hi, Sung-yu." When the boy saw her, he jumped in fright. Sung-yu warily backed away and said in disgust, "Go away. You smell just like my dad." She did not take a child's words to heart and still cheerfully started a conversation with him. "Did you make a gingerbread house yesterday? Was it fun?" Sung-yu frowned and pretended to act like an old man as he answered, "Only little kids like that stuff." Hearing that, Inju clicked her tongue and thought to herself, "Who is this brat trying to lecture when he's a little kid himself?" The boy turned his face away and muttered gloomily, "You didn't even come." Knowing that he had missed her, but was still stubbornly pretending otherwise, she smiled and teased him softly, "Oh my." Inju casually patted Sung-yu on the head and said with a smile, "Did you miss me?" The boy immediately swatted her hand away and shouted in embarrassment, "What are you talking about?" Inju laughed and said, "You're so adorable." Seo Yoon quietly watched her. Suddenly, Hannah came over and handed him a sheet of colored paper. "Teacher, help me make this." After work, Inju's mood seemed to have improved a great deal. She wore earphones and swayed to the melody. Suddenly, she sensed someone beside her and glanced over. Seo Yoon stood silently behind her, staring at her without saying a word. Startled, she cried out, "You scared the soul out of me." Inju took off her earphones and said softly, "Goodness, don't just suddenly walk up to people like that." He nodded and replied, "Yeah." But Seo Yoon pondered for a moment, not knowing how to begin speaking to her. He looked at her and asked with concern, "Are you okay?" Seo Yoon scratched his cheek awkwardly, his voice apologetic. "I just feel like I didn't comfort you properly yesterday." Inju quickly shook her head and answered shyly, "Of course, it's not like I don't feel anything." To prove that she was fine, she smiled and said to him, "But I'm doing much better than I thought. You listened to my troubles, after all." Even though she said that, he still could not stop worrying. "But I keep wondering whether you're forcing yourself." She exhaled and casually suggested, "Hey, if you're worried about me, just treat me to a meal." Seo Yoon paused for a beat and answered awkwardly, "Speaking of that." His cheeks flushed and his voice was a little shy. "Do you want to go watch a movie with me?" She looked at him in surprise. Seo Yoon slowly explained, "I have to watch a movie for an assignment. If you don't want to, I can go by myself." The more he spoke, the more flustered he became, and his voice grew smaller. "I just thought maybe you could spend a little time." Inju immediately agreed, "Sure." She repeated excitedly, "Let's go watch a movie." Seeing that he stayed silent and did not answer, she smiled brightly and said happily, "I mean, you worked up the courage to ask me, so why would I refuse?" Her enthusiasm made him briefly flustered, and Seo Yoon hurriedly clarified, "No, I told you it's for school." She nodded, Okay. After playing around for a while, the two of them walked to the movie theater together. Suddenly, she looped her arm through his. Her voice was full of excitement. "Let's go." But Seo Yoon was surprised by the way she linked arms with him. He froze in place. He looked at her and said hesitantly, "Linking arms." Inju answered casually, What about it? It's not the first time we've done this." He nervously explained to her, "That's not it. It's just that we're not acting anymore now." His words made her exclaim in surprise. Oh, a thought suddenly popped into her head. Right, we met each other to fulfill our own personal needs. Inju wondered to herself whether this relationship would come to an end. Realizing how awkward the gesture of linking arms was, she stammered, "That's not what I meant. It's because you and Ariam haven't made any progress yet." She kindly continued, "Don't worry, I'll still stay by your side and help you." In that vague, muddled state, the two of them arrived at the movie theater. Seo-yoon still did not say a word. The screening time passed just like that. Both of them blended into the crowd, gradually leaving the theater. Inju stood up and said, "It's a little late, isn't it? Let's go eat dinner." Suddenly, Seo-yoon said softly, "I'm sorry." Facing her puzzled gaze, he slowly spoke, "But you don't need to help me anymore." Inju did not quite understand what he meant and blurted out, "Huh." It took her a moment to react, and she said in a flustered voice, I'm okay with." Seo-yoon immediately cut her off. "It's just..." He lowered his eyes, his cheeks slightly red, and said shyly, "You don't need to force yourself anymore. You can just become a close senior to me." Inju had thought he wanted to end their relationship. When she heard him say that, she murmured in surprise, "Really?" She looked at him and cried out happily, "A close senior?" The two of them sat in a restaurant. Inju said in a teasing tone, "Senior." She propped her chin on her hand and looked at him, trying to hold back her laughter as she repeated, "Call me Senior Inju." Seo-yoon was helpless against her. He took a sip and said seriously, "Please stop." Inju stubbornly insisted on hearing him call her Senior. She pouted, "Why? You said it yourself, a close senior." He sighed and reluctantly answered, "Because the way you joke about it makes me feel weird." Inju puffed out her cheeks and said excitedly, "Because your expression is just too cute, sweetheart." With no other choice, Seo-yoon could only change the subject. He asked, "Anyway, what did you think of the movie?" Only then did she stop joking and seriously discuss the film. "The movie? Honestly, I'm not really into horror. What about you?" He nodded slightly and said thoughtfully, "I like historical films, but assignments make them less fun." Inju nodded in agreement. True, but it wasn't awkward because of the assignment. The movie itself was just boring. She reached out to pick up some food and frankly gave her opinion. And whoever played the king was really bad. After dinner, the two of them decided to walk around the shopping mall for a while to digest before going home. Inju spotted a shop selling hair accessories and immediately dragged Seo-yoon over. "Look, this booth sells all kinds of accessories like hats, glasses, hair clips, everything." She randomly grabbed a pair of two-tone glasses and put them on, striking a cool pose for him. "How do I look?" Because the glasses were too big for her face, they slid down. Seeing that, Seo-yoon burst into laughter. Inju was determined not to be the only one embarrassing herself. She picked out a hat and put it on him. "This suits you." It was a pink piglet hat. On his head, it created an adorable contrast. Seo-yoon said shyly, "It feels strange." Inju watched him fumble with the hat, adjusting it, and secretly thought, why does it suit him so well? The two of them walked over to a clothing store. She picked out clothes, and he followed behind her. Inju held two shirts up against herself, one black and one white. Then she asked him, "Which one looks better?" Seo-yoon propped his chin on his hand and chose seriously. After a while, he pointed to the black shirt and said, "This one." She was determined to go against his opinion. In a cheerful voice, she said, "If you choose black, then I'll take white." His opinion ignored, he stood sulking in the corner. Inju turned her head to look at him and smiled mischievously. Their final destination was a karaoke room. Seo-yoon looked at the song list with a tense expression. He kept looking but could not choose a song, so he said shyly, "It's been a really long time since I came to a karaoke room." Inju exclaimed in surprise, "Really? What was the last time then?" He thought back for a moment and answered, high school, I think." She tilted her head and asked suspiciously, "Wow, that really has been a long time. What else have you been doing then?" Without waiting for his answer, Inju shoved the song list toward him and said slyly, "Since it's been so long, mister, please sing us a song." Seo-yoon took the book and answered awkwardly, "Yes. I don't know many new songs." She laughed and said casually, "Just sing whatever you want." He looked at the list and finally made up his mind. The song Seo-yoon chose was Scattered Flowers. A familiar melody suddenly rang out. Inju thought to herself, "Oh my god." She looked at him in shock, wondering, this is his first song? Or is he actually good at singing? The intro passed, and he began to sing. The melody went completely off-key, pure and beautiful. What followed was a series of lyrics sung off-tune. Seo-yoon did not notice at all and continued singing seriously. "That freshness is a white flower." Inju covered her mouth and laughed. Seo-yoon was still humming in the warm wind. She held in her laughter so hard that she almost hurt herself internally. But she still had to restrain herself. "I can't laugh, especially when he's this serious." Seo Yoon's singing voice rang out once more. Give me your face. The song ended. The screen displayed the score. Your score is... Inju immediately pressed cancel, then hurriedly said, it's my turn, right? The music started, and she swayed to the melody. While waiting for the intro, she closed her eyes and struggled inwardly. What if I sing amazingly, like I'm on a rap competition, and make him feel sad? So she decided to sing deliberately off-key, just like him. I want to be free. Look at me. My power level has risen to 222. Inju screamed to her heart's content, ignoring the melody. I want to dress up, dress beautifully, go out, and show myself. She continued yelling, to those I don't want to see. Suddenly, laughter rang out, and her voice abruptly stopped. Seo Yoon covered his mouth, and clear laughter escaped. Inju looked at him in shock, her face as if she had just suffered a major blow. Through gritted teeth, she asked, are you laughing? Seo Yoon started and answered no. It's just that your singing skills are truly rare. After saying that, he covered his mouth and laughed again. Inju's kind intentions were rejected just like that. She thought to herself, unbelievable. If I'd known, I would have laughed earlier. She pressed the remote to switch songs. That familiar melody rang out again. It was the song Seo Yoon had chosen earlier. He said in surprise, huh? He looked at her suspiciously. You must have pressed the wrong button. This song came back. She cut him off. No, her face was extremely serious, and her words were filled with determination. I'm going to sing this song. Inju tapped her foot to the music. Feeling the melody of the song, she began to sing. Her clear voice was completely different from the screaming earlier. Pure and beautiful. That freshness is a white flower in a warm wind. Inju hummed along with the melody. I hold back my tears and wait. When the climax came, she surrendered herself to the music. Her voice soared high. Let my body drift away. Let it keep flying far away. Seo Yoon stared at her in a daze. Inju looked at him smugly and thought, how was that? She waited and waited, but the praise she expected did not come. A trace of doubt flashed across her face. Seo Yoon was so stunned by her beautiful voice that he could not speak. His eyes shone brightly, and he sent an admiring gaze toward her. His thumb automatically shot up. Inju froze at this gesture from him. After karaoke, the two of them walked home. Seo Yoon said excitedly, you were really good today. He could not stop praising her singing. I didn't know you had such a talent for singing. Inju smiled shyly. It was rare for Seo Yoon to be this enthusiastic, and he kept talking nonstop. That's one of the songs I like too. She looked at him and secretly thought, was my singing so amazing that you had to say that? Suddenly, both their phones vibrated in their pockets. She opened her phone, her expression briefly surprised. It turned out to be a message from the leader, Yu Soy. 3 parents will be joining as guardians. I think we'll need to go buy some small things at the supermarket before that day. After reading the message, she said softly, oh, we're going camping next week, right? He nodded and answered, oh yes. Are you busy? Inju smiled and replied casually, as if, I have tons of free time. So where are we going? Seo Yoon checked the message again, then answered to a recreation area in the forest. Hearing that, she folded her arms and nodded. That's the first time I've heard of it. It must be up in the mountains, huh? It'll probably be really cold. Seeing that it was almost time for them to part ways, she smiled and said, anyway, I had a lot of fun today. He nodded slightly and answered shyly, me too. Thanks to you. Hearing that, she became even more excited, her voice carrying a hint of anticipation. Spending a day out really does completely change your mood, doesn't it? Let's go again next time. Seo Yoon's lips curved upward and his cheeks flushed. Then he said, yes. The next day, Inju specifically laid out a pile of clothes to wear on the camping trip. She tossed them all over the chair. After struggling for a while, she tiredly collapsed onto the chair and muttered in annoyance, ugh, taking off makeup is such a pain. Suddenly, the message notification rang. It was a message from Kim Junayang. She exclaimed in surprise, why is he suddenly texting me? In the message, he said, you're going camping too, right? Along with it was a smiling sticker. Inju immediately replied, yeah. Isn't it obvious that I'm going? He answered, no, haha. I was just afraid you might forget. Remember to bring extra hand warmers. It'll probably be really cold in the mountains. Kim Junayang's strange behavior made Inju mutter to herself despite herself. He could have just posted it in the group chat. Why did he have to message me privately? Though that was what she thought, she still replied, I'll remember. Suddenly, Inju recalled the day the two of them had clashed. She thought to herself, now that I think about it, after that day, we haven't greeted each other even once. She nodded to herself and thought, he probably wants to resolve what happened that night, right? Kim Junayang sent another message. We'll have some free time to walk around too. It would be nice if everyone became closer after this trip. She immediately replied, yeah, thank you for thinking of me. Before she knew it, the day of the camping trip arrived. Yu Soi gently called the children. Everyone get on the bus. Inja got on as well and sat beside Sungyu. The boy had his face buried in his smartphone. She turned to him and tried to start a conversation. What are you doing? Sungyu did not bother answering her and kept staring intently at his phone. Sungyu frowned. It seemed he was concentrating very hard. Inju secretly glanced at his phone screen and saw some kind of video game displayed on it. She thought to herself, a mobile game? So Sungyu plays games too. But seeing how tense he looked, she decided not to disturb him anymore and said cheerfully, all right, Sungyu, you keep playing then. Inju folded her arms, let her head droop to one side, and said softly, and I'll sleep for a bit. A while later, someone shook her shoulder and a childish voice rang out. Teacher, another student had come to wake her. Inju opened her eyes groggily. Are we here already? Everyone gathered at the camping area. Yusoi excitedly explained the game to the children. All right, now we're going to try to find the treasure. She carefully explained the rules to them. The treasure will be hidden somewhere near the signs, so don't go too far. Suddenly, one student spoke up. Give us a hint, teacher. Yusoi smiled mysteriously and said, the hint is medicinal herbs. So look around herbs and other plants. When they realized they had to use biology knowledge, the children groaned in disappointment. What? We have to study even here? Hannah suddenly shouted loudly. Hey, don't step on the plants. Yusoi clapped twice and announced, the challenge begins now. All right, start. As soon as she finished speaking, the children rushed off together. She turned and reminded the volunteer teachers. Team 5 teachers, please spread out and supervise them. Everyone nodded and answered, yes. Only Inju gloomily muttered to herself, but I wanted to search for treasure too. She looked around. The children had vanished in every direction. Inju wondered, Sungyu is participating too, right? Thinking of the boy's abilities, she confidently told herself, Sungyu already knows the names of all those plants, so maybe he already. Suddenly, a shout rang out. It's mine. Inju immediately turned her head. Sungyu was arguing with another student. The other boy shouted, I saw it first. She immediately ran over and flustered stopped the two of them. What's going on? Don't fight. The other boy looked at her, his voice full of grievance. We're not fighting. This is so unfair. The boy pointed at Songyu's phone and insisted on explaining. I found this monster card first, but Songyu stole it from me. Only then did Songyu speak up irritably. Stole it? I'm the one who found it. If you thought it was unfair, you should have taken it first. Those words officially made the boy beside him flare up in anger. The boy shouted, listen here. Inju hurriedly intervened. Stop. She spoke gently to both of them, hoping the two children could calm down. Hun, no matter what, it belongs to Songyu now. Can't you let it go this time? Then she turned to Songyu and spoke to him too. Songyu, you shouldn't say harsh things to your friend either. Hunmumblet, I'm sorry. Songyu, however, stubbornly remained silent and did not answer. Inju suddenly wondered something. She looked suspiciously at the two of them and asked in a stern voice, everyone else is busy searching for treasure. So what are you two doing? Hun answered honestly, we heard there was a rare monster card that you can only get here. At that point, the boy suddenly drooped, and my collection was almost complete too. Songyu stared at his phone and calmly said, I don't have it either. That's why I came here. The boy tilted his phone toward Hun so he could see it, then asked, do you want this one? I can give you one. Hun instinctively refused. I already have lots. But when he saw the purple penguin card on Songyu's screen, the boy cried out in surprise. This is the limited card released last year. Seeing that Hun seemed interested in the card in his hand, Songyu pretended to think and said, should I give it to you or not? I have another one anyway. The boy nodded excitedly again and again. Hun looked at him with admiration, his voice turning flattering. Wow, Songyu, don't you have everything? You got so many. Very quickly, the children stopped arguing and began talking about the game instead. Did you know there's a card coming out this December? Watching the children make up from the side, Inju secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Looks like those two solved it on their own. It was now late afternoon. A loud call rang out. Everyone, gather over here. Yusoi shouted with a faint smile. Those who found treasure, come here. Hannah raised her hand and called loudly, gather up. At that moment, the boy with the adhesive bandage on his face looked at the person in front of him. How many did you find? The other boy smiled lightly. Me? None. The first boy immediately ran over and threw an arm around his neck, chatting happily. What? They were hidden in really obvious places. You idiot. The boy held up his phone to defend himself. I found something way better. Look at this picture. Looking at the phone, the other boy could not help getting excited. Whoa. His mouth fell open in admiration. How could you find this here? This only came out last year. The other boy put his hands on his hips proudly. I have my own ways. The other boy immediately shoved his face close and threatened him. Hurry up and spill it. The boy did not seem to care much. He glanced toward another corner. Looking at Song-yu sitting alone, he thought, is it okay if I tell them? The other boy walked toward Song-yu and called loudly, Hey Kong Song-yu. Song-yu flinched slightly and looked up at the group in front of him. Seeing this, Inju grew a little worried. What is this? Are they planning to bully him again? Should I step in? But what if that ends up affecting him badly like last time? The boy with the adhesive bandage looked a little embarrassed. Can I see your monster cards? Song-yu was slightly surprised. What? The boy quickly smiled brightly and came over to sit beside Song-yu. Do you have a lot of unusual monster cards? Let me see them just once. Another boy also rushed over. Me too. The other boy was full of excitement. Why didn't you tell us you had so many monster cards? Give me one. Song-yu tilted his head slightly and looked at him. What? Watching from a distance, Inju silently cursed. Damn it. Those kids are only trying to steal from him. They've been ignoring him this whole time. Song-yu immediately stated his condition. I'll give you one. In exchange, I want you to give me one of yours too. Hearing that, the boy's eyes lit up like a child's. The boy raised his hand high in delight. Okay, let's trade. I give you one, and you give me one. Another boy quickly chimed in. Me too. I want to trade too. Song-yu smiled faintly as he looked at the group. Inju looked at him and breathed a sigh of relief. I'm so glad I didn't interfere. Song-yu can handle things well on his own. Yusoi had a serious expression. I'll explain this final activity once more. Groups of 4 will escape the room. She began explaining. There will be a total of 5 missions in the room. You need to solve them in order to escape. Those who have already signed up should go to the next room. Escape room, enchantix, but instead of becoming fairies, you become demons. Mission 1, Mission 2, Mission 3, the auditorium, and the final mission in the last room. The people in charge of the children's safety in the auditorium will help the kids go down the stairs carefully. Yusoi reminded them in a serious voice. I asked that everyone give their full effort for this final mission. Now, those who signed up for the auditorium, please get ready. Ms. Inju. Inju was slightly dazed when she heard Yusoi call her name. Suddenly, Yusoi looked toward her and called out, You too. Huh? Inju turned her head and looked at Seo Yoon standing behind her in confusion. You too. Seo Yoon smiled and answered, I thought it would be pretty fun to try for the first time. Better than sitting around waiting. Inju thought with a satisfied expression. Our minds are connected, Seo Yoon. Inside the row of rooms, the surrounding space was terribly gloomy. A strong wind blew in from outside, making the curtains billow. Standing in the corner, Inju saw the curtain move and jumped in fright, screaming, Ah! Inju gaped blankly. Not far behind the curtain, Yusoi heard her scream and poked her head out to look. At the same time, the pen on the desk fell to the floor. Seo Yoon helplessly reminded her, You should stop wandering around before the kids arrive. Inju turned around and stammered an explanation. The window was open. That's why I got too cold, that's all. Seo Yoon did not really believe her, but he still acted like he understood. Okay. Inju cried inwardly. This room is too scary. Seo Yoon encouraged her. Oh, come on. The children's voices could already be heard from far away. This one has a fire attribute. Inju rushed out, trying to look fierce. Boo! The children stared at her blankly, as if they had seen some strange creature. A few seconds later, they turned away to another corner and continued talking. That's why it doesn't go near water much. It has to stay with its own type. Inju shouted angrily, Hey! A child's voice rang out. We could hear your voice from downstairs. Teacher, standing beside her. Seo Yoon could not hold back his laughter. Inju looked up at him gloomily. Did you just laugh? Seo Yoon was frightened by Inju's gaze. No. She patted her own head and let out a sigh. The kids just keep playing around, even during activities like this. Seo Yoon signaled for her to lower her voice. Chill. Another group is coming. From behind the curtain, another group was also cautiously stepping in. All of a sudden, Inju jumped out from inside. Boo! The group was startled and ran away in panic. Ah! She shone a flashlight upward from under her chin to make her face look scary. Hey, you fools! Suddenly, someone fainted on the spot, leaving Inju and Seo Yoon frozen, not knowing what to do. From another door, a scream echoed. Boo! Ugh! Inju breathed heavily. Huff, huff, huff. She turned to look at Seo Yoon. You still look totally fine. Seo Yoon turned around awkwardly. That's because you're overdoing it. Thud. Suddenly, voices came from inside. Are you okay? Inside, a girl was picking up an object from the floor, looking very upset. I don't know. Why don't you just go and hold her hand? Hearing that, the guy hurriedly explained, I was just taking care of a friend. I'm sorry. The girl turned her head, about to yell at him. Inju and Seo Yoon lifted the curtain and looked inside. They stepped into the room. 8 eyes met for a few seconds. The girl's face quickly turned deathly pale. Their screams echoed. Aya! The boy turned around in fear and hugged the girl tightly. Both the girl and Inju were stunned. The girl's face turned as red as a tomato. Embarrassed, she turned away. Come on, let's go. The guy, holding a box in his hands, asked her in confusion. Huh? Weren't you going to say something? The girl only muttered quietly, be quiet. Inju pointed at the backs of the two of them and laughed loudly. Huh, so they were flirting with each other. She turned to look at Seo Yoon. Did you see that? At that moment, Inju and Seo Yoon were extremely close to each other. She looked up at him. Her face and neck went stiff. Inju suddenly turned back, looking at Seo Yoon in surprise. But immediately afterward, she panicked and hurriedly turned her face away. He's too close. Seo Yoon stared blankly, not understanding what was wrong with Inju. At night, the room looked truly quiet. Seo Yoon looked at Inju and said, I don't think anyone else will come. Yeah, the other rooms are quiet too. The space grew quieter and quieter. Inju, feeling a little anxious and frightened, quickly sprang to her feet. We have to hurry downstairs. But because she stood up so suddenly, Inju accidentally slipped and fell. Inju sat down, holding her leg. Wait, why? Seo Yoon, standing beside her, asked, Do you have a cramp? Get on my back. You won't know when it'll go away. Although Inju was in a lot of pain, she still refused his offer. No, there's no need for you to carry me, Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon lowered himself and offered Inju his back. Come on, unless the cramp isn't that bad and you can walk. Inju looked at Seo Yoon for a moment, then finally agreed to let him carry her. Okay. After that, the two of them went downstairs together. Inju smiled comfortably, since she did not have to walk and was being carried by Seo Yoon. This is really comfortable. Now that I think about it, Jerem never carried me even once. As Inju thought this, she rustled slightly on Seo Yoon's shoulder, which startled him a little. Seo Yoon's body is pretty firm, and his shoulders are broad too. Inju hurriedly apologized. Seo Yoon, sorry, but why do you like Ariam? Seo Yoon was a little surprised by Inju's question. What? I mean, what made you start liking her? I blurted it out, but now I'm really curious. Seo Yoon said nothing and fell into deep thought. After a while, he finally answered Inju's question. Middle school was when I first realized I liked her. My family and her family had been close since I was little. And besides, we were neighbors. When we were young, she was the one who often played with me. We were very close because she stopped by to play with me every day. But as we grew up, we each had our own friends and started growing apart. After that, because of some family problems, there was a time when I felt lost. I didn't have any dreams, so I stopped going to school too. And I just kept living like that. Back then, the person who came to my side was Ariam. She was the only one beside me. She stayed with me during my homeschooling sessions. Ariam would think deeply while looking at the solutions. Back then, Seo Yoon felt happy that someone cared about him. The only person I could rely on at that time was Ariam. Not long after that, we started homeschooling together, and I seized the chance to confess to her. But I was rejected immediately. She thought my feelings weren't love, that I didn't actually feel that way. Because she said that, I wanted to believe it. But after she became the only person in my heart, it was still Ariam. I thought carefully about it again, and I still liked her. Maybe she was a little shocked. Ariam awkwardly refused Seo Yoon's confession. I'm sorry, Seo Yoon. Her face showed a trace of sadness. You're very precious to me, but to me, you're only like a younger brother. You should understand that. Afterward, she moved away, while he kept obsessively searching for the remaining traces of their relationship. Ariam's parents helped me a lot and created very natural meetings for us. Because I was close to her family, the two of us couldn't just easily end this relationship forever. And I didn't want to end it that way either. Even if she saw me as a younger brother, I still wanted to stay by her side. Inju looked at Seo Yoon with worry and sadness. Seo Yoon sighed and continued. Now that I'm talking about it, I can't really understand it myself. Inju began to speak about her own feelings. No, I've had feelings like that too. No matter what happens, you still want to stay by their side. I think you're brave. Liking someone for a long time without caring what might happen. Inju, me? No, I only liked what Jerem did for me. He cared about me, so I wouldn't feel lonely listened to what I said, and spent money on me too. Those are things lovers do for each other. That's true. The problem is, I thought he was obligated to buy me everything just because we were dating. So my thinking was way too narrow-minded. Inju's eyes grew thoughtful. There's no reason to regret it anymore now, right? The past is the past. Anyway, objectively speaking, that's why I signed up to volunteer here. I just wanted to do well in my own way. I wanted to break free from depending on Jerem, but I still keep wondering whether this is really the best way. The other volunteers are. I'm not good at dealing with the kids. To be honest, my goal was for Song-yu to become friends with the other children. But thinking back on it now, I don't think I did it for Song-yu. I did it more for myself. I wanted to change Song-yu, who is completely different from me, so I could prove myself. But earlier, when I saw Song-yu bravely face the children who used to bully him, I felt ashamed of myself. Even a child could do that on their own. But you can't even manage that, can you? I don't know why you're saying that to me, Inju, but is that what you think? He turned to look at Inju's sorrowful face. But I think you've done well, too. I think you're doing really well. Inju couldn't bring herself to look Seo Yoon in the eye. Whatever your purpose is, I don't care, and no one else cares either. The only thing that matters is that you did your best. At least, that's what I saw. Inju felt a little embarrassed and added, but sometimes just trying hard isn't enough, you know? And besides, I made a lot of mistakes too. Seo Yoon looked at Inju and smiled. Even now, Inju stared blankly at Seo Yoon. You pretended to be a ghost today, didn't you? Inju felt a bit awkward and tried to dodge his words. Well, maybe that sort of thing suits you pretty well. Instead of dwelling on the past, focus on the present, because I know you always do your best. Seo Yoon fell into thought for a moment. He turned his head to look at her. Is it a little strange for me to say things like this? In the end, I can't really do anything else either, right? Seo Yoon was a little puzzled by Inju's blunt words. Why do you never take teaching the kids seriously? You just rely on that handsome face of yours. Seo Yoon was a little surprised by Inju's words. Seo Yoon looked at Inju and threatened her. Do you want me to let go? Inju panicked and quickly clung tightly to him. No, but I'm right. Look at the kids. Having a good-looking face really does make them listen better. You should have said that from the start. How was I supposed to know? What are you implying? I'm carrying you right now, Inju. Inju shouted angrily, see? You know perfectly well how effective your looks are too. Hearing Inju's praise, Seo Yoon unconsciously blushed. Inju grumbled in dissatisfaction. It's so unfair. The kids always listen to you, but I have to repeat myself over and over. Seo Yoon, put me down already. What now? We're here. The two of them looked toward the noisy place beyond the door. Inju was still right there, watching Seo Yoon go in. After taking a few steps, Seo Yoon turned back to look at her. Are you mad? Is your leg all right now? Inju flinched slightly. Yeah. Inju looked sadly at Seo Yoon as he walked inside. We had gotten closer, so why does it suddenly feel like there's distance between us now? After a while, everyone finally returned to their own rooms. That night, in a small room, the ticking of a clock could be heard. Inju tossed and turned, unable to sleep. As if I could sleep. Inju kept rolling back and forth, thinking about Seo Yoon. Is he really mad? I kept saying nonsense because I was embarrassed. Suddenly, Inju sat bolt upright. Maybe I should try going for a walk. Inju carefully stepped out of the door and looked outside. She was startled when Hannah suddenly appeared outside her room. Inju looked at Hannah in surprise and confusion, unable to understand why the girl was standing in front of her door so late at night. Hannah, why are you? The girl looked a little embarrassed and said, I'm scared to sleep alone. The ticking clock had already passed midnight. Inju agreed to let Hannah come in and sleep with her. Hannah whispered shyly to Inju, May I sleep with you, teacher? Is that okay? Inju looked at the girl and answered, yeah. Inju looked awkwardly at Yusoi, who was lying on the bed next to them. But to be honest, she wasn't quite sure. Inju remembered Yusoi's warning. You have to follow the rules. This is a secret between us. Okay, teacher. Hannah put a finger to her lips and whispered to Inju. Inju didn't quite understand what the girl meant. Hannah was embarrassed and couldn't look Inju in the eye, glancing off to the side. My friends always think I'm brave. Inju looked at the girl in confusion. Why don't you just tell your friends the truth? Sleeping with your friends would probably be more fun. I can't. I have an image to maintain. You wouldn't understand. Teacher, it's not like you have an image to maintain. What do you mean by that? I mean, in life, sometimes we have to do things we don't want to do. Inju felt helpless as she watched Hannah speak so smugly. Which one of us is the child here? But I still like you a lot, teacher. Hannah looked at Inju and said proudly, Teacher, you don't really seem like an adult. You seem more like someone my age. That's a compliment, right? Inju glanced off to the side, thought for a moment, and said, Then what about Teacher Seo Yoon? Do you like him too? I like Teacher Seo Yoon too. He's handsome. Inju was a little annoyed by the girl's admission. See? I was right. Everyone likes teacher Seo-yoon, but you have to keep it a secret from him, okay? Yeah. Hannah suddenly asked about Inju. What about you, teacher? Inju was a little startled. She stammered, blushing slightly. He's, handsome. Hannah turned to look at Inju and said, I think Teacher Yoon likes you, Teacher Inju. Inju especially couldn't believe Hannah's words, because as far as she knew, Seo Yoon liking her was impossible. Teacher Yoon is always with you, Teacher Inju, and he looks at you a lot too. Inju was a little surprised. She quickly turned her face away and made an excuse. That's just because he cares about other people. So Yoon cares about me. Huh. I should apologize to him tomorrow. You pretended to be a ghost today, right, teacher? But now you've turned back into a human through enchantix, so don't be scared. Okay, I won't be scared. Suddenly, Yusoi opened her eyes and woke up groggily. The next morning, chirping sounds came from outside the window. Inju opened her eyes in a daze. As soon as she woke up, she was startled to see Yusoi standing in front of her. Yusoi looked at Inju with a serious expression. Inju hurriedly sat up in confusion and stammered, "Good morning." Inju turned to look around, but Hannah was no longer lying there. Yusoi saw what she was wondering and said, I told Hannah to go back to her room this morning. Inju felt a little awkward with Yusoi. Last night Hannah was scared, so she couldn't sleep. Yusoi turned her face away and said, You did well, so I won't blame you for anything. But please be careful so the children don't think we're favoring anyone. Inju cheerfully and quickly replied, Yes, ma'am. Yusoi went outside and shouted, Team 5 teachers, please gather. Inju breathed a sigh of relief at having escaped disaster. I wanted to wake up earlier and tell the kid to go back, but in the end, I overslept. As soon as Inju went outside, she ran into Kim Junayang. Kim Junayang greeted her cheerfully and enthusiastically. Good morning, Inju. Good morning, Sister Inju. Inju was a little flustered, but quickly answered, Yes, Junayang. Junayang said brightly and excitedly, You know we're having a gathering later, right? You have to come, sister. Inju tried to stay calm as she answered, Yeah, I have to act natural like nothing ever happened. A while later, after everyone had gathered in one place, everyone raised their beer glasses and said cheers. The atmosphere around them was very noisy. Inju glanced over towards Seo-yoon. I should apologize to him. Just as she was about to speak and apologize, someone suddenly interrupted her. Sister Inju. It was Kim Junayang calling Inju. She turned to look at him. What did you think of the event, sister? Although she felt a little awkward being interrupted, she forced a smile and answered, It was fun, even though I didn't do much. Because I didn't go to the planning meeting. What are you talking about? Your ghost costume was amazing. Kim Junayang pointed to the friend beside him and said, And I heard from the kids that you fainted on the spot because you were scared. The friend from that evening hurriedly made an excuse. I just slipped. Kim Junayang propped his hand on the table, looked at Inju, and said, What a shame. I really wanted to be a member inside your heart. Inju was a little surprised. I was on the security team, so I had to stand guard, even though I wanted to see the other teachers dressed up as ghosts too. Only then did she clearly understand what he meant. So that's what he meant. Inju forced a smile and answered, I'm more grateful that no one saw me. Yusoi, who was sitting beside Inju, said, The kids like you a lot. Inju was a little confused. Because of the costume? No. The kids said they like how you're always full of energy and cheerful. They kept chattering about you. Inju's face turned bright red from the praise. You did well, Inju. Inju, both flustered and embarrassed, raised her beer glass and said loudly, Let's cheers. Everyone saw her embarrassed face and burst out laughing. After that, everyone became even noisier. A while later, near the restroom, water rushed loudly. Inju stood nearby, exhausted. Her face had turned pale from dizziness. How can they drink that much? Inju clutched her head and staggered outside. As soon as she stepped out, she happened to run into a member of the volunteer team. The woman looked at Inju somewhat awkwardly, but Inju was already too dizzy to pay much attention to her surroundings. Inju wearily walked past her. Miss Inju. Only then did Inju turn back and look at the woman. You saw me yesterday, didn't you? Inju answered listlessly, Yeah, I can see you now too. The woman grew a little angry and said, That's not what I mean. The woman blushed and looked awkward, unsure how to say it. We're dating, but we want to keep it a secret from everyone. Inju's vision was blurry and spinning with dizziness. She could barely make out what the woman was saying. I hope you can keep this a secret, at least until this camping trip is over. Inju began to feel like covering her mouth. The longer I stand, the dizzier I feel. What is this? Is my request too difficult? Inju struggled to say, I'm not feeling very well. Inju shouted loudly, I need to purge my stomach. Inju quickly turned away. Don't worry, I'll keep your secret. The woman looked at Inju, rushing away, and felt a little worried and awkward. The sky grew darker and darker. Inju sat slumped against a corner of the wall, exhausted. I really need to throw up to feel better. As Inju sat in a corner thinking, someone suddenly called out to her. She looked up at the person. But just breathing in this chilly air is making me feel better, isn't it? Sister Inju. It was Kim Junayang. Aren't you cold? Why are you sitting here alone? Inju was a little surprised and flustered to see Kim Junayang there. I'm not that cold. Kim Junayang slowly took off his jacket and draped it over Inju's shoulders. Wear this for now. At least you won't catch a cold. Inju was awkward at first, but still thanked him. Thank you. Kim Junayang looked at Inju and smiled in satisfaction. The two of them began sitting there and talking. This reminds me of the first time we met. Back then, for some reason, I kept looking at you, and I felt like I had to do something to help you. Inju looked up at the sky and said, yeah, I was caught up in quite a lot of trouble. Kim Junayang scratched his cheek awkwardly. That's not what I meant. Inju stared blankly at him. Kim Junayang blushed slightly, as if there was something difficult for him to say. He glanced at Inju, sitting beside him. Kim Junayang hesitantly voiced the wish in his heart. I want to become closer to you, Inju. Yes. Meanwhile, inside at the drinking table, someone called Seo Yoon's name. Seo Yoon looked up at Jun Sung. I'll drop the formal speech, okay? I'm older anyway. Is that fine? Yes. Kim Junayang laughed in satisfaction. I really want to talk to you. We haven't talked much, have we? Even though we're in the same department. Kim Junayang, I heard you know a lot of people in other departments. You're pretty close with others, but since you're only ever with Sister Inju, you two have been close for a while now, right? Even before this event. CEO, you didn't pay much attention to what Kim Junayang was saying and kept drinking his beer. Yes. She doesn't have a boyfriend or a crush, right? Yes. What a cold answer. I guess you're only kind to your girlfriend. Seo Yoon said nothing and only looked at him with indifferent, cold eyes. Kim Yoon hurriedly corrected himself. I'm kidding. Okay, we're just friends. Seo Yoon smiled in satisfaction. Really? The volunteer team member who had just spoken with Inju earlier gradually walked over to the two of them. Jun Sung turned to look at the woman and asked, where is Sister Inju? She just went out the back door. Seo Yoon was about to go look for her, but Kim Junayang stopped him. It's okay. Just sit. I'll go find her. Seo Yoon looked a little puzzled as he watched Kim Junayang leave. The colleague sitting near Seo Yoon began offering him another glass. He awkwardly tried to stop them. Wait, your glass is empty, little brother. Returning to Inju and Kim Junayang's situation at that moment. I want to become closer to you. Inju looked at Kim Junayang in surprise. What? Kim Junayang blushed shyly and couldn't look at Inju. Seeing his complexion, Inju thought he was drunk. Are you drunk? He hurriedly denied it. Not at all. I only pay attention to the person I like. Inju remembered what Kim Junayang had said when the two of them met that morning. You're going on a camping trip too, right, sister? Only then did Inju realize the hidden meaning in his words and answer awkwardly. I never thought that. Kim Junayang couldn't face Inju's words, afraid she would reject him. As he spoke, he slowly stood up. It's okay. Think about it first, then answer me. After that, Kim Junayang immediately left. Inju said nothing more and only watched him go. Now she was the only one left sitting there. What was that? Inju looked at the jacket draped over her shoulders. Only then did she realize it was Kim Junayang's jacket. He had just left, and she hadn't had a chance to return it yet. Your jacket. Inju hurriedly called out in confusion to return the jacket. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind her. Sister Inju. It was Seo Yoon. Inju turned to look at him. Yoon, did you hear what we were talking about? Seo Yoon asked blankly. What were you talking about? Only then did he lower his gaze to the jacket draped over Inju's shoulders. Nothing. I felt a little nauseous, so I came out here to get some air. I was about to go back in now. Seeing him keep staring at the jacket on her shoulders, Inju hurriedly explained. This jacket belongs to Kim Junayang. He lent it to me, but I forgot to return it. The atmosphere suddenly became quiet. All right, to be honest, he just confessed to me. You haven't said anything, though. But you noticed, right? Inju said this while looking at the jacket on her shoulders. If I return this jacket now, will he misunderstand? Don't tell me he's waiting for my answer through this jacket. Seo Yoon asked in a low voice. Then what are you going to do now? Inju answered wearily. I just want to go home. I don't have the strength to do anything else. Seo Yoon stepped forward. All right, just go home first. You can think about it later. Seeing that he was walking too, Inju asked blankly, are you going home too? I don't want to go back inside either. After that, the two left together. As they walked, she turned to him and asked, "Were you avoiding me?" "What?" "I just had that feeling after you carried me down the stairs." Seo Yoon stammered as if she had hit the nail on the head. He turned his face away again. No, I was just embarrassed." Inju looked at him being embarrassed and could only feel helpless. "What is this? I'm supposed to be the one who's embarrassed." The more Inju spoke, the more embarrassed Seo Yoon became. Inju suddenly apologized first. "I am sorry." Seo Yoon looked at Inju in confusion. "Honestly, I thought you were upset because I said that. The thing about you having nothing but your looks. You were so serious back then that I felt awkward, so I just blurted it out. It's not like you were completely wrong." "What do you mean?" Seo Yoon bashfully turned his face away. "I was embarrassed because you said I was handsome." Inju looked helplessly at Seo Yoon. "What is this?" "Well, it's true. Just go home and look in the mirror. Have I never complimented him before? Everyone knows it. It's such an obvious thing to say." Inju kept staring at Seo Yoon, making him wonder, "What is it?" "You're incredibly good looking." Seo Yoon, already blushing, turned even redder after Inju's compliment. Embarrassed to the point of melting, he hurried ahead. "Don't tease me." Inju quickly chased after him from behind. "I'm not teasing you. It's the truth. 10 out of 10. You're the most handsome person on earth." Seo Yoon was both embarrassed and helpless hearing those compliments from Inju's own mouth. "I said stop." By the next morning, light shone through the window. It fell on Inju, who was sound asleep. Suddenly, she dreamed of Kim Junayang confessing to her the night before. "I want to become closer to you, Inju." Inju jolted awake. Startled, Inju hurriedly sat up. She looked at the jacket hanging in front of her. It was the jacket Kim Junayang had draped over her last night. "He really did confess to me yesterday, didn't he?" Inju sat up, tied her hair neatly, and focused her thoughts. "Now I have to think of how to answer him." Inju, when she looked around her room, everything was a mess. Feeling a little helpless, Inju decided to clean first. After spending the whole morning tidying up the house, the clock now read 2:15 in the afternoon. Exhausted, Inju flopped onto the bed to rest. "All right, now let's think." But before she could, her stomach suddenly growled from hunger. "Should I eat first, so my head will be clearer?" As soon as she thought it, Inju sprang up, made breakfast, and sat down to enjoy it. Inju was focused on eating when she suddenly remembered something. That's right. Inju immediately opened her tablet. "Today we'll be baking a vanilla cake. We'll use vanilla to..." Inju looked a little dazed, unable to focus on the program she was watching. "Add 1 drop to the whipped cream." After that, she went in a bathroom and filled a cup with water. As Inju brushed her teeth, she kept thinking, "This monkey brain of mine has 2 completely opposite thoughts." "Inju, think carefully. This is something important. It's about someone who confessed to you. Why think so hard? I only care about the person I find interesting." "Good grief, just reject the guy. Why hesitate?" "But I'm looking for a boyfriend right now, aren't I? Give him a chance. Don't be so careless." Remember why I liked Seo Yoon at first? Because he was handsome. Suddenly, she thought of Seo Yoon. Right, what about him? I still have to help him, don't I? I can't date you because I have to act as your advisor. What a perfect excuse to reject someone. Inju spat out the water in her mouth, picked up her phone, and searched through her contacts. "I think I need to ask someone. But who should I ask?" As Inju scrolled, she happened to see Yusoi's messages. Yusoi is probably at work already. Then she kept scrolling, but she couldn't find anyone else's name. "It feels like lately, the only person I've been talking to is Seo Yoon. I wonder what he'd say about this. Be honest with him, sis. I can't really give you much advice." Inju's heart suddenly started pounding. "With Kim Junayang? Yeah, just give him a chance, sis." Inju grew angry at the imaginary Seo Yoon. "Damn it, Seo Yoon, you're annoying me. I didn't even say anything." Feeling both helpless and exhausted, Inju collapsed onto the bed. She opened her phone and browsed through posts on that account. Inju read the advice she found. "When you feel lost and don't understand what your heart wants, calm down and close your eyes for a moment. The first person you think of when you're confused is the person your heart truly loves." Inju followed the instructions, closing her eyes and thinking. Naturally, Seo Yoon's figure appeared in her mind. The moment his image began to emerge, Inju quickly sprang up. "What is wrong with me? Seo Yoon?" It was supposed to be Kim Junayang. Inju fell into deep thought again. Isn't it normal to feel happy when someone confesses to you? If I can't even sort out my own thoughts, then the answer is already perfectly clear. Inju. She walked closer and looked at Kim Junayang's jacket. "If you've made up your mind, answer him quickly." After that, Inju quickly left the house. Outside, dusk had already begun to fall. A figure was slowly walking over. Kim Junayang cheerfully approached Inju, who was sitting there. sees Inju. Inju looked at Kim Junayang with an awkward expression. She handed the jacket to him. Thank for the jacket. He happily took it from her. No problem. Inju hesitated slightly, unable to say it. Kim Junayang looked at her troubled expression. I'm sorry. I thought about it, and I can't see you as more than a friend. Thank you for the feelings you. Before Inju could finish, Kim Junayang interrupted her. Is it because of Seo Yoon? Inju looked up at him in surprise. I noticed it myself. After all, the two of you went home together yesterday. Inju hurriedly explained in confusion. No, Seo, Yoon has nothing to do with this. He was only worried about me yesterday. Maybe other people misunderstood our relationship. But you like Seo Yoon, don't you? Inju froze slightly. I should have said no. I should have simply said that we're close friends. Inju clenched her hands tightly. If I don't have feelings for him, then why have I been thinking about him nonstop since yesterday? Seeing Inju hesitate and say nothing, Kim Junayang already understood everything. So that's how it is. Kim Junayang looked at Inju and said smugly, actually, I asked him that question too. He said he didn't have even the slightest feelings for you. He said you were just a friend. You probably think I'm saying this because I'm jealous, but I think you should know. Inju stared at him in shock. To me, a guy who pretends not to notice someone else's feelings isn't a good person either. Inju looked at Kim Junayang in surprise, and the two stared at each other for a while. Inju still couldn't believe what he had said. Are the two of them close enough to share something like that with each other? Kim Junayang looked at Inju, who was thinking in a daze. Right, we're nothing more than friends. But Seo Yoon isn't the kind of person Kim Junayang described. Because Seo Yoon likes Arium. Kim Junayang noticed that Inju's expression was growing worse and worse. He took the opportunity to talk about Seo Yoon, trying to make Inju's impression of him worse. Don't let what I said affect you too much. He lightly touched Inju's shoulder, acting sympathetic. I'm just worried about you. Inju, a little angry, brushed his hand off her. Don't pretend to be worried like that. Angry, she pressed her lips tightly together. Inju stood up and left. Now you know we can't even be friends anymore, right? Kim Junayang looked at her in surprise as she walked away. Inju felt deeply uncomfortable. She couldn't believe Kim Junayang would speak about Seo Yoon like that behind his back. How irritating. When she returned home, Inju began removing her makeup. As she did, she angrily cursed in her heart. Why am I so upset? Why did I bother putting on makeup to meet someone like him? Inju clenched her fists, resenting Kim Junayang as she recalled what he had said about Seo Yoon. He said he didn't have even the slightest feelings for you. You're just a friend. Inju threw the cotton pad into the trash. What is this? I wasn't even the one who confessed. So why does it feel like I'm the one who got rejected? She leaned back tiredly. She began thinking about Kim Junayang's words. Did Seo Yoon really say that about me? You should have at least said I was a close senior. A close senior. Inju clutched her shirt tightly. Looks like I really do like Seo Yoon. Inju fell into deep thought, looking down at her own hands. Even if I realize it now, what good does it do? There's no way for me to confess. Inju thought hard. Besides, I still have to help Seo Yoon with Arium. Inju felt that things might become even worse if Seo Yoon found out. We might end up saying goodbye to each other completely, just like what happened between Kim Junayang and me. I don't want that to happen. Inju picked up her phone and looked at it. It'll be better if I just act normal. Then, the moment she looked at her phone, Inju suddenly sprang up. Your birthday. Meanwhile, Seo Yoon was sitting at his desk. He stared at his phone in silence. It was a message from Gio. Are the exam results out yet? Seo Yoon was about to reply when Inju suddenly called. As soon as he picked up, the person on the other end shouted loudly, "Hello. Happy birthday." Seo Yoon flinched and pulled the phone away from his ear. Yes. Only then did Seo Yoon remember. My birthday. You said it on Kakao Talk, didn't you? She smiled in relief. Just hearing his voice makes my heart feel so much calmer. Thank you. Inju cheerfully talked to Seo Yoon. I'm the first one to wish you happy birthday, right? Yes. Great. Inju suddenly fell silent, thought for a moment, then said, let's meet tomorrow. No, I mean today. Wait, do you have any plans? Why didn't you say anything about your birthday? Inju excitedly talked to Seo Yoon about his birthday. I was so surprised when I saw the notification. Seo Yoon was a little flustered by Inju's excitement. Calm down, sis. Why are you the one getting so excited about it? Hearing him say that, Inju realized her behavior had been a little too obvious. What about your schedule? I don't have plans with anyone. Seo Yoon had said exactly what Inju wanted to hear, and she had already mapped out the next plan for his birthday. I rarely celebrate my birthday. If I do, I usually just eat at Arium's house, though they don't prepare anything in advance. Inju was a little disappointed. Eat with Arium's family? Are you their son-in-law or something? Seo Yoon didn't understand what she meant. No, it's nothing. So that means you're not busy, right? Then let's meet. Okay, I'll be free by 4 in the afternoon. Okay, then let's have dinner first. All right. After ending the call, Inju placed her phone on the table. She was excitedly looking forward to her upcoming date with Seo Yoon. Great, maybe they'll celebrate like they do every year, but this year, there's no way I'll let that happen. Inju lay down on the sofa and thought, but her face quickly flushed red. My heart is beating so fast. Was I ever like this when I was with Jerem? Inju remembered Jerem. Back then, I was only 20. We started dating right away, skipping the whole process of getting to know each other. Since it was my first time, it passed as quickly as the wind. Inju's face showed a hint of thought as she recalled Jerem. Wait, before, whenever I thought about Jerem, I would feel sad. Why don't I feel anything now? Maybe this is what people mean when they say a new love fills the emptiness left by an old one. Startled, Inju sat bolt upright. She quickly went to get ready for her meeting with Seo Yoon. This isn't the time to be spacing out. What should I wear? When dusk fell over the city center, Inju looked around anxiously, searching for Seo Yoon. From afar, she spotted Seo Yoon standing there waiting for her. Seo Yoon was absorbed in looking at his phone while he waited. When Inju saw him, her heart pounded, and both of her cheeks flushed red with shyness and nervousness. Come on, Inju, why are you so restless? She walked step by step towards Seo Yoon. When Seo Yoon saw that Inju had arrived, he turned to look at her. You're here. Seo Yoon scrolled on his phone, searching. What should we eat? What do you want to eat? Inju was still a little nervous. I don't know. What about you? I can't think of anything either. Then, brightening up, Inju introduced a restaurant she often went to. Then let's go to a place I usually eat at. I'll treat you to a proper meal. After that, the two went to the restaurant Inju recommended. But when they arrived, there was a closed sign hanging on the door. Inju was disappointed. She peered into the restaurant through the glass door from outside. I don't have a backup plan. Then should we just go home? No. Inju ran ahead, turning back as she called to him. I guess there's no other choice. It's still a little early, but let's eat cake first. Soon after, the two arrived at the bakery. Seo Yoon looked at the cake in amazement. Seo Yoon blushed, moved, and covered his mouth. I'm so touched. Deeply moved, Seo Yoon turned and asked Inju, when did you order this? Just this morning. Inju had imagined the two of them going to pick up Seo Yoon's birthday cake together, so she felt a little awkward. Inju's original plan had been for them to eat together first, then for her to bring out the cake as a surprise and give it to Seo Yoon. Picking up the cake together is kind of weird, but Inju happily watched Seo Yoon excitedly receive the cake. Still, seeing him this happy is enough for me. After that, the two left the bakery. Seo Yoon happily looked at the cake in his hands. Let's blow out the candles at the restaurant. Inju pointed at the park beside them. Wait, let's blow out the candles in the park. Inju said excitedly, sit over there and hold the cake. I'll take a picture for you. Isn't that a little dangerous? Inju didn't pay attention to what Seo Yoon said and quickly pulled him over. It's fine. We're not children. The two sat on a nearby stone bench and took out the cake. This cake looks amazing. I made the right choice, didn't I? Yes. Inju placed the cake on her lap and turned to the side to take out a knife to cut it, but she accidentally made the cake slide off her legs. Wait, the knife. Inju shouted in panic. Catch it! Seo Yoon quickly caught the cake, but it was already ruined. The cake was saved. Inju looked at the cake she had ruined in disappointment and blamed herself. Gong Inju, you idiot. That cake was expensive. She stammered an apology. I'm sorry. Seo Yoon licked the cream from his hand. He smiled and comforted her. It's okay. It tastes really good. Inju looked at Seo Yoon with tears in her eyes, touched. Do you have any tissues? Wait, I'll go find some. She immediately dashed off to find napkins. Why is nothing going right today? I just wanted him to have a happy birthday. It's all because I've never taken the initiative before. Jerem was always the one who took care of me and handled everything. Inju ran into the public restroom. Only then did she suddenly realize that even on Jerem's birthday, she had been the one he took care of. Inju comforted herself. It's fine. I'm just not used to it. The most important thing is that I change from now on. Then she returned to the same spot and handed the tissues to Seo Yoon. Here are the tissues. Thank you. Actually, I already ate a little. Here. Looking at Seo Yoon, Inju felt somewhat comforted. Then let's save cutting the cake until after we taste it. It's really good. He's saying that on purpose, so I won't feel embarrassed, isn't he? How about we go to a place I like? After that, the two went to a restaurant called Vinoretta. It was a very elegant restaurant. This place looks great, right? Then the two found seats and sat down to look at the menu. The soup and pasta are absolutely amazing here. Seo Yoon smiled as he watched her looking so cheerful. Do you come here often? Jerem always. Suddenly, she stopped as soon as she realized it. Why did I mention Jerem in front of Seo Yoon? Inju forced a smile and tried to avoid it. I mean, I used to come here with my ex-boyfriend. I shouldn't talk about my ex in front of the guy I like, right? Inju glanced at Seo Yoon to see his reaction. But Seo Yoon remained calm and kept looking at the menu. Is he angry? Why did his expression suddenly change? There's something I want to tell you. Inju's heart suddenly started pounding harder. Seo Yoon said quietly, about Arium. Arium, right? Inju forced a smile and said, you'd probably be really happy if you came here to eat with her, wouldn't you? I mean, I am curious, but I don't want to hear it. I'm not ready. Inju forced a smile as she looked at Seo Yoon. I bet she'd really like it, since this place is amazing. Cease. From now on, you don't have to help me anymore. You're saying I don't have to help you anymore? Inju grew more anxious when she heard Seo Yoon say that. Fine, I won't pretend to be your girlfriend anymore, but I can still give you advice, right? Seo Yoon said calmly. You don't have to do that either. The atmosphere between the two suddenly grew silent and suffocating. Inju felt uncomfortable and wronged inside. What is this? Do you think I help you because it makes me happy? I'm doing it for your sake. Inju looked at Seo Yoon unhappily, but Seo Yoon only sighed. He looked at her and said, I don't like Arium anymore. Inju froze in surprise. Suddenly, a server came to their table. Are you ready to order? Inju stopped the server. We're not ready yet. Then Inju panicked and shouted loudly in front of Seo Yoon. What do you mean you don't like her anymore? Why so suddenly? Are you serious? Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon answered awkwardly, yes. Inju covered her mouth in surprise, as if she couldn't believe it. Although she appeared sad and shocked on the outside, deep down, she was actually delighted. No, Inju, don't smile. But why did you suddenly change your mind? Was he rejected by her? No way. They barely even meet. If this is true, then Inju happily imagined a future where Seo Yoon liked her and realized that she was the one who ruled his heart. Actually, what she wanted to say was, Arium actually likes Senior Jerem. Inju propped up her chin and looked regretful. Really? So that was the reason. Inju asked again, but that is not exactly news to us, is it? Why are you suddenly giving up? Seo Yoon stayed silent for a moment and thought. Inju's face gradually became more surprised. I realize that I no longer feel jealous when I hear that from Arium. Seo Yoon's face looked a little sad, disappointed, and curious. There had to be some reason why he was not jealous. If only it were me now. Inju quickly changed the subject. All right, let's eat first. By the time they finished eating, it was already late at night. The two of them walked down the street. They both said, at the same time, as if they had something to say. The two looked at each other in confusion. You go first. No, you go first. Inju looked at Seo Yoon, a little hesitant. About Junai. You turned him down, right, Inju? Inju looked at Seo Yoon in surprise, not understanding how he knew about it. How do you know that? Obviously, because you're not comfortable around him. Inju gave an awkward smile as she understood. Oh, I see. Inju found it a little hard to say. Actually, when I was thinking it over, I kept thinking about you. Seo Yoon looked at Inju with surprise, mixed with embarrassment. Inju forced a smile and hurriedly explained, trying not to let Seo Yoon misunderstand. I mean, it was nothing. It is just that I had promised to help you before. You understand, right? Yes, I understand. That is how it was. Oh, and Junai also said some unpleasant things. He said he had talked to you before. What did you two talk about? I did not know the two of you had that kind of conversation. Yes, we talked at the party. Inju turned back in surprise and asked, what? Then why did you not tell me? Was it on the day he confessed? Yes. I knew he wanted to confess to you when he asked me about you, because he thought we seemed close. Inju waited for Seo Yoon to continue. So what did you say? I said that we were just friends. Inju felt a little disappointed that Seo Yoon, the person she secretly liked, only saw her as friend. So what Junai said was true. What was I even expecting? I thought Seo Yoon would not talk about me to someone else. Inju tightened her grip on the strap of her handbag in discomfort. I did not know which part disappointed me more. The fact that he said I was nothing more than a friend, or the fact that he talked about me with someone else. Inju looked to see Seo Yoon's reaction. But it is not Seo Yoon's fault. It is my fault for expecting too much. The two fell silent again, and neither of them said another word. This is hard. Just a few days ago, we were still talking happily with each other. After realizing I liked him, I kept hoping, and now those very expectations are making me suffer. They're making me regret what I said. Seo Yoon. He looked at her, who remained silent and said nothing. Then he spoke first. Inju, thank you for celebrating my birthday with me. I was really happy. Inju forced a smile and waved goodbye to Seo Yoon. It was nothing. Then make sure you finish the rest of the cake. After that, the two parted ways there. Inju watched Seo Yoon leave first, carrying the cake box. A while later, Inju also returned home. She tossed her handbag aside and collapsed tiredly onto her bed, staring up at the ceiling. Calm down first. He no longer likes Arium. That means this is my chance to get closer to him, slowly but surely. I will just text him normally first. Inju took out her phone and sent Seo Yoon a message first. You got home, right? A while later, Seo Yoon replied, yes, I just got home. Inju smiled happily as she looked at the message Seo Yoon had sent her. Let's start over. Meanwhile, on Seo Yoon's side, he was still holding his phone after replying to Inju's message. His face was full of thoughts he could not say aloud. His cheeks were slightly flushed as he looked at the message Inju had sent him. 3 weeks later, at the bus stop. Just as Inju arrived at the stop, the bus stopped to pick up passengers and then began moving again. Inju looked at the messages on her phone. I cannot come today. Why? I have exams this week. If I had known, I would have just stayed home too. Inju looked exhausted, drained, and lifeless. His replies are short, and he takes forever too. Is there any hope left for me? The next day, the bus came back the other way. Out of habit, Inju looked up toward the door of the bus and accidentally saw Kim Junai. When he turned his head, he also met Inju's eyes. But both of them acted as if they did not know each other. He quickly brushed past Inju. Inju did not even bother glancing at him. I do not want to sit near you either. Inju looked out the window, tired and gloomy. It reminds me that June was not always so cold to me either. It was like that during the volunteer work too. Inju recalled the time they volunteered. She had been happily taking care of child there. Then suddenly, a hand held out a card to her. Inju. She turned around in confusion and looked at Kim Junayang as he said cheerfully, can you buy some more origami paper? Inju got angry that he dared to order her around. Who do you think you are, telling someone else what to do? That jerk. Seo Yoon picked up the card on the table and took the responsibility upon himself. I will do it. Then Seo Yoon left. Kim Junayang looked a little disappointed that Seo Yoon had interrupted. Inju looked awkwardly at Seo Yoon as he left. After that, she sent him a message to thank him. Thank you. Yes. Another short reply. He keeps ignoring me, except for the things he has to do. It is as if the distance between us is growing wider and wider. How did things become like this after his birthday? I do not understand him. Inju clenched her hand in frustration. Is it because my feelings are too obvious? He must have noticed and started avoiding me. It hurts so much, but what can I do? It is not Seo Yoon's fault that he does not like me. If I hide these feelings, can our relationship go back to the way it was before? A while later, at the childcare center, everyone in a room looked serious. Yusoi looked at everyone solemnly. The reason I called everyone here is... Inju looked tensely at Yusoi, waiting for her next words. Yusoi slammed 2 posters onto the table. Because Christmas is in 2 weeks. Coincidentally, our volunteer work will also end on Christmas Day. So I want everyone to do their best and contribute ideas. For Christmas or for class activities? For both. We still have activities on Saturday, and the Christmas party is on Sunday. Kim Junayang took out his phone to search. How about decorating the classroom? We can use candles. One member of the volunteer group also spoke up. Or make gifts for the parents. Not just ordinary cards, but something a little different. Yusoi listened to everyone's opinions and wrote them down. That sounds good. Maybe we can make paper decorations too. Yes. Yusoi turned to look at her and asked, Inju, what about you? Inju was startled when her name was called. Do you have any other ideas? Inju thought for a moment. From what I have seen, the kids seem happier when there is food. So what about waffles or some kind of cake? It suits Christmas, right? Kim Junayang propped up his chin and looked unconvinced. Is that not a bit too? We do not even have an oven here. But the female volunteer next to her agreed with Inju's idea. I think that is a great idea. Kim Junayang looked at the girl who had just spoken in confusion. We do not need to actually make it. To keep it simple, we can just buy cakes and decorate them together. Yusoi also agreed with that idea and wrote it down. Right. The children will be happier if they get to eat cakes they decorated themselves. Inju was surprised that she supported her. What? She is supporting me? Does anyone else agree? Everyone raised their hands at once. It is my idea anyway, so why vote? There are only 4 people here. Well, we cannot do anything about that. Everyone else is absent because they have exams this week. All right, then we agree on buying cakes. As for the gifts, everyone discussed it together. They did not finish work until late. Inju, Kim Junayang, and the others walked down the street. Christmas gifts, huh? How cute. I also want to buy something for Songyu. Inju thought deeply. What should I buy? He would probably like something related to the game he plays, right? Inju suddenly stopped as she remembered. I should ask Seo Yoon to go shopping with me. Inju happily and excitedly took out her phone and prepared to message Seo Yoon. It might be a little awkward to talk about personal matters, but this is for work, so it will not be awkward. Inju sent Seo Yoon a message. I just finished. We had a meeting about Christmas today. We need to buy gifts for the kids. Do you want to come with me? Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon replied immediately. Yes. When? Also, what kind of gifts? Inju breathed a sigh of relief. Thank God. He still replies when it is about this. Inju's expression suddenly became gloomy as she thought about Seo Yoon. Still, it really makes me sad that he only replies when I talk about things like this. Inju comforted herself and quickly returned home. It is fine. Just going back to being close friends like before is enough. At a stationery store, items were displayed on the shelves. Get 70 off when you bring your membership card. Inju was hesitating as she chose gifts for Christmas. She was torn between a mug and set of cards, not knowing which to buy. Personally, I like the mug more, but the kids would probably like the cards, right? Wait, Seo Yoon appeared. He asked her, "Why did you not answer your phone?" Inju was delighted to see him. "Oh, you are here?" Seo Yoon asked her, "Where is everyone else?" She showed him the mug and the card set she had just picked out. "Come take a look. Which one do you think would suit Seongyu better?" He thought for a long while. Seonggu, the cards, I guess. She agreed too, right? She decided to choose a nice set of cards. "Then I will buy this." Seo Yoon wondered, "Are you buying gifts for the other children too?" She immediately denied it. "No, this is my personal gift." He asked her, "If that is the case, can I go home?" Inju was surprised. Seo Yoon explained to her, "I have another exam tomorrow. I came here because I wanted to help everyone buy the gifts since I could not attend the meeting earlier. But if it is a personal gift, you can buy it on your own, right?" Inju felt helpless. What is this? He is right, but it still makes me so irritated. She still tried to keep Seo Yoon there. "You are right, but since you are already here." His indifferent response came back to her. "I'm going home." Inju was truly angry. Inju looked sadly at Seo Yoon's back as he walked out of the store. She slammed her hand down on the checkout counter in anger. The employee was bewildered, not understanding what had happened. "Damn it, I am angry. That is enough. This is more than enough. I do not want to keep trying so hard all by myself." She told herself, "Fine, then I will not care about you anymore either." 2 weeks later, at the child care center, everything for the Christmas celebration was ready. Yusoi called everyone over. "Let's decorate for Christmas together. We will divide up the tasks, okay? Who wants to decorate the windows?" Everyone volunteered for their tasks. Me. In one corner, Inju whispered to Seongyu, "Let's choose something a little easy." Seongyu asked her the tree. She happily approved. On the other side, Hannah asked Seo Yoon, "Teacher, which one are you choosing?" She called him several times, but received no response. Hannah noticed that Seo Yoon was staring blankly toward Inju. The little girl shook her head once, looking as if she understood life. "Teacher, did you fight with Inju?" He turned back and denied it. "No," the little girl thought for a moment. Over there, Inju and Seongyu had volunteered to decorate the tree. "We want to decorate the tree." Suddenly, Hannah pulled Seo Yoon's hand and shouted, "We do too." Inju and Seo Yoon looked at each other awkwardly. Meanwhile, Hannah smiled mischievously. Seo Yoon brought the decorations over next to the tree. Clack! Inju looked at the tree and exclaimed, "Wow, it is pretty big." The little girl spoke quickly. "Teacher, you two decorate the top. Seongyu and I will decorate the bottom." Inju agreed and turned to ask him, "Can you hold the end?" Then she suddenly thought better of it. "Right, I was supposed to ignore Seo Yoon." She said, "I will do it myself." Seo Yoon hurriedly grabbed the ribbon. "Let's do it together." She looked at Seo Yoon and thought, "Why do you have to be so dazzlingly handsome? Do you know your face makes it hard for me to ignore you?" Hannah smiled brightly as she watched the two of them decorate the tree. "Over here." Seo Yoon asked for confirmation here, a little higher. After some time decorating, the tree was finished. "Whoa, it is done." Inju felt that all their effort had been worth it. "It is so pretty." Everyone called them over. "Kids, snack time." Seongyu and Hannah ran off. "Yes, we are coming." Inju turned to Seo Yoon and said, "The tree is really pretty, right?" Seo Yoon replied, "Yes." "Oh, I almost forgot the most important thing." She took a star out of the box. She kept standing on tiptoe, but could not reach the top of the tree. "I cannot reach." He took the star from her hand. "I will do it." With his height, he easily placed the star on top of the tree. Inju tugged on Seo Yoon's sleeve. "There is something I want to tell you." Inju was tugging on Seo Yoon's sleeve when Hannah and Seongyu suddenly came running over beside them with a plate of sweets. Hannah said politely, "Teacher, I brought snacks." "Oh, it is nothing." The little girl noticed the atmosphere between them and hurriedly pulled Seongyu away. The boy wondered, Inju let go of Seo Yoon and turned to stop the two children. "Thank you. Then let's eat together." They ate the plate of sweets the two children had brought. Hannah complained gloomily. That was a complete failure. Inju said to the little girl, "Hannah here." She took out a carefully and beautifully wrapped gift bag. The little girl accepted the gift and asked, "What is this?" Inju replied cheerfully, "It is a gift from me." The little girl opened the gift with a bright expression. "Wow, a set of cards." Seongyu beside her also happily held up his gift and admired it. "Wow, Inju asked the children, "Do you like them?" The two children nodded happily again and again. "Thank you for being such good kids over the past 2 months." Song-yu, who had been happily waiting, suddenly became sad. The boys sniffled. "Thank you too, teacher." Inju spoke up. Thank you." Inju took out her phone, wanting to record him. "Wait a second. Let me record it first." "Say it again." Song-yu shyly refused. No, she still wanted to tease Song-yu. Why not? Just once. Co-Yoon had been sitting there silently listening the whole time. Time gradually passed. Everyone finished decorating everything for the Christmas celebration. The room became dazzling. Everyone chatted happily and ate sweets. Yusoi spoke up, drawing everyone's attention. "Everyone, may I have your attention? Today is the last day the teachers will be here. We have made so many good memories together over the past 2 months, right? We all want to stay with you longer, but unfortunately, our time is up. So now it is time for us to say goodbye." The children, who had been happily eating sweets, looked surprised. The children's faces were blank. One by one, the little ones rushed into Yusoi's arms and cried, "Do not go, teacher. No, postpone it, teacher." Inju threw down a bag of gifts with a thud. She was dressed as Santa Claus and laughed loudly. Ho, ho, ho. Any child who cries will not get a present. The children fell silent at the sight of this special Santa Claus. They whispered to one another, "That is teacher Inju, right? Who else could it be? Then should we call her Grandma Claus?" Inju remembered the day they drew lots to decide who would take on the role of Santa, and she was furious. "This is exactly why I did not want to be Santa." Still, she laughed cheerfully and played her role properly. Any child who keeps guessing the identity hidden behind this white beard will not receive a present either. Yusoi introduced her. "Now then, Santa, the Christmas fairy will hand out presents to you. Line up, everyone." Inju handed out the gifts to the children one by one. "Here, thank you." A child stared at Inju. She wondered, "Can I hug you, teacher?" Inju was moved. "Of course. Come here." She gave the little girl a loving hug. Inju continued handing out gifts to everyone. When she turned around, she saw the children clinging to Co-Yoon. "I want to hug you too, teacher." "Me too," Inju said sulkily. "Hey, only Mrs. Santa Claus gives out free hugs." They all took photos together as keepsakes, with very cute captions. A star-filled night sky had fallen. They held a party at a pub. One member of the group noticed Yusoi. "She looks like she's about to cry. Do you need a tissue, leader?" Yusoi answered, "No, not over here." Inju was draining the glass of beer in her hand. The person beside her said cheerfully, what a relief. It's finally over." Inju set the empty beer glass down on the table with a clack. She was pouring more beer into her glass when Co-Yoon stopped her. "Don't drink anymore." "Drunk," Inju protested. "Who do you think you are?" The girl beside her took the beer bottle from her hand and said, "Give it here. I'll pour it for you, little one." Then she poured beer into Inju's glass. Inju said to the girl, "You're younger than me, you know." A guy sitting beside the girl stopped them. "Don't drink anymore." "Hey, give that back, Co-Yoon." Co-Yoon looked at them and sighed helplessly. One member tried to comfort Yusoi, who was sniffling and crying. "We can go there again next year." Then they asked Co-Yoon, "Co-Yoon, you'll join again next year too, right?" Co-Yoon answered, No, Inju immediately asked, "Why not?" She leaned in, grabbed him by the collar, and asked, "Why won't you join?" He realized she was drunk. "Are you drunk?" She asked him, "Is it because of me?" He was startled. "What does that have to do with you?" Inju, looking as if she might cry, asked him, "You're not going to see me anymore after this volunteer work is over, are you? You don't want to see me at all anymore, right? I'm right, aren't I?" The atmosphere around them suddenly went silent. Completely drunk, Inju clung to Co-Yoon. "You don't want to see me anymore at all, right?" Gripping his shirt tightly, she sought confirmation. "I'm right, aren't I?" Co-Yoon was flustered. He glanced at the blank stares of everyone watching them. Inju urged Co-Yoon, "I'm right, aren't I? Hurry up and answer." Then Co-Yoon said, "Calm down first." Inju asked, "Am I embarrassing you? Is that it?" Co-Yoon stood up and suggested, "Let's go outside and talk." Then the two of them left the pub together. Hyun-Yu felt awkward. "I shouldn't have asked." Outside, Inju was dead drunk and staggering. Co-Yoon reminded her, "You drank way too much." "Not in her right mind," Inju said, "but I'm not drunk." Inju staggered and lost her balance, and Co-Yoon reached out in time to catch her. Co-Yoon complained, "You can't even walk straight." Seeing her lower her head, Co-Yoon called softly, "Inju." Inju fell against his chest. She confessed, "I like you." Her face was filled with sadness as she said, "You already knew, didn't you, that I like you? Is that why you've been avoiding me? Because I'm making you feel pressured?" Inju grabbed Co-Yoon's shirt and questioned him. "I thought you liked me too." Feeling crushed, she asked, "Did I misunderstand?" But Co-Yoon only answered her with silence. Taking hold of her wrist, he said coldly, yes. The moment she received that answer, Inju seemed to fall into an endless silence, a suffocating emptiness, as if the whole world had suddenly slipped out of her hands. Avoiding his eyes, she said, I don't know how you feel, but with the way I feel right now, I won't be able to be friends with you anymore. She turned away. I'm going home. Worried about her safety, CEO Yoon offered to take her home. Inju turned her face away and quietly refused. Don't do that, or I'll misunderstand again. And just like that, she walked straight home. The next morning, sunlight shining into the room woke Inju up. She shuddered as she remembered what had happened the day before. Thinking about how she had confessed her feelings to Seo Yoon, she was utterly humiliated. She scolded herself. Why on earth did I suddenly go and confess? Then she felt a pang because she had been rejected in such a short amount of time. Picking up her phone and looking at it, she felt hurt. Today is Christmas, and yet I'm sitting here like this. I shouldn't have confessed. At least then we could still have been friends and spent Christmas together. But then she accepted it. No, this is better. It's better than making myself keep spinning around in that mess. Everything will be fine. Just as she thought that, her stomach growled with hunger. She got out of bed. I should find something to eat first. After ordering food, she ate greedily. Do I really have to go out partying on Christmas? Eating alone is happiness enough. Back then, Jerem always stopped by and cooked for me. Then we'd watch movies together. She held her head and snapped herself out of it. No, forget it. Please forget all of it. Don't tell me I only wanted someone to replace Jerem. Are my feelings for CEO Yoon just because I'm too lonely? Even when I'm trying to change, suddenly, she shot to her feet. Clutching the chicken drumstick in her hand, she resolved, I have to do something to prove that being alone is fine too. Inju firmly believed it. She wholeheartedly embraced the ancestral belief that food was what kept one going. Inju tossed a stack of documents onto the table. Let's make a plan for this winter. What I should do next is keep studying. I won't join the previous activity. Let's look for some nearby ones. What activities are there? 3 weeks later, at the social welfare center, Inju was playing with a little child. When she was about to place the bathtub model down, someone shouted, no. The little girl protested. The bathtub has to go there. Don't take it away. Inju reasoned. Can't the bathtub be here too? Since there's also a toilet. Before she could finish speaking, she turned and saw the little girl staring at her. The girl buried her face on the table and shouted, you don't understand anything. Inju was flustered. Did I do something wrong just now? She soothed the little girl. Don't cry. Yoonji, listen to me, okay? Yoonji raised her head and demanded that Inju apologize. Suddenly, a voice spoke up. What happened? It was Yang-eun. Seeing Yang-eun appear, Yoonji threw herself into her arms. With tears in her eyes, Yoonji complained to Yang-eun, that teacher just does whatever she wants. And after doing it, she didn't even apologize to me. Yang-eun stroked her head and comforted her. Moonmosa, you must have been really upset. Yang-eun could only look helplessly at Inju's dejected expression. After that, the two of them talked privately. Yang-eun said, no, it wasn't your fault, so why should you apologize? When things like that happen, just close your eyes, let it slide, and apologize. It makes everything easier. Anger flared up inside Inju. It's not that I didn't want to apologize. It's just that I was afraid if I kept ignoring things like that, the kids would be stubborn like that with the other teachers too. Yang-eun said, why are you getting angry at me? Realizing her mistake, Inju could only apologize. Inju sighed. I just can't do those empty words. Yang-eun replied, well, it's not like everyone could do that easily. Inju exclaimed, how can teacher Yang-eun stay so calm? I admire you so much. It really must be a gift from heaven. Yang-eun said calmly, let's see. Teacher Inju just needs a bit of determination. She explained, because you take the work too seriously, you can't say those empty words. When I work, I don't put my emotions into it. That's why I can just let things pass. So that's how it is. Yang-eun stood up and reminded Inju to rest. She said, I'll take care of the kids for today. You haven't even had time to write your work report yet. Yang-eun's kindness moved Inju. Yang-eun said, taking notes is part of the job too, you know. Inju happily invited Yang-eun out to eat once work was done. That evening, they went to eat at a hot ribs restaurant. Inju said excitedly, 1 week. Just 1 more week, and we're free. Yang-eun said, the younger kids are easier to handle, aren't they? Inju replied, yeah, though things like what happened earlier still happen. Dealing with middle and high schoolers is really exhausting. They keep tossing me around, and the adults too. Suddenly, Inju's mood sank. Yang-eun asked, are those people still calling you? Inju hurriedly denied it. Inju said politely, I know I've said it already, but thank you so much for switching partners for me. Don't talk about that anymore. If it were the other way around, you would have done the same for me. Inju smiled happily. She thought to herself, I'm glad Yang-eun is here. Aside from the two of them, I don't really have any other connections in the department. I never expected to meet a junior from my department here. She looked at her fondly. What kind kid? Seeing Inju's strange attitude, Yang-eun said, Why are you suddenly looking at me like that? The only thing was that she was a little too straightforward. When Inju got home, she immediately sprawled out on the sofa. Remembering something, she opened her phone to check it. She was hoping for some new update from Seo-yoon. Deep down, Inju really wanted to see his face. Suddenly realizing something, she looked at a photo on his page and thought, I thought keeping myself busy would make me forget. Why can't I give up? Am I feeling regretful because I can't date him? Since I confessed, I haven't heard anything about him at all. Inju told herself she could not contact him first. I can't act like a proper senior with my feelings like this. What should I do? Back then, it was almost like I was threatening him into dating me. She reassured herself. Stop it, Inju. Phew. Use Yang-eun as an example and clear your mind. She was about to do her assignment, but then she received a notification on her phone. Inju wondered suspiciously, could it be? At that moment, Inju was extremely surprised. She stared intently at the message section on her phone. Then she threw her phone onto the sofa. Are you serious? At the social welfare center, Inju turned around when she heard someone call Senior. It was Yang-eun carrying a box behind her. She asked, Are you going to the freshman welcome party? While wiping down a cabinet, Inju said, There's still some time before the semester starts, isn't there? Yang-eun looked at Inju and said, True. A friend of mine is on the student council, so she keeps asking me to come. Do you want to go with me? Still wiping the cabinet, Inju answered hesitantly, Well, I've never gone to department student events before. I don't want to make things awkward for myself. Yang-eun turned around, carrying the box, and said, Oh, that'll be fine. People from other universities will be stopping by too, so you could just come hang out. Inju just said, Then she said softly, I guess that's fine. Yang-eun looked at Inju and said, We're going to eat grilled entrails. As soon as Inju heard that, she said, I love meat. And so, 1 month later, at the heavenly beef tripe restaurant, Inju sat inside the restaurant with her eyes wide as she looked behind her. Before her was a group of people sitting and eating. Among them was Seo-yoon. That's Seo-yoon, right? His face looked faintly sad, his eyes lowered. Inju thought, It's true that I wanted to see him again. But in a place like this? Yang-eun spoke up then. He's dazzlingly handsome, isn't he? She looked toward Inju and teased. Are you totally smitten with him? Why don't you go over and talk to him? Inju suddenly blushed. Resting her chin on her hand, she sighed and said, That's the person I told you about. The younger guy who's painfully good-looking. When Yang-eun heard that, she slammed the table and stood up, shouting, Wait, that's him. Inju looked at her and said quietly, Keep your voice down, or he'll look over here. Yang-eun said innocently, Oh, he already did. Inju's eyes immediately darted over. This way. Seo-yoon had seen her. Surprise was clear on his face. But Inju could only stay silent, her eyes still unable to leave him. Yang-eun sensed that the atmosphere between them was somehow unusual, so she said, Oh my gosh, why are you still sitting there? Go talk to him. Inju quickly turned back and said, I can't. Did you forget? I got friend-zoned. While drinking water, Yang-eun said, So what? Yang-eun calmly drank as she spoke, then shrugged. You're acting like you committed a crime. If you like him, then you like him. A girl accompanied by another guy walked over. She said, Are you sitting alone? Yang-eun turned around and smiled brightly. Oh, you're here. She immediately gestured toward Inju and introduced her naturally. I'm not sitting alone. Senior Inju is here too. She's in our department. Hearing that, the girl tilted her head in confusion. Senior? Then she raised a hand to her chin, looking as if she was thinking. Inju? Then she suddenly exclaimed as if she had realized something. Pointing at Inju, she asked, Oh, I know. You're the pretty senior who's always sleeping and looking at her phone, right? Being praised, Inju was a little surprised. She raised a hand to her face to hide her reddening cheeks and replied politely, Oh, pretty? Thank you. Basi de hair, Yang-eun si gid helplessly. What happened to the rest of that sentence? The girl cheerfully struck up a conversation. I don't remember seeing you last semester. Inju also kept a friendly expression as she answered. I took some time off. I'm returning to school this semester. The girl then exclaimed, Oh, really? Then you'll be in the same classes as us. Inju also smiled and answered gently, Where are you doing your practicum? Deep down, she thought, All right, let's change the subject. Inju quietly turned her face back. In her head, she thought, Besides, I have to show that I'm doing fine. The girl said, As for me, then the whole group raised their glasses. Cheers! holding her glass, her face already a little red from the alcohol. Inju said happily, "Ah, maybe it's because it's been so long since I last drank." Then Inju raised her glass and drank. Afterward, she exclaimed, "That's why it tastes so amazing." The guy sitting beside her agreed, "Same for me." The girl also smiled and replied, "Me too." Then the girl turned and said, "Yang-eun, pour her a little more." "Huh? Where did she go?" Yang-eun finally appeared then, looking exhausted and worn out. "Wow, how much more did everyone drink?" The girl immediately reached out and hugged her tightly, exclaiming, "Yang-eun, where have you been?" At that moment, Inju just sat there watching the two of them with a tender gaze, happily thinking, "Our Yang-eun really is popular." Then Yang-eun gently pushed the girl away and said, "What's with you? I told you I was going to the bathroom." Then she looked over at Inju and said, "Oh, senior, here." Yang-eun handed Inju a small bottle. "This." Inju looked at the little bottle in her hand, her voice full of surprise and emotion. "Yang-eun, are you an angel?" Yang-eun smiled and said, "A super handsome guy asked me to give it to you." Inju opened her eyes wide and looked at her. "Huh." Then she quickly realized something and hurriedly turned around. Just as she thought, Seo-yoon had disappeared. "What? Where did he go?" She immediately stood up in a rush. Yang-eun said, "I think he went home." As Inju ran down the street, she thought, "What is going on?" Fortunately, she saw him up ahead. Without hesitating, she loudly called, "Seo-yoon, stop." Inju ran over to him. Holding the medicine bottle, she asked, "Why did you?" Before she could finish, Seo-yoon spoke. He was still standing with his back to her. In a low voice, he asked, "Can I not do that for you?" Inju looked at him blankly. "What?" He continued, "I don't want that either." "No, it shouldn't be like that." Seo-yoon's hands began to clench tightly, his expression filled with conflict. "It keeps bothering me." She could only stare at him with wide eyes, stunned. Inju took one step forward and lightly touched the hem of his clothes. "What are you talking about?" Seo-yoon slowly turned around. Blushing, she looked up at him without blinking. Seo-yoon's eyes were red, his gaze lowered. Then he said, "I don't want to be apart from you." At the park, Seo-yoon sat on a bench and said, "This is where we came to celebrate my birthday, isn't it?" Inju answered, yes." He continued, "That was the first time I'd ever received such a proper birthday wish." He said, "I just want to go back to that time." She asked, "You mean when I already had a crush on you?" Yoon lowered his head and spoke sadly. "Back to when we could hang out together like before, talk to each other about our problems, and one day, I could celebrate your birthday too." Inju looked at him worriedly, then realized that Yoon was simply too afraid of losing someone he cherished. She asked herself, is it similar to the way he's been devoted to Arium since high school until now? Inju wondered, "Do you want me to be honest with you?" But Yoon remained silent, listening as she continued. "If you want to go back to that time, I can do it." She held onto his shirt and said, "But then I'll start expecting more, and I might flirt with you again." After that, she fell silent. Inju looked at him and wondered, he's not avoiding it. Suddenly, Yoon slumped onto her shoulder, surprising Inju. She looked at Yoon in confusion. He continued leaning against her. She shook him lightly and called, "Yoon." Inju thought, he must be really drunk, right? She sat up and let Yoon rest his head on her shoulder, then thought to herself, I'm only letting this slide because you're cute, okay? After a while, she felt a heaviness on her shoulder. Inju shook Seo-yoon awake. "Hey, wake up and use this, kid." At Inju's apartment, Seo-yoon's shoes and Inju's shoes were scattered messily by the door. Seo-yoon's coat and bag had been taken off. Seo-yoon was lying on the bed, breathing softly and evenly. Inju wiped his sweat with her sleeve and thought, I really had no other choice. She recalled how getting home had gone pretty smoothly, but when she was taking Seo-yoon back, she saw him staggering, unable to stand properly, and asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" He answered, yes. "Thank you again, Nuna. I should have been the one walking you home, though." Inju reassured him, "It's fine. Hurry up and go to your room, okay?" Hearing that, he hesitated and didn't leave. Then he asked a question that shocked Inju. "But what floor do I live on again?" Back in the present, Inju thought, I was worried he'd go into someone else's apartment by mistake. That's why things ended up like this. Seo-yoon shifted, startling her. She silently looked at him with concern. Seo-yoon was still sleeping quietly. Inju looked at him and quietly felt, even when he's asleep, he really is so beautiful. She blinked softly, then reached out as if to touch his face. Sitting there, Inju thought, it's been a while, hasn't it? Since the last time I could look at you this closely. And since the last time we could be in the same space without feeling tense or anything. Inju looked at Seo-yoon and continued thinking, should I do what Seo-yoon wants? Hide these feelings away? No, this might also be another chance to make him fall for me. She silently looked at him. Then she asked herself, but I've always done that with Jerem. Am I really going to let all of that go to waste now? Inju stood up and quietly decided, stop it, Inju, for both of your sakes. Then she tiptoed out of the room and closed the door behind her. Only CEO Yoon remained in the room. He hazily opened his eyes. The next day, at lecture room 408, Inju ran over, stopped, and panted heavily. She stood outside. Seeing the professor walk in, she thought anxiously, what do I do? It's only the first day of class, and I already overslept, damn it. A classmate sitting inside saw her staring from outside and broke into a frightened sweat. Inju slowly opened the classroom door and tiptoed in, telling herself, there's still seats, right? Then she walked to a seat and asked the person beside it, no one's sitting here, right? She stared blankly at the person beside her. Inju realized it was Arium and froze, but still finished her question. No. Inju's heart pounded as she thought in surprise. Han, Arium. Arium widened her eyes. Inju continued thinking, and on top of that, she looked at the person beside Arium. Jerem too. All three of them fell into an awkward state. Inju cried inwardly. How did the seating end up like this? Arium started a conversation. It's been a while. Inju answered hesitantly. Yeah, but just then, the professor suddenly announced, therefore, there will be no exams. Inju anxiously wondered, should I switch to another class? She heard the professor continue. Your midterm and final grades will be evaluated through your group project. Inju quietly decided, I have to switch to another class. And the professor said something that made her freeze. Let's see, 1 table per group should be fine, right? Inju kept praying to switch classes. When class ended, while everyone else was chatting with one another, Inju's table fell into an awkward situation. Inju awkwardly spoke to the guy beside her. Hello, should we introduce ourselves a little? The guy introduced himself. Ook, Im Lee Honu. I'm a second-year math major. Inju replied. I'm a fourth-year social welfare major. My name is Gong Inju. She thought, I'm dropping this class anyway. I might as well make a good first impression. She turned and stared at Arium and Jerem, signaling them. Arium introduced him. This is Jerem, a fourth-year creative writing major. Arium also said, I'm in the same major and year as him. I'm an Audium. Inju looked at the two of them and wondered, come to think of it, Arium said she liked Jerem, didn't she? Is that why they're taking the same class like this? She pondered. Would it sound too awkward to say they're dating? She quietly decided, well, I don't care. I'm not planning to take this class anyway. Then Inju asked, is everyone planning to keep taking this class? Hyunyu was surprised. Pardon, she said, group projects like this are pretty exhausting. She continued, by now, probably half the class will drop the course. He suddenly looked to one side. Hyunyu said, then that'll be pretty tough. When I registered for classes, I realized there weren't that many courses to sign up for this semester. His announcement made Inju freeze. So if you drop it now, you'll be left with nothing, Nuna. Arium asked, you're dropping this class? Inju thought, what the heck? Why does she look so excited? She sighed and said, no, I just mean, no one really likes group projects, right? Arium answered, I like them a lot. Inju laughed angrily and muttered, is that so? She asked herself, why does she keep trying to pick a fight? Arium explained, because the evaluation criteria are pretty clear. As long as everyone does their own part properly, you get a good grade. Inju answered irritably, if it were that easy. Hearing her say that, Arium said, if you're not confident you can do it, then I think skipping this class would be reasonable. Inju was dumbfounded by her words. Inju thought, she's definitely trying to make me throw hands with her, isn't she? Arium asked her, I don't know whether the team will change next week or not, but for now, we still need to divide up the work we'll each be taking on. She introduced her own role. First of all, I'm pretty confident in presentations. Arium looked at Jerem and asked, and Sunbae is very bad at making PowerPoints, so let's assign that to him. He agreed. Then I'll make the PowerPoint. Arium politely replied, I'll research the materials. Inju thought angrily, oh Lord above, you two just want to work together, don't you? Yes. Arium suddenly spoke. Inju immediately continued. Yes, she smiled and said, I'll keep taking this class too, so I'll research additional materials. Inwardly, she cursed, like hell I will. Not long after, Inju shouted loudly, no way. Yang-eun asked in confusion, why are you suddenly yelling? Inju trembled as she looked at her phone and answered, if I drop this class, I won't have enough credits. I won't be able to graduate. Yang-eun siged. That's why you should have gone to class more regularly. Inju sadly rushed over, hugged her, and shouted, what am I supposed to do now? Yang-eun pushed her away and scolded her. What is wrong with you? At the restaurant, Yang-eun exclaimed, wow. She asked, your ex-boyfriend is in the same project group as you? Inju nodded. Exactly. Do you know how horrifying that is? Inwardly, she thought, actually, that's not exactly the only reason. Okay, Yang-eun adfi said hair. I get it, but there's nothing else you can do now. Listen, you just said you don't have enough credits. Inju sighed gloomily. That's true, but young Ewan reasured hair. It'll be fine. You have lots of other things to do. Why waste energy worrying about that stuff? She continued, you still have to write your internship report, prepare for your presentation, and look for a job. Inju held her head and cried, begging, please stop. Young Ewan suddenly wondered, right. What about that handsome guy? She continued, you two went home together, right? Then what happened after that? Inju froze. She lowered her head and hesitated. Actually, Yang-un asked, you took him home, right? Sitting there, Inju flinched and answered, huh? Yeah, or should I have done something else? Hearing that, Yang-un said, no, that's not what I meant. She asked, so what exactly is your relationship with him? She slammed her hand on the table and said loudly. What he said after that was basically a confession. But then he didn't say what he was going to do next. You're not some fish for him to hook and toy with. Inju sighed and answered, CO, you must feel awkward too. She wondered, because he used to lean on me, he probably doesn't want to cut off contact. And he probably doesn't like me enough to date me. Yang-un's face darkened as she questioned her. What kind of saint are you? Inju picked up her water glass and said, anyway, I've already accepted it. She continued, this isn't the time to pay attention to him anymore. You said it yourself. I have a mountain of work right in front of me. Yang-un breathed a sigh of relief. I'm glad you're still okay. You suddenly seemed kind of strange. Inju thought sadly, I'm lonely, but I'm still okay. At Inju's house, she was organizing documents. As she flipped through them, she complained, why are there so many? When am I ever going to finish organizing all this? She suddenly froze. She looked at the file of someone named Park Hyung-jun. Inju thought, the first person I need to pay attention to. She remembered the first time she met Kyung-jun. He lowered his head and fidgeted with his hands. Inju smiled awkwardly. Then she spoke. Hello. Kyung-jun didn't answer and turned away. She thought, he's so shy he can't even look me in the eye. She recalled, he's probably the smallest one in the adult class. Since he doesn't talk much, he reminds me of Seo Yoon. She asked Kyung-jun, there's me today, right? Can you eat a lot? She quietly affirmed to herself, I'm confident I can get closer to him this time. Kyung-jun silently looked at her. Then he answered in a small voice, yes. Hearing that, Inju smiled gently. She remembered, after I started talking to him, the two of us gradually became closer. I'm glad he became more lively than before once we grew closer. Back in the present, Inju was startled by a notification sound from her phone. She quietly realized the group project chat. Arya messaged, no one is switching classes, right? We need to decide on the topic for the presentation, so I think we should meet and discuss it. Hyun-yu replied by message, yes. Inju held her phone and thought angrily, this is such a pain. Then she sighed and quietly decided, what can I do? I have to do it. She messaged the group, got it. At the cafe, Aryum, Jerem, and Hyun-yu had already sat down at a table. Inju opened the cafe door and stepped inside. She walked over and said awkwardly, sorry I'm late. She sat down at the table in embarrassment. Aryum suddenly said, Inju, you're always late, aren't you? She reminded her, please come on time next time. Inju twirled a lock of hair around her finger and muttered, it just took me quite a while to get ready. Anyway, being late is my fault. She looked around the table and quietly realized, yeah, I guess I overdid it a bit. Aryum said, in the next class, we'll just have a simple discussion. She said, but we'll have to submit a report at the end of class, right? So I think it'd be better to prepare the materials in advance. Inju asked, huh? How could you know what we'll be studying next class and prepare for it ahead of time? Aryum answered, it's on the class schedule. Inju looked at the materials and answered in confusion, oh, right. She said, huh? But the professor also said he'd replace the exam with a presentation. So we just need to prepare well for that. Hyun-yu suddenly objected, surprising her. That's not it. Aryum questioned her. Were you listening in class? Inju? She sighed. It's true there's no exam, but we'll be evaluated through discussions and reports. She continued. I thought since you weren't dropping the class, that meant you'd work seriously. Inju thought angrily. I'd love to, but I can't, okay? She questioned her. Listen, I admit I was a little distracted, but aren't you being a bit too much too? She glanced at Jerem and Hyun-yu and said, are you sure you're not letting personal feelings get involved? Because if it were me, I wouldn't talk like that. Aryum silently looked at Jerem. She lowered her head and said, I'm sorry. I failed to separate the two things. She asked, Inju, can we talk for a bit after we're done studying? Hyun-yu breathed a sigh of relief. Sitting there, Inju sighed and answered, sure, fine. She thought, since it's come to this, let's talk it out clearly. After the group meeting, Inju set her glass down hard on the table with a clack. She said, I don't have any feelings left for him anymore. Aryum was surprised. Inju affirmed, none at all. She continued, I don't want to interfere with your situation, Ariam. So I have no reason to care about him either. Ariam was silent for a moment, then spoke. Where should I start? She said, Seo Yoon is a younger brother I'm very fond of. Inju wondered, why is she suddenly bringing up Seo Yoon? Ariam said, I know that you used Seo Yoon to get back together with Jerem. Inju hesitated. Yes, she thought, honestly, we both helped each other, so there's no need to bring up the past again. Ariam said, I don't mean to meddle, but I only did this because Seo Yoon likes you. Yes, she continued, but you shouldn't play with other people's feelings like that. Inju lowered her head and answered right. She froze as if realizing something. Huh? She asked, are you talking about me? I play with Seo Yoon's feelings. Ariam answered, yes. She said, Inju, I understand the situation too. Things between you and Seo Yoon were going very well. Inju angrily denied it inwardly. You've got it completely wrong. She spoke. You should know that. Ariam spoke over her. And yet you dumped Seo Yoon just because he found out the date he's enlisting. Sitting there, Inju was bewildered. What? Inju asked in confusion. What do you mean his enlistment date? Ariam froze. She asked in surprise. Don't tell me you didn't know anything. Inju said loudly. How would I know? It's not like the two of us have been in contact. Ariam advised, calm down first. She asked, you didn't know he's going to enlist, and the two of you lost contact? Weren't you two really close? Inju rested her chin on her hand and asked, how could you think that? Ariam lowered her head in silence. She remembered a few days before Seo Yoon's birthday. She looked at a romance book in her hand. Ariam asked, have you chosen yet? She looked at the book in his hand and said, no. She asked loudly, why are you suddenly holding that? I told you to pick a fruit. Seo Yoon said, I am choosing. Inju interrupted and questioned her. Are you bragging about the two of you going on a date? Ariam said, listen until the end, please. That day, Seo Yoon asked, I thought your taste was thrillers and suspense. Ariam sighed and answered, I like romance too. He said, it's because this is your first time writing about it. She pondered, She asked, so you're saying I fell into the net of love, and that's why I'm writing this genre, right? Seo Yoon was silent and didn't deny it. Ariam said, actually, that's true. Because the person I likes romance, I started finding it interesting. She lifted her eyes to look at Seo Yoon. Ariam asked, tell me, do you have a crush too, baby? Seo Yoon lowered his head and answered, yes. It's Injanuna. Inju in the present gaped in surprise. Huh? She stood up and shouted. Seo Yoon said that? He said he liked me? Ariam answered, yes. Inju said, you should have told me that sooner. Ariam answered, I didn't think the person involved wouldn't know. I thought you two spent his birthday together. Inju hesitated. That's true, but she sat down and asked, what about the enlistment? Ariam explained, it was the day I spent Christmas with my family. Seo Yoon slowly entered the room. Ariam's father was surprised. Seo Yoon, you're here? He bowed. Her father said, it's very cold outside, isn't it? Sit down. Ariam looked at Seo Yoon in surprise. She whispered, why are you here? I thought you went on a date. Seo Yoon took off his scarf and remained silent without answering. He explained, we couldn't meet. The situation was a little. Ariam was surprised. What do you mean? He suddenly announced, I'm going to enlist this coming summer. She shouted, what? Ariam's mother wondered, in the summer? When? Seo Yoon answered, June. She continued, it really is about time for Seo Yoon to go, isn't it? Ariam asked Seo Yoon, don't tell me you got rejected. He answered, no, that has nothing to do with it. Ariam remembered Seo Yoon's face and said, even though he mentioned it so casually, for some reason he looked so worn down. She continued, I couldn't say anything more, so I could only guess that something had happened with you, Inju. Inju silently looked at Ariam. She questioned her, so you thought I rejected Seo Yoon after hearing that he was enlisting? Ariam was silent for a moment before saying, I don't know much about you, Inju. She continued, because I don't know much, I had to be cautious. To be honest, my image of you before this wasn't very good either. So I thought Seo you might have been toyed with by you too. She said, because I didn't know the inside story, I had to take Seo Yoon's side. I'm very sorry for misunderstanding you. Inju lowered her head sadly. How was I supposed to know what was going on? I'm the one who was rejected. Hearing that, Ariam was surprised. Sitting there, Inju stood up and said, I have to go talk to Seo Yoon. She ran off. As Inju ran, she thought, why? Seo Yoon, why didn't you tell me anything? She silently blamed him for enlisting. How was I supposed to know when you didn't say anything? Inju kept running, remembering what he had said. I don't want to be away from you. Yes, she thought. To be honest, I also. Inju suddenly stopped short. She stood frozen, staring at the person in front of her. Seo Yoon looked at her in confusion. Inju's eyes reddened as she thought, I also. She stood still, looking at Seo Yoon, and silently confessed, I like you too. Seo Yoon called. Inju. She questioned him. Why didn't you tell me you were about to enlist? Is that why you turned me down? She continued angrily. And why did you lie and say you didn't like me anymore? Seo Yoon hesitated. How did you? He lowered his eyes and stopped. Yes. Then he turned his head and answered, yes. Inju asked why. He said, I was so scared when I found out you liked me too. I was afraid that if I asked you to wait for me, that you would refuse. He continued, I thought it would be better for both of us to put it aside before these feelings grew any stronger. Inju took Seo Yoon's hand and asked, then have you put them aside? He lowered his head and stayed silent. He said, no. Inju lowered her head and began to cry. She hesitated. Why do you? Inju asked. Why do you make dating so difficult? She continued. Do you know how hard it is just for two people to understand each other? She questioned him. Why do you always do whatever you want without even trying? Seo Yoon slowly reached out to her, and the two stood together in silence. At the park, Inju sniffled and said, I still can't believe it. She questioned him. You were planning to devote yourself to the country without saying a word to me? Seo Yoon lowered his head and answered, actually, when I met you again after such a long time, I could barely even stand. He continued, but what I did was right. Inju angrily snapped back, right my foot. He fiddled with his fingers and hesitantly said, about that. I'm sure it would have been a burden for you too. She asked, you wanted me to wait, huh? And Inju stopped and asked, no, wait. What did you think I would say, Seo Yoon? Hearing that, he flinched. He began rambling. I don't know. Anyway, I didn't want to hold you back at such an important time. I was also really worried about us being apart, and Inju angrily cursed inwardly. So in short, you wanted me to wait. She said, honestly, I don't know either. Then she asked, you said you're enlisting in June, right? I don't know how I'll feel then. She continued, making him pause. The things you're worried about are just your own thoughts. They're only things you heard somewhere. Right now, I like you, and you like me too. Seo Yoon lowered his head. His face flushed and answered, yes. She suddenly asked, can't we just date like this? He panicked and shouted, what? Inju said, I already told you. I don't know what's going to happen. To be clear, it's not as if we're definitely going to break up just because you enlist. What if we break up because of something else? She said, how would we know if we don't try? Seo Yoon fell silent again, making her angry. Then she stood up and said, fine, forget it. I'll just go date some other guy. That's what you want too, isn't it? He lowered his head and answered, I did think about and make a decision for that possibility too. Inju turned to look at him, silently shocked. What? Seriously? She pouted and sighed. Inju placed her hand on Seo Yoon and said, then let's just date until you enlist first. He was surprised. Huh. He hesitated. There's no such thing as dating like that. Inju demanded. Then what am I supposed to do? She bumped her forehead against Seo Yoon's and said, we like each other this much. While Seo Yoon sat there huddled on the bench, blushing, she continued, I try to push it away, but I still like you. And you still like me too. Seo Yoon hesitantly raised his hand. Then he hugged her tightly and confessed, I like you. Seo Yoon said, I couldn't do it because I was too scared. You always acted so natural, as if nothing had happened. He continued, at first, I just thought you were a little reckless. Then Seo Yoon remembered Inju's question, will you date me? Seo Yoon said, but somehow I gradually got used to being led around by you like that. He remembered the moment he had held Inju's hand. He looked at her hand and his own. Seo Yoon hesitated. Then he remembered her beautiful smile and said, before I knew it, I was always thinking about you. He said, I'm sorry I lied, but because I like you so much, I became scared of everything. Then Seo Yoon continued, in the end, I made you sad. Inju pinched his cheek and cut him off. Forget it. She said, it's okay. From now on, you'd better do things properly, got it? He answered tearfully, yes. Inju looked at his adorable face and burst out laughing. She took Seo Yoon's hand and pulled him to his feet. He looked at their intertwined hands and blushed. Inju teased him, why are you being such a shy boy? He answered awkwardly, because my girlfriend is so different. Inju smiled and said, from now on, I'm going to hold your hand a lot. Seo Yoon asked, we're only going to date until I enlist, right? She hesitated. That's right, Inju thought. Even if I say that, how could we possibly break up when the time comes? Her eyes turned lifeless as Inju suddenly realized. Usually in this situation, the guy would ask the girl to wait for him. She looked at him thoughtfully. I know you're afraid of losing me, and I'm also really happy to know that you like me that much. Just then, her phone suddenly rang with a notification. She opened her phone and saw a message from Ariam asking, how did it go? Flustered, she covered the message and said, what is with this ad? She kept tapping the screen and thought, seriously, at a time like this? I don't want to bring up Ariam right now. Seo Yoon suddenly said, we're here. Inju turned around and answered, yeah. She said, thanks for walking me home. Seo Yoon stood there silently. She wondered, why isn't he leaving? Then she silently realized, don't tell me this is the moment for a kiss. She looked at him thoughtfully, but he's hesitating so much. Inju closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and silently made up her mind. That's right. This is CEO Yoon's first relationship. Then she took his hand. Inju pulled him closer. Then she gently pressed her lips to his cheek, making him blush. Inju slowly pulled her lips away from his cheek. Blushing, she covered her mouth and hesitated. Well, she turned around and ran off, shouting, "Good night." Seo Yoon remained there, blushing and standing still. At home, Inju threw herself onto her bed. She buried her face in her pillow and laughed. Her phone suddenly vibrated. She opened her phone and saw a message from Seo Yoon. Do you have class tomorrow? She realized, that's right. Inju smiled and told herself, I should change his name, shouldn't I? You're my boyfriend now. She hesitated. Maybe setting a nickname will be nicer. She gave Seo Yoon the nickname Yuni and muttered, this makes me feel like a 9-year-old. Inju kept wondering, darling? Ugh, that doesn't fit at all. Then should I just leave it as Seo Yoon? What should I call him? Nighttime passed faster than a dog running through a field. The next morning, as soon as the two met, they showed each other their contact lists. Hers was adorable, while his was unbelievably distant. Inju was so stunned, she couldn't believe it and blurted out, what on earth? In the middle of the busy street, she didn't hesitate to shout as she asked, what is this? Why does this name feel so distant? Hearing Inju's dissatisfaction, Seo Yoon panicked a little. With a blank, clueless expression, he asked, then what should I save it as? Having created an opening to test him, she eagerly waited and tilted her head as she asked, what do you want to call me? Perhaps because this was his first time dating someone, Seo Yoon was rather inexperienced. Looking quite timid, he answered, how about just your name? That was hopeless. It was a knockout blow that left Inju stiff and speechless. She said, then I'll just change it myself. And within the next few minutes, she had no choice but to take matters into her own hands. In the blink of an eye, the name in his contacts changed. Looking at the nickname before him, Seo Yoon was quite surprised. You want me to call you this? Princess. And then, with no right to refuse, she proactively gave him a hint. Go on, call me Princess. But seeing him looking a little embarrassed and turning his face away slightly, Inju began to grow frightened as she observed his strange reaction. Her eyes widened. Ah, could it be because Jerem already called me that? So you think you should call me something else? Just then, Seo Yoon suddenly placed his hand over Inju's. Afraid that she had done something too much, she quickly said, No, I don't need it anymore. Anyway, it's just a nickname for messages, so... But perhaps because his heart told him there was no reason to be shy, Seo Yoon very calmly called her in a warm, gentle, deep voice, Your Highness, Princess. The passers-by were culture-shocked on the spot, their eyes going blank. No one expected that Seo Yoon would not only be unbothered, but would warmly call her that for the first time. The words, Your Highness, Princess, made Inju's emotions soar. Her eyes grew watery, and her cheeks flushed red. Then, later, at Eden Cafe, a surprise voice suddenly rang out. What? It turned out to be Yang-eun. As she drank orange juice, she burst out laughing, nearly choking as she confirmed. Seriously? Haha, I thought that she would jump onto the table with sparkling eyes, desperate for gossip, but no. Yang-eun laughed so hard she cried, wiping her tears as she asked, What are you going to do? You must have been so embarrassed, right? But oh no, it had been a moment to cherish in her heart for the rest of her life, and yet Yang-eun was laughing. Inju bluntly replied, surrounded by a gloomy aura, her eyes turning red as she asked back. Embarrassed about what? It was adorable. Then this whole time, I thought it was a joke. Seeing her senior acting so intense, Yang-eun felt something was off and asked with a blank face, Are you serious? And immediately, Inju had to provide clear evidence. The photo of CEO Yoon on her phone was exceptionally handsome, like the male CEO lead in a drama. He was the kind women would absolutely love. So Inju said, No, don't imagine anyone else's face. Just look at this picture and imagine him saying it. Yang-eun froze and exclaimed in a uniquely stunned way. Wow, he really is your husband. At that moment, Inju was so enchanted by how handsome her precious boy was that she couldn't stop smiling. Seeing that, Yang-eun shook her head as if all was lost and could only watch. But Inju's thoughts remained unmoved. I know that in other people's eyes, it might look pretty stupid, but since I've now decided to date Seo Yoon, that alone was enough to make her feel incredibly happy, because he was by her side, holding her hands and protecting Inju. She was cared for by Seo Yoon at every meal. He smiled happily as he watched his girlfriend eat well. His softened gaze looked so affectionate. It was an endlessly adorable scene. She got to lean against his broad, sturdy shoulders, a special privilege reserved only for Inju. She happily read a book while he sneakily gazed at his girlfriend. It was enough happiness to die from. Then the scene shifted to a book, a thick introduction to sociology, being slammed onto the desk with a thud. At that moment, Inju had tied her hair up neatly, ready for battle. Her eyes looked slightly fed up, as if she already wanted to give up. Writing an internship report really was a pain. Noticing his girlfriend's hesitation and her blank gaze that looked close to going crazy, Seo Yoon quickly smiled and asked, "What's wrong?" But so he wouldn't worry, Inju simply rubbed her hands together and answered, "Nothing." Hearing that reassurance, Seo Yoon felt more at ease. He continued studying, taking out paper and pen to write notes. Meanwhile, her eyes were filled with satisfaction. "Anyway, just being with Seo Yoon makes me happy." Then, out of nowhere, she stopped working, relaxed, rested her head on her arm, and thought, "Even though I'm this happy." After that, she slowly slid down, and then darkness gradually covered everything. Perhaps the illusion of life pulled the college student into a dream. Then, before she could understand what was happening, a voice suddenly called, "Inju, Inju," followed by a tug on her hand. Just as she turned around, she saw Park Kyung-jun's pale eyes glaring straight at her, looking terrifying like some kind of addict. In the dream, he stressed his words in a voice full of resentment. "Inju, you said you liked me, so why did you lie like that?" Meanwhile, in reality, Seo Yoon noticed that his girlfriend had fallen asleep, but she was making frightened, trembling sounds. The situation had been going on for a while. All he could do was reach his hand toward her and call worriedly, "Inju." Just then, Inju suddenly shot upright in utter terror. With a grimacing face, she screamed, "Ah!" This incident left everyone in the library bewildered, staring blankly at Inju. As for her, she was breathing heavily, panting. Sometime later, the sky had turned dark. The two walked through the park, holding hands tightly, and Seo Yoon worriedly asked his girlfriend, "Did something happen?" Hearing such a warm question, she relaxed her face and answered gently, "I just had a nightmare. Talking about it wouldn't do any good." Thinking that, Inju quickly changed the subject. "Ah, this is so embarrassing. I probably won't be able to go to the library for a while." But Seo Yoon held her hand tightly, stopped, and pleaded, "Something did happen, didn't it? Tell me." It was difficult. She was a little hesitant and stammered as she tried to answer, only managing to say, "Ah." Even though he was like a precious little boy, at times like this, he was truly a man. "Look at him." Seo Yoon asked like a mature young man, "I'm your boyfriend. I want to become someone you can lean on too." And so she felt more at ease and held her boyfriend's hand even tighter. That gave Inju more and more strength, and she answered sadly, "I just remembered the time I spent doing my internship. Lately, I've been organizing my internship report, so..." Hearing that, Seo Yoon seemed slightly uncertain and asked for confirmation. "The one you did during vacation?" "Yes, that was exactly right. There was nothing wrong with that." She simply looked pensive, lowered her face, and said, "Yeah. I don't think I'm very suited for welfare work." That seemed to surprise him. Then Inju expressed her true feelings. "How should I put it? I chose this department because I thought I'd be able to get a good job. Maybe because of that. I never had any real sense of calling or responsibility for it. I also put too many emotions into the work." Just like how she couldn't apologize to that little girl because she had brought her own emotions into the job. In any case, these worries were real. She had realized something was wrong during her internship and wondered, "Instead of forcing myself to graduate, should I just quit?" Seo Yoon calmly replied, "Inju." Then he warmly and seriously reassured her, "Don't worry so much. I didn't choose my department just because I thought it suited me either. A lot of other students are the same. So try to think of it more simply." Hearing that made her quite surprised, and she widened her eyes in confusion. "Huh? Didn't you come here to study because you wanted to?" But she received an explanation. "Yes, I followed Ariam here, so..." Under the moonlight and the pitch-black sky, in the cool, quiet park with no one else around, a voice seemed to call, "Luna," the kind of name only boys in Korea would use. Hearing that it had not been because of his future path, Inju suddenly turned her back and walked straight ahead without saying anything. That made him panic and cry out, that was a long time ago." After walking a short distance, Inju seemed to run out of fuel and stopped, quietly saying, "I know." But then, instead of being coldly sulky as expected, when seen from the front, Inju was actually enjoying it. She raised her hand to her mouth to stop herself from making a teasing sound. Her eyes shone brightly, and she was enchanted as she thought, Yuni's expression is so cute I could die, so I want to tease him more. Meanwhile, he had curled in on himself and looked quite gloomy. Then, not wanting the situation to become tense, Seo Yoon came closer. With eyes like melon seeds, he observed his girlfriend's condition. Inju had to restrain herself with all her might, her eyes going pale as she almost blurted out, "You love me, you adore me." But then she teased him, making Seo Yoon feel hurt and upset. Sulking, he quickly left and said, "I'll go home first." Seeing that she had gone a bit too far, Inju panicked in return and cried desperately, "Wait, are you mad?" But of course, he couldn't stay mad for long. He only said that, but because he was still worried about her, he turned back. Seo Yoon didn't want her to do that, and, looking flustered, softly warned her, "Please don't joke like that anymore." Seeing that, Inju smiled faintly and agreed. In any case, thanks to that, she had managed to change the subject of the conversation. Thank goodness. Then she told herself, I can't make someone who's about to enlist worry like this. She quietly hugged his arm and walked close to Seo Yoon. A few days later, at June Cafe, a cafe with blue awnings as its main feature. And in that space, Ariam was holding a stack of documents. She tapped them lightly on the table and said, "Everyone, thank you for your hard work. Then I'll prepare the presentation based on the opinions here." Seeing that the discussion about the project had more or less been settled, Hyunyu suddenly realized something and suggested, then should we have a meal today? That drew everyone's attention. But unlike everyone else, Inju seemed hesitant. Still, since she could not delay even another minute, she had no choice but to stand up and say awkwardly, "I already have plans." After hearing that, there was suddenly an "oh." It turned out to be Ariam's voice. Ariam asked directly, in surprise, "Inju, I heard about it. You're dating Seo Yoon, right?" There was nothing to hide, so Inju simply laughed and answered, "Ha." But inside, she was panicking. What was that? That startled me. And since they were both women, Inju quickly guessed at one possibility and concluded in her head, does she want Jerem to hear that? But when she looked more closely at his expression, all she saw on his face was a faint sadness and regret. His eyes looked pensive, as though he were thinking about something. However, there was no time to talk any longer, so Inju had to hurry away and say, "Then please excuse me." Even so, she could not help but watch Jerem, wondering in confusion, what was that look supposed to mean? Because of that, her mind wavered. It kept weighing on her, as if she had done something wrong. No, everything is already over, so let it be buried and forgotten. Inju, determined to erase the memory. She corrected her expression and firmly told herself, forget it. Don't think about it anymore. While she was sitting there checking her boyfriend's class schedule, she entered the address on the screen and found out that Seo Yoon's class was on the second floor of Building D. Suddenly, a voice called from behind her, "Inju." Not knowing who the mysterious person was, she gently glanced back. And perhaps it was easy to guess. It was none other than Jerem, panting after chasing after her. Wrong person, and the timing was wrong too. His sudden appearance startled Inju, and her eyes widened in fear. Their old relationship, together with the resolution she had just made, pushed her to turn her back and leave at once. She only said coldly, "I have nothing to say to you." That made Jerem anxiously raise his hand to stop her. "Wait." Then he carefully spoke first. "There's something I still couldn't say before. It's quite important, so please listen to me." Having received such a plea from her ex-boyfriend, Inju could not easily refuse. The two of them simply stood there silently, looking at each other. And since it was not convenient to talk in the middle of the road, they decided to choose a cafe. After ordering coffee with condensed milk and a cup of tea, they set the tray of drinks down on the table. Since time was getting increasingly tight, Inju kept watching her phone closely while urging him, "You should say it quickly. Seo Yoon's class is about to end." And now, finally facing each other and talking, Jerem had to gather his thoughts and calm himself, lowering his head slightly and staying silent for a while. Then it was time to speak. Not daring to look directly at her face, he said, "Before, I told you the reason we broke up, right? Honestly." But before Jerem could continue, Inju coldly glanced at him and said, "If it's about that, I don't want to hear it." Then he suddenly admitted, "It was my fault." That left her rather bewildered. She stared at him, frowning as she asked back, "What are you suddenly saying? What fault of yours?" Only then did Jerem say bitterly, "I said you would have to struggle to live without me. But I was the one who made you that way. I really liked it when you trusted me and leaned on me." Though Jerem was perhaps imagining it a little too much, overthinking in front of Inju, and you didn't have to lift a finger for anything. But in truth, at that moment, Inju had turned to stone. Her face froze like a ghost, and she barely managed a forced smile. hearing that made Inju simply stare blankly, her eyes round with astonishment. But what Jerem said afterward was completely the opposite as he spoke his thoughts. But then I gradually became tired of you clinging to me and depending on me. I thought you would never be able to change. That was why I thought we needed to break up. But the moment you ran off somewhere else, I finally understood. When I saw you change, I realized that you could stand firmly on your own 2 feet. You had only been tied down in one place because of me. Looking back on herself at that moment, Inju could see it too. After breaking up with him, I did mature. But now that he was taking the blame on himself, she felt somewhat confused. She fidgeted with her phone. What exactly is the point of this conversation? Quickly feeling that he was talking in circles too much, Inju emphasized her words and said bluntly, "What are you trying to say? I don't understand why we have to bring up the past now." The situation had become quite tense. He held his cup of coffee and explained the reason. "I'm not trying to do anything. It's just that whether we like it or not, we'll have to see each other throughout this semester. And I don't want things to become awkward between us. That's why I wanted to apologize to you." But this sudden apology made Inju suspicious. The timing felt a bit wrong, considering she and Seo Yun had only just started dating. And as if her intuition had power of its own, it told her this was a bit much. Uncomfortable, she tightened her grip on the cup and said, "Ah, is it because I have a boyfriend now, so you think I won't bother you anymore?" Then, telling herself not to mind, to calm down, she took the initiative to probe him in return. Did something happen with Ariam? Jerem immediately explained, not forgetting to reassure and comfort her as well. "Ariam and I are just friends, so you don't have to feel uncomfortable." Inju's reaction at that moment was simply to remain completely silent in the face of Jerem's additional words. "After breaking up with you, all I did was write over and over again. That was also when Ariam and I gradually became close. It wasn't a romantic relationship. It was simply a friendship. When it comes to writing, Ariam is like a senior to me. She helped me a lot. And look, her expression also showed that she understood the issue, her eyes widening in surprise. Then, with no romantic feelings left at all, and because it was time for her boyfriend to finish class, Inju quickly checked her phone, sent a few messages, then put it down and said indifferently, "I understand." She said it directly to Jerem, who sat across from her. Everything he wanted to say had been said. Slowly picking up her bag and standing, she closed her eyes and said, "The misunderstanding is cleared up now, right? Then I'll be going." She thought Jerem would simply let her leave, but that was not the end. He suddenly held out his hand. Hey, isn't this just an excuse to shake hands?" Jerem smiled lightly and offered encouragement. "Let's both do our best on the group project." Though she had no intention of accepting it in her heart, she closed her eyes, looking rather reluctant. But since they were working on the project together as classmates, and he was her senior, Inju had no choice but to shake hand with Jerem. The next day, Seo Yoon and Inju were together at a cafe to work on that assignment. Suddenly, Seo Yoon turned to look at her, while she remained focused on her books. She had drawn a rabbit along with the words, "I don't want to study at all." Then he called out to her, making her jump. "Inju." Seo Yoon asked Inju, "Did I hear that you're planning to take some time off?" Inju answered in embarrassment, "Yeah." Then she smiled brightly and said, I'm planning to. Suddenly, Inju's phone lit up. It seemed someone had sent her a message. She opened her phone to look and saw a message from Jerem. He said, "It seems like Section Z doesn't have enough images. Send me some more when you have time." After reading the message, Inju complained in irritation. How annoying. Seeing her like that, Seo Yoon immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Inju answered angrily, "Jerem keeps messaging me." After saying it, she realized she had said something she should not have, and immediately lifted her face to look at Seo Yoon. Seo Yoon replied, "Ah, the group project?" Seeing that, Inju hurriedly stammered in response. "Yeah, did I tell you?" He answered, "Ariam told me. The three of you are in the same group." Hearing Seo Yoon say that, Inju looked away and said, "I didn't mean to hide it. It just ended up that way because there was no other choice." After hearing her say that, Seo Yoon replied, "I understand. I'm fine too, so you don't have to worry." After saying that, he focused on his assignment again with a cool expression. Seeing that, she thought he's so cool. Well, it would be kind of strange to get jealous over this anyway. After all, it's just a class. Then Inju asked, "You don't keep in touch with Ariam anymore?" He answered calmly, "No." Inju turned, propped her chin on her hand, and asked curiously, "I wonder if Ariam and Jerem are dating." Then she turned back toward him and said with a smile, "You told me, remember? That Ariam likes Jerem. Try thinking about what might happen." Hearing her ask that, Seo Yoon avoided the question and answered, "I don't know. I only heard about it." Then he asked her in return, "What about you?" Inju pondered without answering. The scene changed to the meeting where everyone gathered again for the group project. She was still resting her chin on her hand, thinking, After they finished the discussion, Ariam spoke up and said, "Then let's end it here." After that, she looked over at Jerem and saw that something was stuck to his face. Ariam immediately reached her hand toward his face and said, "Senior, wait a moment. This is stuck on your face." Seeing the two of them being so affectionate, Inju was at a loss for words. Jerem smiled and said, "Thank you." Inju still stared at them, thinking to herself, Ariam is the only one making it obvious. As for Jerem, I have no idea how he feels. Suddenly, Ariam asked, "Inju, is there something you want to say?" When Inju saw Ariam asking her, she jumped and stammered, No, please don't mind me." She looked awkwardly at the two of them and thought to herself, being a little curious about my ex-boyfriend's love life isn't such a big deal, right? When Ariam saw Inju say it was nothing, she turned to Jerem and asked, "Senior, would you like to have dinner with me?" Hearing her ask that, Jerem hesitated. "HM, let's see." Then he lifted his face and looked toward Inju. Jerem smiled brightly and said, "Inju, you should come with us too." Inju, who had been sitting there minding her own business and still got dragged in, was surprised. And so they went together to a restaurant for cold noodles and grilled ribs. Everyone sat down at the table and waited to order. Seeing Ariam's gloomy expression, Inju thought, was I a little tactless? But then she immediately denied it. "No, that would be ridiculous. No matter how you look at it, this is just a group meal." Hyunyu asked, "What does everyone want to eat?" Then everyone began choosing their dishes. Hyunyu said, "I'll have spicy mixed cold noodles." Inju also said, "I'll have cold noodles and broth." Ariam replied, "Same for me." Jerem said to the server, "2 spicy mixed cold noodles and 2 cold noodles and broth. For one of the cold noodles and broth, please leave out the cucumber." The server immediately replied, "Yes." After Jerem finished ordering and turned around, he saw Inju staring at him. He smiled and said, "You can't eat cucumber, right?" Hearing him say that, Inju smiled awkwardly and replied, "Thank you." Then everyone fell into silence again, with no one saying anything. Inju thought to herself, this isn't a big deal, right? She looked toward Ariam, but he's making me feel so guilty. Jerem turned to Ariam and asked, "Is something wrong?" Lost in thought, Ariam startled when she heard him ask. "Yes." She smiled awkwardly and answered, "No. It's just that lately I haven't been getting many followers." Hearing her say that, Inju smiled and asked, "Oh, are you on Instagram? Let's follow each other." When Ariam heard her say that, she became shy and hesitated. It's not my personal account." Hearing Ariam say that, Inju asked excitedly, "Really? Then what is it?" Ariam then answered, "Do you want to see?" "It's not that popular, though." But when Inju took Ariam's phone and looked, she was so surprised she exclaimed, "Oh my gosh." Inju stared at the phone in shock. Her eyes opened wide as she stared at the screen. Oh my gosh. She was both shocked and amazed. She scrolled through the posts on the familiar account she had always followed. This account is the one I've been following all this time. Suddenly, as if realizing something, she looked up at her friend with wide eyes. Ariam's face looked a little flustered now. Her expression was embarrassed, and she glanced away to avoid Inju's gaze. Looking at her friend in shock, Inju wondered, this is Ariam's account? The food had been brought to the table for them to enjoy, but now everyone seemed focused on one single issue. Their friend Ariam was actually that famous author. Hyunyu held the phone in his hand and said with an admiring expression, "Wow, this is amazing. I can't believe Ariam is this famous author." He looked at Ariam with a face full of pride and said brightly, "I have to tell my friends." Suddenly, he stopped speaking when he saw her embarrassed expression. Hyunyu said, should I keep this a secret?" Ariam smiled faintly at him and said, "There's no need." Looking shyly at the corner of the table, she stammered, "It's not really a secret. A lot of people know. I'm just a little embarrassed." Hyunyu and Inju looked at her in surprise. Inju looked at Ariam curiously and said, I have a question." She said, "If you're an online novelist, why do you have to use a separate social media account?" Hearing that, Ariam found it a little hard to answer. She nervously stared into space. Inju smiled and added a suggestion. "I just mean that promoting your novel through your personal account would be beneficial too. After all, both accounts are yours." At that moment, Ariam's expression fell. Her eyes carried a troubled look. Ariam lowered her head without saying a word. She began to talk about the time when she first started. It was a period that had been almost the most difficult and exhausting for her. Ariam said, "When I first created the account to write on it, that was also when my writing was going the worst." She sat for a very long time. She could not think of a single thing to draft, so long that she began to feel discouraged. But on her phone, there were only 2 short lines. Ariam said, "All I wanted at that time was to be able to write one sentence. but drafting the plot and the dialogue were both incredibly difficult for me. So I started writing that one sentence on this account. After that, the status she posted suddenly received many likes and comments. Ariam was surprised by it too. More people related to me than I had expected. From then on, Ariam began thinking about learning more about how to polish her words. She went to the library and looked for books about romance. Writing those cute sentences became even more famous than my novels. So I felt a little embarrassed because the two things were clearly different in terms of the effort I put into them. As she spoke, she quietly placed her phone on the table. That's why I had to use a separate account like this, because I kept feeling like what was on that social media account wasn't really written by me. She lowered her head, thinking about the fact that her follower count had been decreasing lately. Now I'm reconsidering it. After all, I do have to grasp trends and see what's popular on social media. Suddenly, she smiled shyly and awkwardly at Inju, saying sorry. It seems like I talked too much. Inju, sitting opposite her, was also surprised by Ariam's apology. She hesitated. She looked toward Ariam with a sincere expression and said, I was comforted a lot when I read your posts. Inju comforted her. Whenever I was having a hard time, those words helped me so much. Hearing those encouraging words, Ariam also relaxed and smiled. At that moment, Jerem beside them suddenly became a little quiet. His eyes grew calm and thoughtful. Inju continued excitedly speaking to Ariam. I don't know much, but those posts were all written by you, Ariam. So whether in this way or that, it's good that you were able to convey them to people like that. In the end, Ariam also smiled and gained a little confidence in the thing she had created. Her face became brighter, happier, and more confident. She happily thanked Inju. Thank you. Seeing that things were developing in a better direction, both Inju and Hyunyu felt happy and warm. On the way home, Inju quickly walked beside Ariam and spoke honestly. Actually, Inju, linking arms with Ariam, she looked at her with a sincere expression and said, lately, I've had some worries too. Could you listen for a bit? Ariam happily tilted her head toward Inju and replied, sure, I'm listening. Seeing that their conversation had become private, Hyunyu obediently went on ahead. Then I'll excuse myself. Inju also bowed her head to signal for him to go first. She changed her attitude and said to Ariam with a sad expression, during the last vacation, before she could finish speaking, Ariam's phone rang, cutting off the conversation between them. Ariam awkwardly picked up her phone. I'll wait just a moment. After saying that, she hurried off to take the call. Ariam spoke in a rushed voice. Yes, this is Han Ariam. Behind her, Inju and Jerem were waiting for her so they could talk. Suddenly, their eyes met. He looked gently down at Inju. Jerem's expression looked a little puzzled. He asked, is something bothering you? She looked at him warily. All kinds of questions crossed her mind. Inju spoke up. It's not like I was planning to tell you. Jerem looked at her guiltily. Don't tell me it's because of me. Hearing that, Inju suddenly asked loudly, what? Seeing his expression, she sighed and comforted him. Come on, it's not like that. He looked at Inju with a sulky, unwilling expression. She flew into a rage, raised her fist toward Jerem, and insisted, I'm serious. It has to do with my internship. He shrank back a little in fear and looked at her anxiously. Then he asked curiously, Inju, you mean your social welfare internship? What did you go for it? She answered as if it were obvious. A social welfare center. Suddenly, she changed her mind. She hesitated, wondering whether she should tell Jerem about the problem she was facing. Maybe Jerem could give her some useful advice. After all, he understood what kind of person she was. She took a chance and told him about her situation. Fine, she would just tell him. She began, the person I'm in charge of likes me. Like he wants to date me. Jerem looked surprised. Inja hugged herself and spoke shyly. I know I didn't behave properly. I should have drawn a clear line. But because it was my first internship, I caused unnecessary misunderstandings with my actions. Jeremy's voice rang out across that awkward atmosphere. Inju, her eyes grew moist. Inju lowered her head in embarrassment. Seeing that, he gently comforted her. Stop blaming yourself. Inju was confused by her own thoughts. Why was something as simple as that enough to make her this emotional? Inju closed her eyes, sighed, stayed silent for a while, then spoke. I know it isn't my fault. I'm not upset about that anymore either. She regained her composure, folded her arms, and walked quickly ahead. Because now I have to write my internship report. I don't know whether I should write about this in it. Those words made Jeremy look at her worriedly. Inju sadly admitted, if I'm honest about how I feel, like how I don't want to go through that ever again, then the conclusion will be that I'm not suited for social welfare work after all. She fell silent, her whole mood darkening. I guess you wouldn't understand. I'm about to graduate, and suddenly I do understand. Jerem smiled faintly and turned his sincere gaze toward her. as if wanting to give her some advice. As they walked through the city at night, Inju kept thinking about his comforting words. She thought, we do different things, but isn't everyone the same? Wondering whether the path we've chosen is really the right one. Inju kept circling around those negative thoughts in her head. She lowered her face, her eyes vacant as she looked down. With that dazed gaze, she still remembered Jerem's words. Just your best. That alone is enough. In the end, no one understands you better than you do. Jerem, standing beside her, continued to comfort her. Think about it some more. His expression also darkened without him realizing it. He seemed unhappy because Inju was sad. Wanting so badly to comfort her, he reached out and gently placed his hand on Inju's shoulder, looking at her with gentle eyes. Just then, someone walked over and saw the two of them. That person was still holding a phone, its screen showing a message exchanged with Inju. It turned out to be Seo Yoon. He was surprised. Holding his phone in his hand, he couldn't believe what was happening before his eyes. By then, the sky had become a quiet late night, making Seo Yoon's voice sound even clearer as he asked Inju, "What's going on?" He stood in front of her, having witnessed the whole scene, Jerem's hand resting intimately on Inju's shoulder. Inju looked up in fear. Her face filled with panic when she saw him, and she stammered. Yoon, Jerem, beside her, suddenly became a little flustered too. He raised his eyes and looked at Seo Yoon with a worried expression. The atmosphere, now, seemed to have grown more tense. Seo Yoon looked coldly and expressionlessly toward Inju, his gaze somewhat disappointed. He quickly stepped in front of Jerem and asked firmly, "What did you say to make her cry?" Hearing that, Jerem was also a little surprised, unsure what to say to Seo Yoon. Seeing this, Inju hurried over to smooth things over. She quickly moved towards Seo Yoon, not noticing that she had shaken off Jerem's hand behind her. Anju hurriedly explained. She touched Seo Yoon's hand and explained with a smile. "It's nothing." Seo Yoon still looked coldly toward Jerem. Jerem also explained anxiously, afraid he might misunderstand. "I was just giving her some advice." Jerem looked a little embarrassed. He hesitated, unable to look Seo Yoon straight in the eye, and tried to explain. "I'm sure I made you misunderstand," but his halting words made Seo Yoon even more suspicious. Advice? His displeasure was obvious. He looked at Jerem in confusion and asked, "Why would you need to do that?" Seeing the situation becoming more tense, Inju spoke up worriedly. With an anxious expression, she said hesitantly, "It's because I accidentally told him." She hurriedly held onto his arm and leaned against Seo Yoon, trying to reassure him. It was just something small, like stress over an assignment or something, right? Seeing Seo Yoon's cold, expressionless face looking too frightening, Jerem nodded repeatedly to ease the situation. Seo Yoon stared at him seriously with a frightening expression, saying nothing more. Just then, footsteps approached. The voice belonged to Ariam. She had finished her call and came over to meet Inju. By chance, she also saw Seo Yoon there. She was a little surprised. "Oh my." She walked over excitedly and greeted him. "It's been a long time, hasn't it, Yoon?" The unexpected meeting made all four of them look at one another in surprise. Ariam was puzzled to see the three of them tense over something. She asked, "What are you all doing? Why are you suddenly standing in the middle of the street like this?" Seo Yoon quickly walked ahead, seeming somewhat angry. Seeing this, Inju anxiously chased after him. "Yoon!" Sadness was clear on her face as she watched his back walking away. She hurried after him and tried to explain in confusion. "What's wrong with you?" "I was just talking to him a little and got some advice." Hearing that, he turned back coldly. Inju still explained in confusion. "I was going to tell Ariam about it anyway. Besides, it doesn't mean anything." Seo Yoon looked at her, his determined gaze fixed on Inju. He asked her suspiciously, "Why would you let your ex-boyfriend give you advice?" After hearing that, she was left speechless. She silently looked at Seo Yoon. He continued, "I don't think that's something someone who's just a member of your group project should be doing." Inju looked at him with an innocent expression. "You know, too, recently, my internship and report haven't been going that well." "That's what I mean, Seo Yoon." Seo Yoon also froze. He was left speechless by Inju's explanation. Then Seo Yoon closed his eyes and sighed. He lowered his head, signaling that he understood, and said, "I get it." Inju exploded at his words and asked loudly in frustration, "What do you mean you get it?" His expression remained calm. Seo Yoon turned his head and started walking again. "Let's go." Suddenly, she grabbed his shirt tightly, not wanting him to leave. Inju grabbed his shirt and pulled him back toward her. She said angrily, "We're not done talking, and you're just going to leave like that?" He turned back and looked at her with cold eyes, silently waiting as if to hear her explanation. She looked at him tensely and spoke honestly. "I hate this kind of thing. I hate leaving something unresolved." His expression changed. He turned a patient gaze toward her. Inju continued, "Tell me." Suddenly, he reached his hand toward her. Without saying a word, he quietly acted. Her eyes naturally followed the direction of his hand, her expression puzzled. He pulled her toward him and wrapped both arms tightly around her. He asked gently, "Is it because I'm younger?" Inju fit neatly in his arms, her face flushing red with embarrassment. She answered in surprise and confusion, "Yeah, Seo-yoon." Seo-yoon held her even more tightly in his arms and asked resentfully, "Because I'm younger, you can't lean on me?" She stammered shyly, "That's not it." There wasn't a single person around the two of them then. The evening street was lit only by the street lamp where they stood, making the atmosphere even more romantic. Under the night sky, there were only the two of them. She spoke sincerely to Seo-yoon. "In front of you, I'm always just joking around. But in front of Han Jerum, I burst into tears." Inju lowered her head against his chest, a troubled look in her eyes that was hard to express. It seemed she had finally spoken aloud the things she had been keeping in her heart. She raised her arms and hugged him, leaning warmly against Seo-yoon, and said hesitantly, "I can't say it." Hearing that, he released both arms. Inju was startled. She hurriedly hugged him tightly and cried in panic, "Wait." Her arms tightened around him. With a troubled expression, she said, "I don't want to make you worry." She hesitated, wanting to say the worries she had hidden in her heart. "Because you're about to enlist." When Seo-yoon heard that, he also sighed sadly. His eyes lowered, clearly revealing a pensive, sorrowful expression. He had also been worrying about her a lot. He said, "I really hate seeing you exhausted like this." Hearing those sweet words, Inju was so moved that she couldn't speak. Her eyes grew moist, as if she were about to cry. The two embraced each other, and the atmosphere around them also became warmer with the sincere feelings they had for each other in that moment. A nearby cat saw the two of them and stared blankly. Even as a cat, it still had to be fed their lovey-dovey display. The conversation quickly ended with Inju's soft "Okay." The scene quickly shifted to the next morning. A new day began at work. Everything returned to normal. When she arrived at the office, Inju looked blankly at something. She hesitated and thought, "I managed to calm things down for now yesterday. But how should I put it?" Inju felt discouraged as she thought, tapping her finger on her phone a few times. The scene shifted to her internship. Suddenly, someone called loudly from behind her, startling Inju. It was Kyungjun. He called out excitedly, "Sis." Her face looked dazed, as if she had lost sleep for many nights, as she looked toward him. In a tired voice, she answered, "What is it?" Kyungjun looked embarrassed, but asked cheerfully, "Can I call you sis?" Inju sighed that day and said gently, "No, you should call me teacher." Hearing that, Kyungjun's face showed a little disappointment. He looked down sadly. By chance, his gaze fell to the table. He noticed Inju's hands and asked curiously, "Wow, teacher, your hands are really small." Kyungjun raised his hand and held it out toward Inju. He meant to use comparing their hands as an excuse to touch hers. Kyungjun said, "Give me your hand." She was startled. Her eyes looked toward him with concern. But Inju was a little flustered. She awkwardly wanted to refuse Kyungjun. She thought to herself, "What's wrong with him today? This is so uncomfortable." That made her stammer, finding it hard to speak. "That's a little." After being rejected by Inju twice, his expression became visibly dejected. Kyungjun lowered his head with an unpleasant expression. He said gloomily, "Wow, I thought we were close." Hearing that, she forced a smile to hide the discomfort in her heart and looked at him awkwardly. Inju deliberately turned away, stretched as if acting normal, and laughed it off. She looked stiffly toward Kyungjun and thought, "This is bad. This is bad. I don't know how friendly I'm supposed to be." Glancing to the side, she saw two unfamiliar people around the same age holding hands in a very warm way as they sat there. Inju looked at them holding hands and thought in confusion, "Is holding hands like that okay?" Her expression froze as she looked toward the disappointed Kyungjun. Suddenly, she spoke. "Fine, then give me your hand. Hurry up so we can move on to the counseling." He was startled, looking toward her with delight. He raised his hand and pressed it against hers. "My hand is longer, huh?" She also answered awkwardly, Having touched the hand of the person he liked, he shyly glanced at Inju, excited and sighed. Kyungjun picked up his phone and held it toward her, suggesting, "Teacher Inju, can I have your number?" Those words surprised her. She widened her eyes and looked back at Kyungjun. As he spoke, he made up an excuse in his head just to get the phone number of the person he liked. "I have all the other teachers' numbers. You're the only one I don't have, Teacher Inju." Seeing through Kyungjun's intentions, she frowned in disdain and spoke bluntly to him. No, the atmosphere between the two became strange. She looked at Kyungjun contemptuously and thought, "What does he mean? He has the other teacher's numbers. He's definitely bluffing. The rule here is that exchanging numbers is forbidden." At that moment, she thought the matter had ended there. A few days passed. She was lying stretched out on her bed, scrolling through posts she often followed on social media. As she read, she gave a profound review of those posts. As expected, that really is a quote worth every penny. Suddenly, her phone vibrated with an incoming message. Inju found it strange. The person on the other end even called her sis. She thought in shock, huh? Sis. Her face turned red. She covered her mouth in surprise. Seo Yoon is the only one who calls me that. She felt shy, thinking he had really messaged her. Inju grew embarrassed, and her heartbeat could practically be heard. Why is he messaging me through social media? Curious, she replied. Is this Yoon? The person on the other end typed a reply to her. It's Kyungjun. Who's Yoon? Seeing the message, she felt disappointed and sat up. Inju was quite puzzled as to how he had gotten her social media account. Annoyed, she messaged back, asking, "How did you find me?" He replied confidently, "I searched a little and just found you. Now you can message me here." Inju sighed and replied seriously, "I can't message you privately." Then she quickly blocked him. Because she was so shocked by what had just happened, she couldn't think of what else to say. She tiredly threw her phone onto the bed. Sitting on the bed, she thought anxiously about what had just happened. I did the right thing, didn't I? Inju fearfully retreated into a corner, away from the phone. I know very well that things have crossed the line now. Before, she had also confided in a friend about it. I told Young-eun, and she had also decided to switch partners to avoid him. But things didn't seem to be improving much. She looked toward Kyungjun, who was sitting across from Young-eun, but it seemed he only cooperated when she was the one talking to him. Kyungjun immediately took on the same silent demeanor he had in the beginning. Inju had been watching him very closely. On the final day of his deadline, he didn't even bother to show up. Because Inju was so absorbed in thinking about that, she hadn't even noticed when her class had ended. Young-eun, beside her, happened to reach out and touch Inju's hand, startling her. She said, "Hey, class is over." The two gathered their notebooks and quickly left. As Young-eun walked, she looked toward Inju with an expression that showed she was all too used to this. She asked calmly, "You didn't listen even once, did you?" In contrast to that calm expression, Inju hurried after Young-eun and laughed awkwardly. Haha. Young-eun walked quickly ahead, firmly refusing to lend her notes. "I told you I wouldn't lend you my notebook anymore if you kept dozing off in class." Inju hurried after her while explaining, "I wasn't sleeping. I just wasn't listening to the lecture." She chased after Young-eun and grabbed tightly on her bag, pleading. Young-eun, however, still kept an indifferent attitude. How impressive. Just then, that scene was witnessed by someone. He stood still, looking toward Inju as she tugged at Young-eun and pleaded with her. It was Kyungjun. He had been walking when he spotted her. Kyungjun looked closely in surprise. Inju, after struggling with Young-eun for a while to borrow her notes, Inju finally managed to get them. She went to a roadside bench and sat down, waiting to see if Seo Yoon's class was about to end. From afar, Kyungjun walked closer to her, but Inju still had no idea. She was still grumbling, "I'm so hungry." Suddenly, he called her. "Cease." That call startled her, and she looked toward him. Inju was frightened when she saw Kyungjun. Her eyes widened. "Kyungjun." She sprang to her feet and stared blankly at him. "How did you?" He smiled happily and greeted Inju. "It really has been a while. I missed you, and now I ran into you here by chance. This is great." But Kyungjun kept talking to her cheerfully. "I didn't know your number or where you lived, so I thought I'd lost contact with you." Inju seemed uneasy now. She glanced at him anxiously. "By chance? On campus?" Seeing that she had been silent for too long, Kyungjun spoke up. "Don't you remember me?" Inju hesitated, taking one step after another backward. Inju was flustered. What should she do? Had they really just run into each other by chance? Thinking back to how Seo Yoon had gone ahead earlier because he had something to do, leaving her alone, she couldn't help feeling afraid now that she had run into Kyungjun again. What am I supposed to do at a time like this, Seo Yoon? He still didn't notice how strange her expression was, and kept asking, "Have you eaten yet?" Just then, Seo Yoon's car approached, cutting into the awkward conversation between the two of them. Inju. Seeing him, Inju called out in relief, "Seo Yoon." He walked over and looked at her. "Do you know him?" Inju breathed a sigh of relief when she saw him appear. Meanwhile, Kyungjun looked a little surprised to see him. He muttered, "Seo Yoon." Then he pointed at him. "Seo Yoon, you must be the younger brother she mentioned, right?" Hearing that, Seo Yoon's expression became unreadable. He stood close to Inju, and she also linked her arm with his. Looking at Kyungjun with an awkward gaze, Seo Yoon said, "No, I'm her boyfriend." Kyungjun hesitated and stepped back, apparently surprised. After that, the two of them went home together. Inju sighed, relieved that things had only settled down because Seo Yoon came. After thinking for a moment, Seo Yoon asked, "Who was that?" Inju quickly answered, "Oh, he's someone I'm in charge of at my internship." Looking at her face, he guessed, "It seems like you don't like him very much." As if he had hit the mark, Inju clenched her hand. She thought of all the troublesome things that had happened. It was all because of him, wasn't it? He was the root cause of that whole mess. Inju thought for a moment. All right, maybe I should tell him now. If that guy comes again, it'll be a serious problem. She began, actually, by the time she finished telling him the story, the two of them had arrived at a restaurant. After hearing everything about Kyungjun, Seo Yoon shouted in surprise. What? He was flustered. No, how can you solve something like that with just a few words of advice? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Inju stammered. Because this is the first time he came to see me directly like this. Anxious, Seo Yoon urged Inju, you should tell that center. Inju felt that he had a point, right? Suddenly, a very naive thought occurred to her. But I just told my boyfriend, didn't I? So that should mean everything will work out now, right? Yes. At that, Seo Yoon's expression grew tense. His frightening gaze turned toward her. Inju panicked and hurriedly grabbed her phone to look up the number for the center. Obediently, she said, yes. Seo Yoon's face flushed red, and he lowered his head with a sigh. Meanwhile, Inju was still fumbling around, searching for the center's phone number. The center's number is... Suddenly, Inju seemed to notice something. Thinking it might be because of her, she looked at him with a guilty expression and asked, what's wrong? Seo Yoon was still holding his head. He explained, it's just... He ruffled his hair. Maybe it's because I feel relieved now, but my head hurts a little. Hearing that, Inju panicked. She asked worriedly. Have you taken any medicine? Seo Yoon replied, not yet. He held his head covered in sweat, his face burning hot. Since this morning, I've been feeling strangely chilly. Worried, Inju stood up and looked at him. She reached out and placed her hand on his forehead, gently stroking it. She softly told him, Seo Yoon, you need to get some rest. Seeing Seo Yoon's flushed face, Inju moved closer and touched his forehead to check his temperature. He said, I'm fine. Seo Yoon used his hand to push hers away. If I go home and rest a little, I'll probably be okay. I don't have class this afternoon anyway. Inju hesitated. All right. She stepped back, then froze as she thought, right? No matter how I look at him, he clearly isn't in good shape. I was too careless, wasn't I? Seo Yoon must have been upset too. Seo Yoon looked at her expression and asked, if telling them over the phone doesn't work, should I go to the center with you? Inju smiled and shook her head. I'm Fine. I was just. She was about to say she didn't need him, but then she stopped and thought, no. Seo Yoon want me to lean on him. With that in mind, she said, all right, but let's go home and get you some rest first. Sitting in a chair, Inju kept staring at the phone number for the social welfare center, unable to decide. How should I say it? Should I say I'm being stalked? In the classroom, everyone had gotten up and left, leaving only her sitting there with her chin in her hand, thinking, but it still feels too vague. What if we really did just meet by chance that day? The phone rang, cutting off her thoughts. It was Seo Yoon calling. She smiled brightly and answered cheerfully. From the other end, he asked, Seo Yoon, did you get any rest? She replied, yes. Inju asked back, where are you? Has your class ended? Seo Yoon replied, it just ended. Suddenly, Seo Yoon's voice came through the line. That incident happened, so I'm worried you'll go home alone. I'll come pick you up. She hurriedly stopped him. No, you're sick. I'm Fine. As soon as she said that, his coughing came through the phone. Cough, 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 cough. Seo Yoon quickly explained, I just coughed a few times for fun. That's all. I'm really fine, okay. She gave an awkward laugh and said, After thinking it over, she said, I'll go over there. I'll buy you some porridge. After hanging up, she immediately went to a porridge shop and bought some to go. Thank you. On the way there, she kept looking at the bag of porridge and smiling. She imagined Seo Yoon being touched when he saw what she had bought. He'll probably be so moved he'll cry, right? Hee hee. Holding the bag in one hand and a bag of medicine in the other, Inju smiled brightly and skipped along as she thought, taking care of my boyfriend like this myself is pretty cool, huh? When she arrived at his door, she pressed the doorbell and called, Ding dong, Seo Yoon. He came out to open the door with a weary face. Seeing his face, she asked worriedly, are you feeling any better? Even then, he forced himself to say, yes, I'm fine. Inja didn't believe him and angrily marched straight inside. Find my foot. Get inside. She made him lie down on the bed, then soaked a towel in warm water and placed it on his forehead. She also didn't forget to set the stuffed tiger beside him. After lying there for a while, he looked at her and asked, puzzled, isn't this a bit much? Inju stirred the porridge and asked, what? He sat up, took the towel off, and sighed. My fever's gone. She ignored him and sat there blowing on the porridge to cool it. Phew, phew. Scooping up a spoonful, Inju brought it to his mouth to feed him. Eat the porridge first, then take your medicine. Seeing that, Seo Yun took the spoon. I can eat by myself. Very quickly, he finished the whole bowl of porridge. Inju came over holding the stuffed animal and said, "If you sleep for a bit, you'll be perfectly fine." She kept holding that stuffed animal, making him embarrassed, so he snatched it back and set it aside near the corner of the bed. At the same time, Seo Yun suddenly tugged hard on her hand. Inju quickly fell down beside him. He wrapped his arm around her shoulders, shut his eyes tightly, and said, "Please stay lying like this for a little while, until I fall asleep." Inju didn't know how to react for a moment. She could only lie there stiffly. He held her tightly, his breathing steady. Pressed against Seo Yun's chest, she thought, "It's hard to breathe." Then she smiled softly and turned her face the other way. "I don't think he still has a fever anymore." Suddenly he spoke. "Ever since I started liking you, I keep..." He pulled her back a little so that she could look straight into his eyes. He said, "I keep acting like a child, even though I don't think of myself that way." He stared at her and asked directly, "You've been having a lot of trouble lately, haven't you?" Confused, she said, "Huh? What do you mean?" Seo Yun's eyes lowered slightly. "I want you to be able to lean on me. And I also want to be there so I can protect you. Maybe I've been acting a little childish." Inju hurriedly explained, "No, it's not like that. I'm childish too." Seo Yun placed his hand in the middle of her back and gently pulled her closer. "You're gradually becoming more mature. Compared to your last relationship, you can live independently now. So as your boyfriend, I should be supporting you." Seo Yun held her more tightly with both arms, closed his eyes, and confessed, "But a part of me has become greedier. I want to be a solid emotional support for you. I want you to look only at me." Hearing such sincere words, Inju didn't know what to say. She closed her eyes, sighed, and thought, "Does he like me that much?" Startled, she opened her eyes slightly and wondered, how could anyone call that childish? Unable to contain the happiness welling up inside her, Inju shifted upward to face Seo Yun. She cupped his cheeks and gently kissed him, making his eyes open wide. After lightly kissing his lips, she said, "I feel the same way as you." Looking into her shimmering eyes, Seo Yun placed his hand on her shoulder and pulled her close. He squeezed his eyes shut and boldly kissed her. She opened her eyes wide and tried to push him away. Inju struggled inwardly. "No, I can't. Seo Yun is sick. But this is amazing." "No, sick means sick." When he pulled his lips away, he still seemed a little reluctant. Then, because of his fever, Seo Yun fell asleep, breathing evenly. Inju sat up, shook him lightly, and called, "Seo Yun, are you asleep?" It must have been because of the medicine. After that, both of them fell asleep. 2 weeks later, Inju was walking across campus. She suddenly felt cheerful. Inju thought to herself, the exams are finally all over. Today, she had called the center to report the situation, given her presentation, and finished her exam. She told herself, "I'm exhausted." As she was walking, she suddenly saw Seo Yun sitting and working. Without thinking, she immediately ran over and called Seo Yun, startling him. Seo Yun asked, "Did your exam go well?" Inju sighed and replied, "Don't talk about the exam." Then she suddenly smiled. "Let's go somewhere and have fun." Seo Yun asked, "Is there anywhere you want to go?" Inju answered helplessly, "I don't know." She began to get tired and laid herself out on the table. "I just want to spend a whole day lazing around at home." Inju picked up her phone and started tapping on it. "Where should we go? It's been a while since I went to see a movie. Should we watch one? But I don't even know what movies are out these days." Seo Yun hesitated and said, "Let's go on a date tomorrow." Inju was confused. "Why do we have to wait until tomorrow? I want to go out today." Seo Yun looked at her and answered, "I looked into a few things." Inju opened her eyes wide and looked at him. She looked down at his computer. Oh. She put on a teasing expression and said, "I get it. Then it's decided." The next day, Inju messaged Seo Yun. "Where are we going?" He replied, "Just come downstairs first." That answer made Inju think, what is he planning this time? Her thoughts continued. "Since he won't say anything, I'm getting really worried. Are you preparing some kind of event?" When she went downstairs, a white car was parked in front of her house. It was Seo Yun's car. Seeing him sitting in the car, she froze on the spot. Seo Yun saw that and reminded her, "Oh, get in." Inju came closer and asked, What is this? Did you borrow it?" Seo Yun replied, "Arium lent it to me." She let out a nah and got in the car. She had barely sat down when she asked, "Are you okay at driving?" Seo Yun said, "Are you worried?" By then, Inju was already trembling. Seo Yun turned to Inju and reassured her, "I drive her car a lot, so don't worry." Then the car started and they arrived at their destination. All around them now were cherry blossom trees. It looked very romantic. Inju looked around and let out a gasp. She looked up at the cherry blossom trees. There's a place like this? Seo Yoon replied. They're about to fall soon, though. As he looked around, he said, I searched for the hottest spots on social media and noticed this place. Inju admired the scenery around her. In her heart, she thought, what is this? I thought he was going to prepare some weird event. But in the end, this event is unbelievably amazing. She handed him her phone. Take a few pictures of me. She ran over to the base of a cherry blossom tree and started posing for photos. After taking several poses, the two of them went to have lunch together. Inju opened the lunchbox and said, You even prepared a lunchbox? Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him. What is this? I'm so touched I could cry. Seo Yoon said, It's nothing much. He continued shyly. I couldn't make anything cute like the ones you made before. He thought back to all the things that had failed while he was preparing the lunchbox. Meanwhile, Inju asked blankly, Cute? What do you mean? As she ate, she said, It's really good. Seeing Inju eat so happily, Seo Yoon suddenly smiled faintly. He said, Then I'm glad. Inju looked at him blankly. Seo Yoon's face flushed slightly. He said, Your mood is better now. Seo Yoon continued to gaze at Inju intently. He said, Exams are just exams, but I could tell you were under a lot of stress because of them. He began to grow even more embarrassed. So I wanted to help you relieve some of it. Inju turned to him and said, Thank you, Seo. Before she could finish, Seo Yoon's phone rang. Flustered, he said, Wait a second. Holding the phone in his hand, Seo Yoon said, It's Ariam. Seo Yoon quickly checked the phone. The screen showed the caller was Ariam. Seo Yoon kept staring at it without answering, making Inju wonder. She asked him, Aren't you going to answer? Seo Yoon hesitated and said, Spending time with you right now is more important. Hearing that, Inju was so shocked she froze. She poked Seo Yoon's cheek with her finger. Wow, you're really good at saying sweet things. Seo Yoon said shyly, Don't treat me like a child. Inju looked troubled. She asked, Do you think I'm treating you like a child? You don't like that? Seo Yoon replied, Yes. Even now, you're treating me like a 3-year-old. Inju said, Then let's drop the honorifics. Seo Yoon was confused. What? Inju explained. You said you hate being treated like a child. Using honorifics when we talk is good, but now I think we can stop. Seo Yoon obediently replied, If you think using honorifics is better, then we can keep using them. I don't really mind. Inju quickly said, Really? Then let's drop them. Seo Yoon was silent for a long while. He answered, I understand. Inju grinned. What is this? Hearing him not use honorifics makes my heart pound. Seo Yoon replied, Is that so? Sitting there, Inju laughed loudly. You used him again. He said shyly, It just feels weird. That evening, Inju lay on her bed, relaxing as she scrolled through her phone. She received a message from Seo Yoon. Did you get home? She said, He said it feels weird, but it's still so cute I could faint. She grew serious and thought, He's my boyfriend now, but is it okay for him to keep being this adorable? Inju sank into thought. Right? There are only 2 months left now, aren't there? For the two of us. Inju thought back to the day she had told him. Then let's just date until you enlist. Lying on the bed, Inju thought, Are we really going to end things? I did say that, but how could I break up with him when he enlists? She thought again of what Seo Yoon had said. We're only dating until I enlist, right? No, I'm sure he probably won't change his mind. Inju also thought back to when Seo Yoon had told her, I promised you. She said, I want to keep dating. Seo Yoon replied, We can't. If I ask him directly, we'll really end up breaking up. Then I'll just leave it for now. I'm so happy right now that I can't even think about breaking up. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Sitting up, Inju wondered, Why is Ariam calling? She answered the phone. Hello, at a cafe. Inju was sitting and waiting for someone. I can't believe she said she had something to tell me and even asked to meet in person like this. Inju thought of 2 possibilities. First, Ariam would say, You and Seo Yoon aren't a good match. Break up. Second, Ariam would say, Please help me date Jerem. Just then, Ariam hurried over. Sorry I'm late. She looked tired, making Inju wonder. Ariam said, I don't look very well, do I? Inju hesitated and said yes. Ariam tiredly rubbed her eyes. I haven't been able to sleep at all since yesterday. Inju asked worriedly why. Ariam said, To be honest, I was pretty conflicted over whether I should tell you this or not, but it kept bothering me. Inju asked what happened. Ariam was silent for a long while. It happened yesterday. I lent Seo Yoon my car because he said he was going on a date with you. It was almost like he was asking me to check for him. Yesterday, Seo Yoon had asked her, Do you think she'll be disappointed if the food I prepared looks like the lunchbox she made for me before? Ariam had said, Come on, I'm sure she won't think that. Inju smiled. Seo Yoon really cared about that a lot, didn't he? Ariam said, Seeing him like that, I thought he was adorable, and I was excited too. And then Jeremy's face came rushing back into my mind. So I called him that evening and asked him out for a drink. He came right away, saying he was bored anyway. Ariel and Jeremy walked along the same road together. After that, the two of them went out to eat together. Ariel said, "We drank for quite a while. We talked about one thing after another." Then Jeremy showed me his phone. He said to her, "This place is pretty good. The snacks are good too." He showed her photos as he explained. "Oh, this is my friend." Then, as he swiped to the next photo, it was a picture of a girl. It was Inju. And then both of them froze stiff. Jeremy spoke up. "Should we head back now?" He started to get up. After hearing the story, Inju asked in surprise, "He has a picture of me?" Ariel lowered her head and answered, "Yes." Hearing that, she tried to stay optimistic and said, "Well, maybe he just forgot to delete it." Ariel immediately said, "That could be true," but Inju frowned, looked up at her, and asked quietly, "Then why are you telling me this?" Ariel anxiously pressed her lips together and did not answer. Inju guessed at once. "Don't tell me. Are you suspicious about something between me and Jeremy?" Ariel said, "That's not it. I know you, and you're doing really well." She clenched both hands tightly and said, "It's just Inju." Ariel gathered her courage and said, "I hope you can talk this through clearly with him." Hearing that, Inju blankly let out a huh. She angrily gripped her glass of water and replied, "We already broke up. What is there left to clear up?" Ariel looked elsewhere and said in a low voice, "Inju, wasn't it only last year that you still hadn't forgotten Jeremy? And he still has a picture of you too." Inju quickly explained, "Not now. There's nothing left between me and him anymore." Ariel lowered her eyes and said, "Jeremy, I don't think he sees it that way." The scene of her secretly glancing at Jeremy beside her came to mind. Ariel said, "I'm the one who notices those things every day. That's why I know." At that time, he had sat across from Inju, watching her as she talked with her friends. Ariel said, "Whenever we meet, he only looks at you, Inju." The photo of Inju that had appeared on Jeremy's phone resurfaced in her memory. Ariel said, "And he pays attention to even the smallest things." And then there was yesterday's photo too. Only then did Inju awkwardly recall the times he had been beside her and thought, "Paying attention? I did notice that too." But remembering the times Jeremy had handed water to other people, she commented inwardly, "Rather than saying I'm someone special, it's more accurate to say Jeremy is a good person." Inju pouted, frowned, and thought it over. It was also the first time I'd seen him again after we broke up, so I can't be sure. Ariam timidly said in a low voice, "I'm counting on you." Inju watched her closely and thought, "It's not that I don't understand why she's so impatient." Looking at the other girl's hands fidgeting together, Inju thought, "Because we like someone we feel uneasy. Even if it's just the tiniest bit of hope, we still want to bet on it." Suddenly, she remembered the time she had cried while looking at her phone. Inju paused and thought, "Now that I think about it, whenever I was struggling like this, I relied on Ariam's writing. That sounds kind of ironic." Then she put on a serious expression and spoke. "Ariam, I can't help you." The sky outside was pitch black. Inju's voice rang out. "As far as I'm concerned, things with Jeremy are over. And if he does still like me, what am I supposed to do about it? Besides," Ariel listened in a daze as she continued, "there's no guarantee that Ariam's feelings will come true 100%. Ariam fell silent for a moment. Seeing that, Inju worriedly thought, did I go too far? But it's true." Ariel picked up the recording device and asked softly, "You're right. May I write that down? I want to use those words as a line." Inju looked helpless and stammered in reply, "Gee, go ahead." Ariam lowered her face and said, "I'm sorry." Ariel closed her eyes and explained, "It's just that my head feels a little clearer now. Since yesterday, I haven't felt quite like myself." Ariam narrowed her eyes and smiled at Inju. "Just like you said, that's something you can't do, right? Please forget what I just said." Inju quietly watched her. Then Ariam reached up and tucked her hair behind her ear. Inju silently assessed her. "Ariel's like that too." "Uh-huh. I thought she was a pretty mature person, but whether at work or romance, it looks like she has her own troubles." Just then, Ariam wondered, "What is it?" Inju answered softly, "Oh, it's nothing." Then Inju asked, "Why did you call Yoon earlier?" Ariam covered her mouth and explained, "Oh, I remembered that he hadn't filled the car with gas yet." A little while later, Inju walked down the street, letting out a tired sigh. Inju slowly walked along, thinking, "I wonder if things will be all right." Suddenly, her eyes widened. Jeremy's face appeared in her mind. Ariam's voice echoed in her head. "Jeremy still likes you, Inju." Annoyed, she walked faster and thought, "Seriously, now it's bothering me. Do I have to make things clear one more time?" Inju imagined herself pointing straight at him and shouting, "Hey, don't like me anymore, got it?" Then she slumped inside and lamented, "Oh my gosh. Just then, a message came from Yuni. It said, "What are you doing?" Inju looked at her phone and thought, talking to Yoon about this probably wouldn't do any good. Then she replied, "I just stepped out to the convenience store." He immediately answered, "I just came out too. Where are you? I'll come to you." Only then did Inju suddenly realize her hands were empty. She let out an ah. And so Inju hurriedly ran into the convenience store, thinking, "I need to buy something." A little while later, she was holding a bag packed full of food. Seo Yoon lightly lifted the bag and asked, "You bought this many snacks?" She smiled and answered, "Because I was hungry." He quietly observed Inju's guilty expression. At that moment, she was thinking, hiding the fact that I just met Ariam feels really... Seo Yoon quietly said, "You don't look too well." Hearing that, Inju blankly let out a huh. She forced a smile and said, "It's nothing. I'm Yufine." But midway through, Inju automatically pressed her lips together stiffly and thought, "No, this is bad." Yoon hates this kind of thing. Watching her series of strange actions, he grew even more puzzled. Inju lowered her eyes and thought, "How am I supposed to talk about an ex-boyfriend still having feelings for me? And I'm not even sure." So she raised her head, looked at Seo Yoon, and said, "Nothing happened." In her heart, she thought, this is completely different from the thing with Park Kyung-joon, and it's not something Yoon can solve anyway. Inju walked ahead, looked back, and said to him, "Shall we take a little walk? The evening weather's pretty nice." Seo Yoon pressed his lips together and looked at her without answering. The next moment, he gently lowered his eyes. Then Seo Yoon reached out, took Inju's hand, and answered, "Yes." He lowered his head, looked at their intertwined hands, and thought to himself, "It's fine. Nothing will happen." The backs of two girls stood side by side in front of the cosmetics counter. Yang-eun curiously looked at the bottle in Inju's hand. "Sunscreen is a must. What about toner and lotion? He'll probably need those too." And Yang-eun calmly looked at her. "Is that something you need to worry about? Can't the person who's going into the military take care of himself?" Her question left Inju helpless. "You heartless thing," Yang-eun said. I'm not sure if anyone else is like this," but Inju looked at her in surprise. "But I don't think your boyfriend will like it." Then Inju looked after her in shock. Why wouldn't Yoon like it?" Yang-eun turned slightly, put her index finger to her chin, and thought, "Well, doesn't Yoon hate the fact that he's younger than you? If you take care of him too much, wouldn't it hurt his pride?" Inju walked closer to her and lifted the shopping basket in her hand. "Really?" Yang-eun said. "I'm not completely sure. I only thought of it after hearing what you told me. Couples do this kind of thing all the time. Everyone has their own standards." Inju looked down at the floor and wondered, why wouldn't he like being cared for? Yang-eun became helpless at her reaction. "Well, I guess I shouldn't have said that. It's your relationship, so you would know best." Inju anxiously carried the basket and followed behind her. A little while later, Inju held a paper bag up to eye level. She sat waiting on a bench and glanced at the bag in her hand. How could he hate receiving this? She glanced at Yang-eun beside her. But why do Yang-eun's words bother me so much? Then her eyes shifted down to her feet again. What is this? She remembered talking with Seo Yoon a few days earlier. It's true that things have been a little strange since then. Nothing happened. A few weeks earlier, there had been no problem between Jeremy and her at all. She had been happily beside him, and she and Yoon had not fought even once. And right now, she was texting the person saved as Yuni. That's right, there's nothing to worry about. Then why is suspicion seeping into my blood? She smiled as she looked at the message. Then she typed on her phone with both hands. "I'm about to go eat. Have you eaten yet, Yuni? See? There's no problem at all. At a shop called Pasta Mail. It'll be fine. This is totally different from when I was dating Jeremy. It's different from when I felt like I couldn't survive without my boyfriend beside me." A hand picked up a card from the rack. This is so cute. Inju looked doubtful as she saw Yang-eun's eyes sparkle at the card in her hand. "That's cute. What does it matter?" Yang-eun said. "To me, it really is cute." Then Inju was startled when she glanced at something on a rack beside it. She raised her clenched hand to her mouth and looked at the keychain. "Wow, this looks just like Yoon's stuffed animal." Startled, her eyes sparkled as she imagined Seo Yoon blushing while hugging a stuffed tiger and wearing a backpack with a tiger keychain. He turned back to look at her. "So cute I could die. I absolutely have to buy it." As they pushed the door open and stepped outside, Yang-eun helplessly looked at the pile of things filling Inju's arms, while Inju smiled brightly with excitement. "You bought a ton of things for your boyfriend. I can't wait to see his expression when he gets all this." Then the two of them chatted cheerfully as they walked down the street. "Oh, right. Are you going to the school retreat? What about you?" Inju leaned toward Yang-eun as she walked beside her. "If you go, I'll go. If you go, I'll go." "What is this, seriously?" Suddenly, Inju was startled. "It would be great if you could come too. He goes to our school too, after all. Have you asked him?" Oh, right. The next day, beneath a blue sky and white clouds, at the retreat, Inju clung to Seo Yoon's arm. Come with me. He looked at her helplessly. We're not in the same department. Even if I go, we won't be able to see each other. She happily looked up. Then we could just sneak out for a bit. There'll be lots of people, so no one will notice us, right? She held his arm and looked at him with a happy smile. Then all right, I'll go. Then she let go of his arm and continued walking side by side with him. You know, yesterday when I went shopping, I met with the professor, so the two of them stared blankly at each other for a moment. Flustered, Inju shoved the brown paper bag back in her tote. You go first. He lowered his head slightly and looked at her. It's about my previous report. The professor asked me whether I wanted to do deeper research over the break. Inju happily congratulated him. Wow, good for you. Isn't that a great opportunity? But I'm going on break soon. Hearing him say that, Inju suddenly realized. Enlistment. That's true. She looked at his profile and sank into thought, seeing him talk about it so calmly. Is it okay for me to bring it up? I want to keep dating him while I wait for him. After that, he suddenly spoke. What were you about to say earlier? Oh, she happily handed him a paper bag. Here, I bought this while thinking of you. It's for your enlistment. There should be times when you need it. Then she nervously lowered her eyes. Thank you. He smiled as if wrapped in light. You thought of me? I'm so happy. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at him, while he smiled down at the bag in his hand. Then she suddenly got excited and hugged him tightly. I like you so much. He looked down at her in confusion. Yoon, the two of them pulled slightly apart. One looked up and the other looked down. There's something I want to say. Seo Yoon looked down in surprise. What is it? Inju silently looked up at him. Then she burst into tears and hugged him, leaving him bewildered. I can't say it. What if I say it, and then goodbye really means goodbye? That would be the worst. She let go of him, lowered her head, and rummaged through her bag. There's something else I want to give you. Again, she moved behind him and attached the tiger keychain to his backpack. Stay still like that, and don't look behind you. Done. She smiled happily under his doubtful gaze. What is it? Look at it later. Later, okay. The two of them continued walking side by side. For now, the first priority should be dating peacefully. A few days later, at a hotel. On the beach, with golden sand and waves murmuring past, Inju spread both arms toward the ocean. It's the sea. Suddenly, she bent over and sneezed. Under Seo Yoon's staring gaze, he wrapped an arm around her waist and held her firmly, making her tearfully reach toward the ocean. I think it would be best if you didn't go to windy places. Tears and snot streamed down her face. This was the retreat I'd been looking forward to. She remembered how she had been determined, working on assignments day and night without rest. I finished my assignments on time. I worked so hard just to make it to this retreat. She clenched her fists and shouted, let's rest first. I'll go in with you too. No, I already paid the full participation fee. She helplessly closed both eyes. Of course, that was not the only reason. If I can't go on this retreat, she imagined herself tearfully saying goodbye to him in the rain. Then nothing will be resolved at all, and he'll still shoulder his backpack and go serve the country. She blushed, sniffled, clenched her fists, and steeled herself. I can't let that happen. The immediate goal is to drown in happiness. She smiled dangerously, imagining him crying as he embraced her beneath the night fireworks. I can't break up with you. Being with you is when I'm happiest. A hand took a black jacket and draped it over her shoulders. She looked back in surprise. I knew you were stubborn, so I brought it with me. He spoke firmly. What if it gets even colder? You've seen the sea now. Let's go back to the room and rest first. She puffed out her cheeks and stared at him. By myself. I'll be there with you. She nodded happily under his smiling gaze. At the hotel, Yang-eun was eating a meat skewer while glancing over as she saw Inju and Seo Yoon enter together through the front door. Eat up. Inju's eyes sparkled as she looked at the skewer in Yang-eun's hand. What's that? Where did you buy it? At the beach, I think. Her hoarse voice rang out. Let me have a bite. Her eyes sparkled as she looked at the skewer in Yang-eun's hand, while Yang-eun smiled and stepped back. You can eat the whole thing. Inju chewed the meat as she looked around at the noisy scene. She raised the skewer to her mouth. But there are more people than I expected. Oh, our department isn't the only one here now. Inju followed Yang-eun's gaze with suspicion. The arts department came here yesterday too. It seems this training center is cheap, so everyone rushed here. When she turned her head, she saw Arium waving as she walked over. The arts department? Then that means the creative writing major is included too, right? Inju. After that, everyone's eyes turned toward her at once. Oh, Arium. Arium. She and Jeremy glanced at each other amid the surrounding whispers. Inju's eyes widened in fear as she looked toward the door. Why are these people? A little while later, one hand offered a cup and another reached out to receive it. Here, Inju sat on the sofa, holding the cup with both hands, while CEO Yoon stood straight in front of her. Drinking warm water is good for your body. I don't like warm water. Then he angrily turned away, making her feel guilty as she raised the cup to her mouth. Do you want to drink cold water and get even sicker? No, sir. He looked down at the arts department group through the window, then turned his head back to her. It looks like the arts department left. After that, he sat down beside her, startling her. Are you worried? She tilted her head and smiled at him. No, I'm just not feeling well right now. He silently glanced at her. Then he suddenly took the cup from her hand and left the room. I'll make you some tea. She watched him go. You must be bothered by it too. She bent over, buried her face, and hugged her knees. Because Jeremy still liked her. Nothing had happened when they worked on the group project, so surely nothing unexpected would happen here either, right? Her eyes gradually grew completely unfocused. Nothing will happen. She closed her eyes. Is it because I took medicine? I'm so sleepy. At the same time, someone was walking down the hallway. Go eat first, Jeremy. While talking on the phone, he glanced to the side. Yeah, I just realized I forgot my wallet. Then he suddenly fell silent when he saw Inju leaning her head against the back of a chair inside a room. Inju had her eyes closed, her head resting on her knees. Jeremy held his phone, stunned by what he saw. Then he walked over to her. Suddenly, he noticed a man's black jacket on a nearby table. He stood still and looked at her for a moment. Then he picked up the black jacket and draped it over her shoulders. He bent down and gazed at her exposed profile. He slowly raised his hand, about to touch her face. Suddenly, a man holding a glass of water walked in, startling him. What are you doing? Jeremy was kneeling on one knee beside Inju, while she silently looked up at CEO Yoon. Jeremy stood up, and CEO Yoon set the glass of water in his hand down on the table. I was just putting the jacket back over her. She looked cold. He glanced at Jeremy. Is Inju sick? She looks like she has a fever. The two men stood frozen, looking at each other for a few short seconds. Then CEO Yoon spoke, breaking the silence between them. She just has a cold. Don't worry about it. Jeremy looked at him sarcastically. I don't understand why you brought your girlfriend to a retreat when she's sick like this. Yoon frowned and looked at him coldly. Take better care of her. Once Inju gets sick, it takes her a long time to recover. Yoon silently watched him turn to leave. Then he called out to stop him. You know, considering your current position, you shouldn't be saying that, right? Sorry if it sounded arrogant, but Jeremy glanced at him with a mocking look. I'm just worried about her, and I know very well how exhausted she is. Yoon's eyes reddened, and he bit his lip as he looked at him. He clenched his fist, while Inju, not understanding what was going on, she instinctively closed her eyes and pretended to sleep in the chair. What is happening? Jeremy opened the door and walked out, while she frowned and hugged her knees. What's with him? Does he really still like me? After that, CEO Yoon crouched down beside her without saying anything, saying that was basically provoking him, like he was trying to make us break up. His eyes reddened, and he lowered his head. I'm sorry. I wanted to become someone better for you, so you could comfortably lean on me. After saying that, he bowed his head and fell silent. That evening, everyone clinked their glasses and chatted noisily. Meanwhile, she didn't know what to say as she looked at the orange juice in her glass. She was wearing CEO Yoon's hoodie and turned to negotiate with CEO Yoon, who was sitting beside her. I feel a lot better after taking medicine. No. He glanced at her drooping face then. He gave in, making her clench her fists and look at him happily. Do you want to play a drinking game? Ido. She leaned forward and spoke to Yang-eun. Let's join too. We're not drinking juice. Noise echoed through the hotel. If you want to drink, sing a song. Double V. A while later, Inju and CEO Yoon silently looked at the scene before them. Beer cans and food containers rolling around on the floor, and everyone drunk, lying in separate corners. She went over and shook Yang-eun, only for Yang-eun to roll over and push her down. Yang-eun, wake up. Are you seriously going to sleep here, baby? She stood up angrily, glanced back at her, but spoke to CEO Yoon. Be patient. She's drunk after all. Yoon, I don't think we could take care of all this. He looked at the bottle in his hand. Yeah, let's just clean up the trash first. She carried 8 containers of soup outside, while he threw the empty containers into a trash bag. I'll go throw away all this soup. I can't believe we have to take responsibility for cleaning up just because we're not drunk. As she was walking, she saw Ariel staggering around a corner up ahead, talking to someone. I think I'm going to throw up. Yeah. She walked closer and saw Jeremy looking at her worriedly, hovering around her. Can you hold it in a little longer? It's coming on my throat. He looked toward Inju. What's wrong with Ariel? Inju. He lightly supported Ariel by the arm. Could you help me for a second? After that, Inju rinsed the 8 containers with water, while Ariel threw up in a bathroom stall. Ugh. I couldn't refuse. and she was startled when Ariel staggered out in a daze. Of course I have to help her at a time like this. Come on, wait. She helped Ariel over to the sink. Rinse your mouth. Munmuasa. A while later, Inju closed the hotel room door, and Jeremy stood behind her. She stepped back wearily and stood beside him. Will Ariel be okay? She threw everything up, so she'll probably be fine. The two of them fell into an awkward silence. Inju glanced to the side, while Jeremy looked down at his feet, avoiding her eyes. Thank you for helping get her into the women's bathroom, too. Yes, well, she turned away. Then I'll go. Inju. She awkwardly turned her head to look at him. Can you give me a little time? Jeremy looked down at her nervously. There's something I want to. Inju immediately cut him off. I don't want to hear it. After saying that, she turned and ran off. Inju, I can't. What if Yoon comes looking for me? I don't want to make him misunderstand anything. Then she saw CEO Yoon standing in the hallway. He was holding up a trash bag as he looked at her. Inju, why were you gone so long? Feeling guilty, she smiled. I ran into someone who was drunk, so I helped them a little. What? Who is it? She helplessly glanced away. Ariel. Ariel, you should have called me. Yeah, she pointed at the trash bag and changed the subject. It's fine. I brought her back to the room. Are you going to throw those away? Yeah. Then she walked over and picked up the trash bag while he held several paper boxes in his arms. Let's go together. A while later, at the garbage collection area, Inju dusted off her hands and looked down at Seo Yoon. We threw it all away, right? The two stood side by side. Let's go back inside. Her eyes widened in panic. No way. If we go in now, what are we supposed to do? I already slept through the whole day. Her eyes sparkled as she turned and grabbed his arm. Let's go play with fireworks. After that, Inju held two sparklers as she walked side by side with Seo Yoon. I saw earlier that the kids bought these. He looked at her worriedly, making her feel helpless. Can't we just do what we want? What if it's dangerous? We're not elementary schoolers. It'll be fine, it'll be fine. She walked ahead of him toward the beach. The night breeze blew her hair messily across her face. The night sea. I wanted to come here. It's so incredibly relaxing. Really? Then she turned toward him. Light it. Can we even light it in this wind? Use your body to shield it. Her hand covered the tip of the sparkler as it began shooting tiny sparks. Wow. The two of them happily looked at the sparklers in their hands. It's so pretty. Her face flushed and her eyes sparkled as she looked at the fireworks. Meanwhile, he blushed and looked at her gently. She waved the sparkler, drawing shapes in the air. I've wanted to try this for ages. She panicked as she tried to draw a heart, but couldn't finish it. It's too short. Then he drew the other half of the heart onto her shape. We can do it together. She covered her face and glanced at his flushed face. Oh my, how romantic. The waves crashed against the sand. Inju and Seo Yoon sat side by side, looking up at the starry night sky. Then she suddenly smiled and turned to look at him. Yoon, yeah, date me. He blinked and looked at her. We're already dating, even when you enlist. His cheeks flushed in surprise. You still want to date me even then? Then he lowered his eyes and looked down at his feet. Inju, you know about that. We were only supposed to date until I enlisted. She nervously clenched her hands. To be honest, I don't want to say goodbye either. I like you even more now than I did before, so I don't think I can break up with you. She tilted her head and turned to look at him. I don't want to break up either. But, Inju, I'm really scared. My heart is really scared. He hugged his knees, overcome with insecurity. I'm always worried. I keep wondering whether you'll leave me. Even now, you can't lean on me. What will happen if we're apart for a long time? She looked at him gently. Yoon, I'm okay. She placed her hand over his. I'm not the same person I used to be. Even if you're not beside me, I won't feel anxious and I won't change. She silently looked at him as he lowered his confused eyes. Then she folded her arms and looked down at the sand. I think I know what you're thinking. You don't like that you don't have much experience and that you can't take good care of me yet, right? Then she blushed and raised a hand to hold back the strands of hair flying in the wind. What I think is a little different. Because you're a little clumsy, I was able to grow too. She panicked and looked over at him. I mean, it's not like being clumsy is your only trait. She awkwardly continued, looking down at the sand, and placed her hand on his. We're the same. I've made quite a lot of mistakes before, too, so it's hard to say I'm a mature person. That's why I need you by my side. I don't need someone who takes care of me from A to Z. I need someone who can grow together with me. His eyes reddened as he glanced at her. I'm not sure whether my feelings are getting through to you properly, but yeah. He blushed and smiled. I really do like you so much. Thanks to you telling me all of that. After that, he fell silent for a few seconds and lowered his head. The truth is, my anxiety is the real problem. She opened her eyes wide and looked at him. When you like someone too much, you often want to run far away. He lowered his head and stared at the sand. It's hard to deal with. The two of them turned their heads at the same time when they heard someone's voice. Who's there? Jeremy was holding a phone with the flashlight on to light the way in one hand and some kind of bag in the other. Inju? Jeremy shone his phone light and stared blankly toward Inju and Seoyun. Inju turned her head and looked at him in surprise. Is something wrong? Then she felt as if lightning had struck her. I went to throw out the trash, and I just heard someone talking. I managed to avoid him, so why did I have to run into him now? Then she turned her head anxiously and glanced towards Seoyun. What should I do? I haven't told Yoon that I met Jeremy earlier. Surely he won't mention it here, right? Seeing that, Jeremy turned and left. It's dangerous out here at night, so you two should hurry back inside. She let out a breath as she watched him go. She silently continued glancing at Seoyun. Then she picked up her jacket and stood. I guess we have no choice. Let's go inside. She took his hand and went up the steps. He silently looked down at their tightly clasped hands. He lowered his head, lost in thought. Can we overcome that with feelings alone? He thought about what she had said earlier. She said she liked me because when we're together, we can grow together. Will that meaning stay completely intact, even if we're apart? Jeremy's words from earlier that morning surfaced in his mind. Take better care of her, because even I can see how exhausted she is. That's right. The scene of her sitting tiredly with her knees hugged that morning also appeared. She needs someone she can lean on with peace of mind. He also remembered the sight of a certain woman with dark circles under her eyes, looking worn out as she sat on the sofa and stared at her phone. His eyes widened as he looked at her. If I can't even do that much, then I should let her go. After thinking that, he looked up at her. Inju. She turned her head in surprise and looked down at him. Please give me a little time to think about what we talked about earlier. 1 week later, at the school library, Inju rested her chin in her hand and looked at the computer. She turned her head when she saw CEO Yoon's arm set a cup of coffee down beside her hand. She nodded when she heard his whisper. Have you written a lot? Yeah. Then the two of them sat down beside each other, each working on their own task. 27 days left until Yoon's enlistment, and I'm in the middle of applying for jobs. Scenes from the past few days appeared in their minds. First was the scene from that night, when she turned to look at him. I understand. After the conversation at the retreat. Next was the scene of the two of them walking side by side, holding hands. They dated again as if nothing had ever happened, because I'd already said everything I could say. So now I had no choice but to trust him and wait. It was not until that evening that Inju finally closed her computer. Phew, she stretched happily. I think I'm done. You're done? She took a sandwich out of her bag and handed the computer to Seo Yoon. Yeah, I think it's more or less done. Do you want to look it over? After reading with his chin propped in his hand for a while, his eyes suddenly began to sparkle. After seeing the tears rolling down Mr. C's cheeks, I made up my mind. Read it silently. Suddenly, he saw something and was startled. Meanwhile, she looked at him eagerly. So, how is it? He guiltily glanced away under her suspicious gaze. I think it's probably fine. The two sat facing each other, Inju holding a sandwich while he sat in front of the computer. Honestly, I'm not sure. I've never written one before either, so I can't say for certain. Oh, he panicked when he saw her look disappointed. But I really do think you wrote it well. As she ate the sandwich, she looked up at him suspiciously. Oh, I saw this on the school homepage. Then she lowered her head and looked at the computer screen he showed her. Here, yes, the website for the Career Support Center appeared on the screen. Career Support Center? Yeah. The two looked down at the computer together. Since it's your first time, why don't you try going here? So our school has this kind of thing too? She tilted her head slightly and looked at the screen seriously. It's better than having to do it alone. Then she said cheerfully, I'll give it a try. At a certain bookstore, Inju and Seo Yoon sat beside each other, focused on reading the books in their hands. Day 23 until Yoon's enlistment. Suddenly, the phone on the floor vibrated, breaking the silence. Oh, what is it? She slapped her hand down on the phone. Feedback on my self-introduction letter. I wanted to check it when I got home. He looked at her in confusion. Why? Just check it now. It's okay. She squeezed her eyes shut, pouted, and sighed. I don't feel okay right now. Whenever I get an email, I get stressed. Then she curled up on the floor. It'll get better. I'm not sure anymore. She complained wearily. I couldn't write much because I slacked off on my studies before. What am I supposed to do about my past? I can't just make up activities I never did. As she shouted loudly and flailed her arms in the air, he awkwardly nodded an apology to the person outside the door who was raising a hand to signal them to be quiet. They told me to finish filling everything in, but what do I even have to fill in those blanks? I'm the one who's most frustrated here. He placed a hand on her shoulder and smiled down at her. Calm down first. Things will get better. She slowly sat up and helplessly closed her eyes. The proof is that you're doing well right now. You have your own strengths too, right? That's true, but I still feel so annoyed. Then she picked up the phone that was continuously vibrating on the floor. I wanted to finish writing it all in one go. I don't understand why I have to leave a letter like this unfinished. Her body trembled as she looked at the message on her phone. Was it this time? He picked up the phone and took a look. Meanwhile, she held a book and sat in the corner. Are they crazy? How am I supposed to do that? Even reading alone already makes me want to run away. She screamed in fear and set the book down on the floor. I think it's okay. What? You. This is my problem in the first place. No, that's not what I mean. He smiled at her with crescent-shaped eyes. You can look at other people's for reference too. Wasn't the whole reason you signed up to participate in the first place because you couldn't do it alone? She wearily hugged her knees. Yeah, and they'll look at mine for reference too. They'll look at my TOEIC score too. I don't even know whether it's serious or not. He lowered his eyes, covered his mouth, and thought, leaving her stunned. Then I guess I shouldn't write that part in. You shouldn't write it in? Then he raised his head and looked at her. Inju, you already completed it really well. She calmly picked up her phone. But if you don't want to go, that's up to you. No, I'll go. She drooped and looked down. Like you said, staying home won't help anything anyway. And she nervously gripped her phone tightly. I want to see the face of the person who made me feel like I was going to die. Friday morning. Inju walked while talking on the phone. Yeah, Yoon, I'm on my way. She stepped up to the door with a sign that read Career Support Center. Yeah, I'll do well. I'll call you when it's over. She stood nervously at the door for a while. Now that I'm here, I suddenly feel so anxious. Then her mind wandered with all sorts of thoughts. It's true that I'm curious who that person is, but they're probably just a teaching assistant, right? What else could they be? Suddenly, she flinched when some man abruptly opened the door. Jeremy looked down at her in surprise. Then her eyes filled with doubt, while he remained as calm as ever. Please come in, Gong Inju. I'll go make one more copy. What? Hello. I'm not sure if you brought your self-introduction letter with you. She hurriedly rummaged through her bag. Oh wait. She looked in surprise at the USB drive in his hand. It's fine. I already have a file, so I'll use this. No way. He smiled as he looked at her. Was it you who sent me the feedback? After that, Inju crumpled the documents in her hands. She stood angrily at the podium and looked toward Jeremy. You never said you were going to project it on the screen. With this example, I particularly liked this part. Everyone at the table turned at once to look at him as he looked at her cheerfully. Thank you, Gong Inju. He smiled and glanced at her. Why does bad luck keep sticking to me? Then she went to the table and sat down at the end. I can't believe it. The person who's been exchanging emails with me all this time was Jeremy. Her body trembled as she looked at the papers in her hands. I want to crawl into a hole. Then that means he saw every single part one wrote wrong. She tiredly held her forehead as tears welled up. It's even more annoying because it's true that he's good at this. She lowered her hand and glanced at Jeremy. Anyway, does he have enough ability to do this? Kim Yunji, that's amazing. He could even write this activity in his own recommendation letter. On the other side, a man in a plaid shirt and a short-haired girl in a black shirt were whispering something to each other. Then the girl raised her head and looked at Jeremy. Kim Yunji, go ahead. I'm asking just in case. But are you also an undergraduate student? He was silent for a moment. She sighed when she heard him say, yes. She held the documents in one hand and clenched her other hand into a fist. I'm just having a little trouble understanding. Why should I entrust my self-introduction letter to someone who lacks experience and hasn't been officially recognized? Hearing her words, he could only lower his eyes in silence. If I had known you were also a student, I wouldn't have participated. Inju held her papers, looking dazed, while murmurs and commotion rose around her. Why, all of a sudden, she angrily glanced at Jeremy, who had his head lowered in silence. What is this? Why isn't he saying anything? She was silent for a moment, then lowered her head and made up her mind. Then she spoke up, drawing Yunji's attention and everyone else's. You came here today to participate because you didn't really have any complaints about the feedback he sent you, right? The guy in a plaid shirt kept whispering with Yunji. That's true. What is this? Inju tightly gripped the documents in her hands. Then she raised her head and looked up seriously. He was able to do it because he has the ability. So why are you questioning his status now? Yunji froze. What? In her mind, she cursed, what the hell? Inju still looked at her with a frown. Jeremy watched her expression from afar. He raised his hand, lightly touched his lips, and cleared his throat. Then Jeremy spoke. I'm sorry. I should have explained from the beginning. He smiled and explained. First of all, I know you can't completely trust me just because of who I am. But the reason I was put in charge of evaluating your self-introduction letters is because I have experience from winning a critical essay contest. Yunji looked at Jeremy and quietly asked, a contest? He continued. So I came here at the professor's request. As a scholarship student working at the center, I was assigned to evaluate the self-introduction letters. She silently watched Jeremy as he spoke. You can call the center to verify what I said. And if you still can't trust me, you may leave. Then Yunji said, you should have said that from the beginning. He smiled and said, I'm very sorry. This is my first time leading something like this, so After that, the people sitting beside Inju began whispering among themselves. I'm fine either way, as long as the person is capable. Yeah, I don't even know who he is anyway. She rested her chin on her hand and thought, maybe I shouldn't have butted in on my own. That afternoon at school, as they were leaving, a voice rang out. Everyone worked hard. Inju slowly left the room. She smiled as she texted, I just finished. Then Jeremy called her from behind. Inju, he looked at her and said, wait. Inju reminded him expressionlessly, please call me Gong Inju. He paid no mind and simply smiled. Thank you for helping me earlier. She walked out of the room and said as she went, it didn't really make the situation much better. Don't worry about it. Inju frowned, closed her eyes, and said, and I didn't stand up for you. I just thought she was angry because she'd received some feedback that wasn't exactly pleasant. Suddenly, Jeremy, walking behind her, lowered his eyes and asked, what about you? She looked back blankly and asked, about what? He explained, did my feedback help you a lot? Inju looked at him coldly and answered, I came here because it was useful. But inside, her anger flared as she thought, I wanted to know the face of the person who stressed me out so much I wanted to die. Jeremy smiled gently and said, then that's good. Then she turned her head and walked forward. A moment later, Inju looked back again in annoyance and asked, why do you keep following me? He answered in a low voice, I'm going this way too. Then the two of them continued forward. Suddenly, Jeremy spoke. Even so, thank you, leaving her stunned. He walked beside Inju and said gently, whatever the reason was, the fact that you took my side made me really happy. She lowered her eyes and said, don't joke around. To me, you're just like a career counselor. Jeremy cried out in confusion. Joke? Then he glanced at Inju and wondered, why would you think that? She turned to him irritably and asked back, then what else am I supposed to think? Jeremy lowered his eyes and said, I just wanted to thank you. The two continued walking forward. Inju cursed inwardly. So sly. Did he follow me all this way just to say that? She remembered the moment he had kindly looked after her at the retreat and thought, I could tell from how he acted during the retreat. Inju pressed her lips together and pondered. On top of what Ariel said, even though he hasn't directly said that he likes me, she glanced quietly at Jeremy and wondered, is he pretending? Or Inju nervously pressed her lips together and thought, am I imagining it? This is really confusing. He tilted his head and said softly, I don't have any special reason. Just like how you defended me without needing any reason. But Jeremy still said in a calm voice, let's do well together in this program. Inju didn't look at him and only answered, I know. The two stepped out the door. She asked in irritation, how long are you planning to follow me? Inju frowned as she listened to Jeremy explain, well, there's only one exit. Just then, Co Yoon's voice rang out. Inju. She quickly turned her eyes toward the sound. In the distance, he was looking at Inju and Jeremy standing together. Co Yoon smiled faintly. She hurriedly ran over and asked, Yoon, were you standing here waiting? He quickly answered, I just got here. Yoon leaned over, looked at Jeremy, and wondered, why is he here? Jeremy also bowed his head in greeting. Inju grabbed Yoon's hand and pulled him away, speaking urgently. Let's go. I'll explain. Holding a drink in both hands, he asked in a low voice, the instructor? She shifted her eyes elsewhere and explained coldly, yeah, I found out when I got there. No wonder I hated that way of speaking so much. Yoon pressed his lips together and looked thoughtfully at Inju. She glanced lightly at him. Then Inju quietly asked, should I quit? He asked in confusion, what? She lowered her head awkwardly and said, because I thought you might not feel comfortable with my ex-boyfriend guiding me. At that moment, Yoon answered softly, I'm okay. He continued, you did that group project before too. This situation is the same as back then, so why? Yoon comforted her gently, and participating helps you too, so quitting would be a waste. Just keep doing it. Hearing that, Inju answered quietly, I understand. Then she clenched both hands, raised them up, and said determinedly, absolutely nothing will happen. He softly answered, yeah. The scene shifted to a large building. Inju was standing alone in a room, looking at herself in the mirror. She muttered dejectedly, I look weird. Inju walked back and forth in the room without leaving the vanity, speaking a little uneasily. It's only a mock interview, but I even dressed up. Will this actually help? Just then, a message from Yoon arrived. Do well. Call me when it's over. Seeing that, she checked the date and saw that the 21st was the day Yoon would enlist. Inju looked at her phone and silently thought, only 3 weeks left? Inju thought deeply. After running into Jeremy again like that, I've had to stop by the center often, and each time, Yoon comes to pick me up. Yoon said he simply wanted to wait for her. She tried to think of it simply, but at that moment, she couldn't help feeling worried. Then why do I feel so uneasy? Inju remembered that Yoon had said before that he was okay. The more she thought about it, the more doubt arose amid the chaos in her head. What if he's only pretending to be okay because of me? Thinking this, Inju shook her head rapidly and thought, no, that's not it. I'm sure he said he was okay because he trusts me. She took a few steps, then bent down and put on her heels. Still, she couldn't stop thinking, if I quit without telling you, would that really be right? Inju opened the door and wondered to herself, quitting what I'm doing just because of one photo? That sounds even more suspicious. Anyway, he's just a person giving me feedback. The more she thought, the more tangled her mind became, and she unconsciously sighed. If only someone else could give me feedback. Suddenly, Inju's eyes opened wide. Ariel's image immediately appeared in her mind. As if she had found treasure, she thought, that's right, Ariel. Inju thought excitedly. Ariel has more experience, and she's good at writing too. But when Inju picked up her phone, she hesitated a little and thought to herself, should I? We're not even that close. Who knows? I'll call first. After hesitating for a while, she finally picked up the phone and called. Inju thought of 57 basic solutions. At that moment, she was outside in a park, sitting on a bench with a cup of coffee beside her. Just then, from far away, someone called her name. Inju. Ariel came over and sat down beside Inju. Seeing her, Inju handed Ariel the coffee. Ariel accepted it and replied, thanks. Are you dressed for an interview today? Inju was a little embarrassed and stammered. Flustered, she answered, yeah, it is an interview, but it's just a mock interview. It's part of the Career Support Center's program. When Ariel unconsciously looked down at her own clothes, she smiled awkwardly. Oh, now I suddenly feel embarrassed about what I'm wearing. I've been at school all the time lately. Inju smiled softly and continued, no. Then Inju took a stack of papers she had prepared out of her bag and said, I'm participating in that job program, but I'm not very confident about my self-introduction letter. She handed it to Ariel and asked, could you look it over for me? Seeing that, Ariel was a little surprised. Me? Ariel held the stack of papers and asked in confusion, is this what you wanted to ask me about? Inju answered with hopeful eyes, yes. Ariel looked closely at the stack of papers and said, I can read it now and tell you what I think, but I'm not very confident. I've never written one before either. She smiled faintly. I'm not very good at critiquing other people's work. As soon as Ariel finished speaking, Inju's face fell. Ariel then raised her index finger and suggested, what about Jeremy? He won an award in that criticism contest. I'm sure he's much better than I am. Hearing that, Inju answered awkwardly, I've already received feedback from him. In that center program, he's the instructor. Ariel listened closely as she explained. At first, I didn't know that, so I went and signed up. Then I found out later. As Inju spoke, she looked a little troubled. And you knows about it too, and it seems like he's pretty bothered by it. Inju confided, I did a group assignment with him before, so running into him again like this isn't really something I should take to heart. Hearing that, Ariel asked curiously, what about now? Inju answered, you said it, Ariel, that maybe he still likes me. After hearing that, I keep worrying about him and feeling guilty toward you. Having said that, she laughed, dispelling the tense atmosphere. My thoughts are pretty complicated, aren't they? Ariel remained silent and did not answer. Then she sighed softly and said regretfully, now that I've heard this, I regret telling you back then. Inju was confused by that. Ariel continued, I think I was too swept up in my emotions then. She blamed herself. I feel embarrassed, and I also feel sorry to you, Inju. After saying that much, Ariel looked at her and spoke gratefully. But what you said to me back then helped me a lot. Hearing that, Inju asked in confusion, did I do something? Ariel smiled. The problem isn't who Jeremy likes. She expressed herself. My feelings for him are still the same, but I decided not to be so impatient anymore and to pay more attention to myself. But, Ariel said with satisfaction, it's already beyond my reach, so I don't want to cling to that love like I did before. During this time, I also looked back on my own thoughts. Hearing that, Inju quietly evaluated her. Now you look like me. Then Ariel continued, oh, speaking of that, my social media, you said you were my fan, right? Inju nodded and answered, that's right. Ariel continued, because you liked it, Inju, I decided to reconsider. She said with a bright smile, I also received an offer to publish. Hearing that, Inju's eyes widened and her mouth fell open as she exclaimed, wow, that's amazing. Ariel lowered her head slightly and smiled. Yeah, before, I felt embarrassed because I thought it wasn't really the kind of thing I wrote, so I didn't want to make it public. She explained to Inju, that's what I've been preparing during the break. Hearing that, Inju looked a little disappointed and said, you must be really busy. Then I can't ask you to help me. Ariel returned the stack of papers to her and said, yeah, I'm sorry. Then Ariel said again, "You had a really big influence on my decision to make it public. Hearing what you said gave me the confidence to do it." Ariel said gratefully, "Thank you so much." At her unexpected thanks, Inju could not hide the joy on her face. Hearing that much, Inju blushed. She shyly changed the subject. "Stop it. It's embarrassing to hear that." Ariel did not agree and said, "I've always wanted to tell you that someday." Then she remembered something and asked, "Oh, but it's coming soon, isn't it?" Yoon's enlistment. That immediately stopped Inju from blushing and made her gloomy. She sighed and complained, "Yeah, 3 weeks left." Then she quickly pulled herself together. "I'm Fine. I'll do what I need to do while I wait for him." Seeing that, Ariel said worriedly, "I'm worried about Yoon too, but I'm more worried about you, Inju. You'll be left behind, waiting alone." Hearing that, she smiled and quietly asked herself, "Will I be able to wait? I'm still not sure whether we should break up or keep dating." Seeing Ariel made her even more depressed. "I can't say it. She probably still thinks the two of us are doing well." Her silence made Ariel worry, and she called out, "Inju." Then Ariel quickly comforted her. "It'll be okay. According to what my friend told me, you just keep living your normal life like before, and that person will come back before you know it." Seeing her like that made Inju sink even deeper into thought. You'd had liked Ariel for a long time, hadn't he? Even when Ariel had a boyfriend, he still only had eyes for her. Inju gripped her job application tightly and reminded herself, "I know it isn't Ariel's fault, but still, it makes me feel guilty and uneasy." She quickly stood up and said, "I'll get going first." Ariel was surprised, not understanding what was going on. Before leaving, Inju did not forget to explain, "I have an interview scheduled." Only then did Ariel understand and say, "Ah." Seeing that, Ariel said, "Do your best." Even though Inju had already walked far away, she still bowed her head to say goodbye. As she walked, she told herself, "I have to stop comparing myself to Ariel. After all, that's all in the past now." She looked at the stack of documents and reminded herself, "I need to practice the questions they might ask first." But after a while, she put them back in her handbag and sighed to herself, "It'll be fine. It's not like it's a real interview anyway." But when she stood amid the crowd, confidently lining up, Inju panicked and screamed inwardly, "It's over. I didn't prepare properly because I thought it was only a mock interview." Just then, the interviewer said, "Next, Miss Gong Inju." That startled her, and she answered, "Yes." He began asking questions. "In the field of social welfare, your case is rather unusual. You only participated in one volunteer program. Is there any particular reason for that?" At that moment, she was extremely frightened. Sweat kept pouring down as she replied, because I thought I should make my schoolwork my top priority, and yes." After that, she fell silent, not knowing what else to say, because her mind had gone completely blank from that point on. While she was terribly anxious, someone came in and handed the interviewer some documents. He quickly accepted them. Thank you." Then he turned back and reminded her, "Miss Gong Inju, please continue." At that moment, her face darkened completely, and she had no idea what to say. She could only stammer, "Yes, so." Seeing that, the interviewer said, "Next, Lee Jae-hyung." He answered confidently, "Yes." As for Inju, she could only sink into despair. This had to be the worst moment of her life. After the interview, she wandered down the street and thought, "I just want to go home and rest." Just then, the wound on her heel started protesting. She quickly took off her shoe and thought, "It must be because they're too tight." She sat down there and sighed to herself, "How am I supposed to get home in these heels?" Just then, someone slowly approached her and called, "Inju." She turned around in annoyance. When she saw who it was, she said, "Please just keep going." Then she thought in embarrassment, "Why is he acting like we're so close? How humiliating." But he ignored her and crouched down beside her. Then he took 2 bandages out of his pocket and handed them to her. "Here," he said gently. "Your feet look uncomfortable. Use these." She coldly reached out and took them. "Thanks." But inwardly, she wondered when did he see that. Then, while peeling open a bandage, she asked, "Aren't you the person evaluating the recommendation letters? Why did you come to the interview?" He quickly answered, "Because I receive a scholarship and work here. So I often run errands for the center too." After that, neither of them said anything more. She focused on bandaging her wound, while he gazed at her gently. After a while, he suddenly said, "I didn't expect you to do well either, so don't be upset that I saw your bad side." Hearing that, Inju turned to him in surprise and shouted, "What?" She said angrily, "Do I have any reason to show you my good side? Don't misunderstand." Seeing her like that, he smiled with his eyes and tried to soothe her. "All right." But when he saw her baffled and very serious expression, he could only give up and say, "I was joking, just joking." After that, Jeremy became serious again. Choosing his words carefully, he comforted her. Even though it was only an interview simulation, the first time I tried it, I was really nervous too. We'll do better next time. But she did not pay much attention and only replied, "Is that so?" He quickly confirmed, "Yeah, I had memorized the whole script, but because I forgot the first word, I ended up forgetting everything that came after it and couldn't say a single word." Then he smiled with his eyes and said, "If you think about it, you did better than I did." But she paid no attention and remained sad. She touched the wound on her heel and thought, an interview is just an interview, but I keep feeling like nothing went right today. She slowly stood up and put on her shoes, but she still could not stop thinking. Asking Ariel for help failed. The interview went nowhere. Meanwhile, he was still talking to himself. "I thought I'd have to reach out and help you again, but you're doing well step by step. That's pretty cool." As for her, she paid no attention and remained lost in thought. As for her relationship with Yoon, in the end, she could only let out a heavy sigh. Seeing her like that, Jeremy fell silent and did not say anything more. But because he was too curious, he asked, "Is there something else bothering you?" Hearing that, Inju looked at him in surprise, but she said nothing. Inju, seeing that, Jeremy was sure he was right, so he asked with concern, "Tell me, it's better than suffering alone." But she turned away and answered, "I can't." Then she looked at him and explained, "That's a problem I have to solve on my own. Don't worry about me." He replied sadly, "It's fine. I'll help you, just like you shared your worries with me last time." She disagreed and argued. That time and now are different. He refused to back down and asked, "How are they different?" Hearing that, she thought for a while. In the end, she decided to say, "The way you keep paying attention to me like this is honestly really bothersome." She continued, annoyed. "You said we should settle things and then both do our best, but your attitude is completely different from what you said. Be honest with me. Are you really only trying to help me?" Her words hurt him, and he became dejected. He said nothing more and only lowered his head in silence. With difficulty, Jeremy spoke. "So that's how you feel?" Feeling wronged, he asked. "Then if you already knew and still accepted it, what am I supposed to think?" Hearing that, Inju stared at him in surprise. Then she abruptly turned away and said, "It doesn't mean anything to me. Just don't do that from now on. I won't change my mind." He said unwillingly, "I don't know what's bothering you. If it's about how a boyfriend should listen to you and take care of you, I don't think he's capable of filling that role." She froze and said nothing. He continued worrying about her. "You don't look okay at all, so I'm worried." Hearing that, she could not hold back and turn around. She quickly warned him, "Do you think you have a right to say that?" He answered innocently, There must be a reason I shouldn't say that, right?" He continued asking, "Could it be that what's bothering you really is about your boyfriend?" Even though she knew he was right, she felt irritated and did not want to answer that question. Inju gripped the strap of her handbag tightly. Then she firmly turned and left, not forgetting to warn him, "Don't stick your nose into this anymore, or I really will get angry." Even though she said that, as she walked away, she still made sure to glare at Jeremy. After leaving the company, she let out a sigh as if a weight had been lifted off her shoulders. Suddenly, a voice drew her attention. Inju, when she raised her head, she saw Yoon standing in front of her. She cheerfully half ran toward him. Yoon, seeing the way she was walking, he asked worriedly, "Does your foot hurt?" She did not pay much attention and replied, Yeah. She looked down at her feet and explained, "It's the heels." He said pained, "It must hurt a lot." Then he pulled her over to sit on a bench in the park. "Sit down." Next, he took off his own shoes and handed them to her. "Were my shoes?" She asked in disbelief. Then she blushed shyly and refused. "I'm okay. You wear them." He crouched down, looked at her, and replied, "Then it'll be uncomfortable for you to walk." He directly helped her put the shoes on and said, "I'm fine, so you wear them, okay?" Then he stood up, carried her high heels for her, and held her hand. As for her, she only paid attention to his shoes. She suddenly said, "Your feet are so big." He said proudly, "Of course. That means they'll be comfortable for you." Seeing him like that, she did not know what to say. She linked arms with him and walked. "It's so hard to walk like this." Worried about her, he reminded her, "Hold on tight." After that, under the sunset, the two of them chatted on the way home. "Your feet must hurt a lot, right?" "They're very comfortable. Humans were born with two bare feet, after all." She whined, "If that's the case, then I'm fine too. I want to take off the shoes." He quickly stopped her. "No." The two looked at each other lovingly. "That's right. We'll be okay. Let's just believe in the love we can feel right in front of us." Time passed, and there were only 10 days left before Yoon enlisted. At that moment, Inju was lying down playing on her phone when Yoon called her. "Inju." She immediately turned to look at him. He quickly asked, "Do you like sky blue or yellow?" She thought for a moment and answered, Yellow. "Why are you suddenly asking?" He quickly turned away and replied, I'm just trying some personality tests. Seeing him like that, she was puzzled. Then she ran over and hugged him tightly. What is it? Let me see the results too. He quickly pressed the Alt and F4 keys, then immediately closed the laptop under her expectant gaze. She returned to the bed and said, I like anything. He turned to her in confusion and asked, What? She calmly answered, Isn't it obvious, Yoon? I'm talking about choosing my birthday present. And she pointed at him and suggested, How about we go buy it together? Yeah. The conversation continued just like that. Can we do that? I don't like secrets. I'll choose what I like myself. And so, there were 2 days left until Inju's birthday. At that moment, Jeremy was at home, sadly fiddling with a gift box. On a fine day at the shopping mall, someone suddenly let out a scream. The day Inju and Yoon were shopping together, she suddenly looked at her phone and exclaimed, No way. Seeing her expression as if she was about to cry, he turned back in surprise and asked, What's wrong? She answered, The career counseling people told me to come in today. She said unconfidently, I'm sorry. I kept asking them if I could reschedule it, but I guess I can't. Seeing that, he comforted her. Why are you apologizing? She shouted in panic. We made birthday plans together. We decided to make lunch together and spend the whole day together. Seeing that, he reminded her nervously, Calm down first. Okay, after that, he slowly sorted things out. I'm Fine. After I finish making the food, I'll wait for you to come back. She stared at him and thought, alone? Then she quickly turned away and said, I understand. I'll come back early. He answered very obediently. Okay. He did not forget to wave goodbye to her either. See you later. Though reluctant, she still turned back, waved goodbye to him, and then left. As Inja walked down the street, she cursed inwardly, Ugh, I really don't want to go at all, especially not on my birthday. Then she suddenly thought of something. She looked at her phone and wondered to herself, could Jeremy have sent that message to mess with me? But she quickly denied it. No way. If he did that, it'd be way too much. Then, before entering the career support center, she quickly turned off her phone. Then, an hour later, in any case, the counseling really was. Inju walked out with an exhausted face. She staggered down the hallway. If the goal was to bother me on my birthday, then it definitely worked. I'm dead tired. Suddenly, Jeremy, who was working, saw her pass by. He quickly asked, Hey, are you okay? He also comforted her. The professor in charge was a bit harsh, wasn't he? She immediately teared up and agreed. He really was. But she was quickly startled by her own reaction. Then she instantly changed her expression. But I'm fine. Where's the attendance sheet? I need to sign it. He pointed to a place and said, Over there on the table. She quickly walked over and opened the book. Suddenly, a package appeared beside her. When she raised her head, he said, Happy birthday? He said sadly, It's today, right? Your birthday. Then he pulled a chair over and sat across from her. Since I knew, it was hard to ignore it. Seeing that, Inju frowned in annoyance and refused. I can't accept this. She pushed the package back toward him. What is wrong with you? Stop pressuring me. Seeing her do that, he felt hurt and said nothing. Then he suddenly said, I heard from Ariel. Your boyfriend is preparing to enlist, right? Without any shame, he said, I'm saying this for your sake. It would be best if you broke up with him. He did not forget to give examples. I've seen so many couples break up because of enlistment. On top of that, you'd have to wait for your boyfriend at the most important time in your life. Unable to endure it anymore, she spoke up. Just because it's an important time for me, I have to break up with him? She did not forget to throw it back at him. Like you did to me? He shamelessly replied, Back then, it just wasn't the right time for us. There wasn't any problem between the two of us before I got buried in work. He did not forget to insist. Now is different from back then. I won't leave you alone like that anymore. Hearing that, she asked in surprise, Now? He quickly confirmed, Yeah, I'm saying we should get back together. She immediately exploded and shouted, I don't need that. Seeing that, he looked at her in disbelief. Then he stood up and said, I'm just saying. He advised her confidently, Think about it some more while you're waiting for him to enlist. What we decide now will hurt the other person less. She sat still, listening to his nonsense, so angry that her face turned red. Then Jeremy did not forget to offer her the package. And this, not wanting to hear any more, she quickly cut him off. I won't accept it. He refused to back down and placed his hands on the table. It's nothing much, but since she was angry, she would not give in. What does it have to do with you? After that, the two of them began arguing back and forth. Just accept it first. If you don't like it, you can throw it away. No, if you keep doing this, then. In the middle of that tense moment, someone suddenly called Inju. At that moment, Yoon was standing in the room, looking at the two of them. He was also carrying a bag of food. He asked, What are you two doing? She answered anxiously, It's nothing. But inwardly, she cursed. Every time I get involved with him, this is exactly the situation I'm most afraid of. Though she was scared, she assured herself, everything will be fine because Yoon believes me. And I have enough confidence in myself too. But he did not think so. He lowered his head, the corners of his eyes red, and said, "It's nothing. You always say that." He gripped the food container tightly and continued, "I really want to believe what you say. I don't want to interfere in what you do. But you say it's nothing, that it's fine, and then you hide everything. It's already like this now. If we have to be apart, how am I supposed to trust you?" Inju listened in disbelief to his words from the heart. But his words plunged the whole room into silence. Then she clenched her hand and spoke. "I'm sorry for letting you see a scene that could be so easily misunderstood." She continued, "But there really is nothing going on. I've also firmly rejected him." She slowly walked closer to him and added, "Wasn't it because of your own personal reasons that you hesitated over whether you should keep dating me? So what do you mean you can't trust me?" At that moment, she stood in front of him and questioned him directly. After that, she said nothing more and headed straight for the door. Frightened, he called in, but she did not answer him and bluntly opened the door and stepped outside. Angry, Inju ran down the street alone. As she ran, she comforted herself. "Don't be sad, Inju." If Yoon saw that, of course he would misunderstand. But suddenly she stopped. Should I go back and explain things to him more clearly? But then she quickly shook her head and denied it. "I already said it. I said there was nothing going on." She hesitated and looked back. Yoon saw that situation too. Will he believe that? Of course he'll have to doubt me. She clutched her handbag tightly, struggling with her thoughts. In the end, she decided to leave. The best thing to do right now was for both of them to calm down first. And with her stomach empty, she couldn't ignore it, so she rubbed her belly and groaned, "I'm so hungry." She thought of the lavish meal and felt regretful. After the counseling session, Yoon and I were supposed to eat together. She was disappointed about her birthday date. Gloomily hugging her hungry stomach, she wandered the streets. Even if I couldn't celebrate it in any special way, I could still have celebrated it normally. Why did things turn out like this, heaven? Suddenly, someone called Inju. She lifted her dejected head. Seeing her like that, Ariel worriedly warned her, "You have to watch where you're going." But Inju couldn't hold back and showed her tearful face. The tears startled Ariel. Inju quickly grabbed Ariel's hand and called out, "Ariel," leaving Ariel unable to understand what was going on. A little while later, the two of them entered a latteria. They ordered 2 fast food meals together. At that moment, Inju couldn't wait any longer and attacked the delicious hamburger, while Ariel silently watched her. Unable to contain her curiosity, Ariel finally spoke up. "Did something happen?" Inju quickly pulled herself away from the burger. She lowered her head and thought for a moment. But she immediately startled, not knowing how she should explain it. Jeremy confessed, "I fought with Yoon. Today is my birthday." She sank into thought, nearly letting her mouth run off on its own. No, I can't tell her about Jeremy. So she decided to stay silent, leaving Ariel surprised. But Ariel didn't press it and said, "I don't know what happened, but I'm sure it must be something pretty hard to talk about." Hearing that, Inju flinched in confusion. Seeing Inju's expression, Ariel explained, "It's written all over your face." She gently comforted her. "If it's hard to say, don't force yourself. But talking about it is still better than enduring it and keeping it all inside, isn't it?" Hearing that, Inju felt that Ariel was incredibly reliable. Then she thought, that's right, it should be fine to talk to her about Yoon. She's known Yoon longer than I have, too, so she must understand Yoon better. So Inju decided to tell her about Yoon. Back with Yoon and Jeremy, Jeremy asked, "Aren't you going to chase after her?" Yoon didn't answer and instead turned to stare at him. Jeremy continued, adding fuel to the fire. "Your girlfriend just walked off like that, and you can't even be bothered to chase after her. Looks like things are pretty tense." At that moment, Yoon was completely at a disadvantage against him. Still, Yoon didn't back down and stepped up to face him. Angrily clearing his throat, he asked, "What the hell did you say to her?" Jeremy calmly advised him, "You're still young. Does what I said matter that much? More than your girlfriend?" Well, Inju already gave her answer. "She rejected me." Those words made Yoon feel even more regret. Jeremy didn't try to dodge it and declared honestly, "I confessed to her. I told her to come back to me." Hearing that, Yoon asked in fear what? By then, Inju had told Ariel everything. Ariel asked in surprise, "You two are going to break up when he enlists?" Inju confirmed in disappointment, "Yeah." Ariel quickly analyzed the situation. "It doesn't sound like that. Isn't it more like you'll wait, and he also hopes you'll wait?" Inju answered sadly. "I asked him, and he said he needed time to think because it's his personal issue." Inju said dispiritedly, "I don't think I want to break up. He keeps feeling anxious about the time when he'll enlist and won't be able to stay by my side. I told him that I'd be fine, and that I'm not someone who always needs to lean on men." Those words made Ariel flinch and widen her eyes. Then Inju sighed and continued, but it seems Yoon doesn't see it that way. After that, she lifted her head and looked at Ariel. I just fought with him. Maybe Yoon misunderstood, but then she thought to herself, if I explain it, I'll have to talk about Jeremy confessing and Yoon witnessing what happened earlier too, won't I? Seeing Ariel worrying and thinking for her, Inja didn't dare say it. I can't complain about Jeremy confessing to me in front of Ariel. In the end, she sighed and avoided the topic. Anyway, it's probably because I'm lacking. We looked so happy together, and now we're about to break up. I guess no matter how hard I try, I can't give Yoon the confidence he needs. Hearing that, Ariel frowned and sighed. Good grief, she analyzed. I don't know exactly what happened between you two, so I can't guarantee anything. Inju looked at her in surprise. Then Ariel said, but I think I might know what Yoon is thinking. Back to the conversation between Jeremy and Co Yoon. Jeremy didn't give up and expressed himself. Because I've been watching Inju for a while, I felt sorry for her and couldn't take my eyes off her. He continued his monologue. I thought I could definitely make Inja happy. He didn't notice Co Yoon's displeased face. Yoon quickly declared, you're nothing to her. Jeremy didn't give up and replied, I know. That's why, for now, I only dared to become close to her. Because I felt guilty for not trusting her until the very end. Jeremy even shamelessly said, but the more time passes, the angrier I get from having to watch her suffer. Then he faced Yoon and demanded, so before Inju comes back to me, I want you to break up with her. Yoon frowned in displeasure at those words. He immediately placed his hand on Jeremy's shoulder and declared forcefully, don't talk nonsense. Jeremy noticed the hand gripping his shoulder and Yoon's words. Because you're the one making her suffer. Yoon continued, don't try to, but into our relationship anymore. Jeremy paid no attention and pushed his hand away. Then, Co Yoon said nothing more and decisively turned to leave. Jeremy didn't know how things would turn out. He picked up the package. Looking at it, he whispered, honestly, whether they break up or not doesn't matter. I still have plenty of time. Meanwhile, Co Yoon angrily walked outside. Trembling, he clenched the bag of food tightly. At the same time, he remembered what Jeremy had said earlier. I can see how much she's struggling. He recalled memories of being beside Inju. She had once said, I can't say it. It's nothing, thinking that made him lose heart. He leaned against a wall and let out a heavy sigh. He rubbed his head heavily and cursed himself inwardly. You remember exactly how things were back then. That's why you should let her go. Looking at himself through the mirror, he kept telling himself, even now, it's still. If I enlist and leave her alone, just like back then, returning to Co Yoon's past in middle school. At that time, he was focused on playing on his phone when someone called. Yoon, Co Yoon, one of his friends, urged him, hurry your ass up. Aren't we going to the PC cafe? Just then, his mother texted him, you're out of school now, right? Aren't you coming home? Today's the day your father comes back. But he decided to put his phone into his pocket and answered his friend, yeah, I'm coming. The whole group cheerfully put their arms around his shoulders and chatted. I'm definitely winning today. It's a ranked match. Are you sure? Use that kick properly. It wasn't until it grew dark that he returned home. As soon as he stepped inside, he said, I'm home. But he immediately saw his mother curled up on the sofa. Curious, he asked, where's Dad? She answered coldly, working overtime. She angrily said, don't you think this is ridiculous? He just came back from a week-long business trip, and now he's working overtime again. Yoon wanted to comfort his mother, but she didn't want to hear it and cut him off. He must be with that woman again. Trembling as she held her phone, she cursed, that vice director woman. Your father went on that business trip with her, and he spends more time with her than with me. Yoon stared at her in stunned surprise. Mom, he wondered how things had ended up like this. His mother's words made him feel as if he were drifting uncertainly in water. Did Dad really do that? Mom looked so lonely. It's so dull. Should I stay by her side? At that moment, he silently asked himself, if my parents get divorced, what am I supposed to do? Then, 1 month later, someone angrily entered Co Yoon's house. At the time, he was playing games and suddenly looked over. It turned out Ariel had come, and she was even carrying a stack of books. As soon as she saw him, she immediately asked, why aren't you going to school anymore? Without letting him explain, she quickly announced, if you're planning to take a break from school, then prepare yourself to be tutored by me. Yoon stared blankly, not understanding what she meant. But he quickly realized and protested, I don't need that. I can study on my own. Hearing that, Ariel mocked him, study on your own? You. Then she didn't let him refuse and said, my knowledge is expensive, you know. So when I say I'll teach you, just agree, got it? Yoon protested, unconvinced, I don't want to. But what he was actually worried about was, if she comes to my house often, she'll eventually find out about what's going on with my parents. But Ariel had already taken a step ahead and told his mother. His mother happily said, oh my, Ariel will tutor the boy. She eagerly held Ariel's hand and expressed herself. We're so grateful to you. I've been worried because Yoon suddenly said he wanted to study by himself. She didn't notice her son sighing at all and offered, stay here for dinner today. I have so much I want to talk about. But very quickly, she felt embarrassed. You must be busy, Ariel. And here I am saying all these pointless things. Seeing that, Ariel energetically said, not at all. I'd love to, ma'am. Standing in a corner watching the two of them, Yoon thought to himself, seeing Mom so happy, I can't bring myself to tell her to stop. Besides, having Ariel come over so often is more helpful than I expected. I don't have time to think about anything else while studying, because when tutoring, Ariel was extremely strict. I'm setting a time limit. Try to solve it within the allotted time. After the tutoring sessions, Ariel would be invited to stay for dinner. Yoon felt that, as for his mother, one day, after she placed a plate of rolled omelet on the table, she suddenly said, anyway, Ariel, you must feel reassured since your parents work at the same company. Those words startled Yoon. Ariel didn't understand and asked, reassured? Yes. Yoon had thought things would simply get better. His mother lowered her face and said, yes, reassured because the two of them work together. Ariel was surprised to hear that and replied, working together? Then I suppose they wouldn't get bored, ma'am. Ariel asked, I guess so. Seo Yoon grew worried when he heard those words. Ma'am, let's hurry and eat. Everything's ready. At that moment, he had hidden in his room, holding his smartphone to look at something. Fortunately, things were still okay this time. Seo Yoon lowered his face, thinking of his mother's expression. I don't know what kind of face Mom will show next time. On his phone was a message about quitting tutoring with Ariel. I should stop being tutored by her. Seo Yoon sat on the chair and curled up. Phew. The image of his gentle mother with a bright smile appeared in his mind. Still, Mama's been smiling a bit more lately, and she looks better too. Seo Yoon seemed to be blaming himself terribly. I guess there's no such thing as things getting better, unless Dad quits his job or Mom shakes off all her suspicions. A few days later, he was sitting and studying when a loud scream came from outside. What the hell is wrong with you? You're going on another business trip? His mother was questioning his father in an utterly panicked state. I don't care. Seo Yoon stood at the door and saw this scene, so he was completely stunned. But his mother's reproaches kept coming. It hasn't even been that long since you came home. And yet, every single day, it's overtime, business trips, overtime, business trips. His father explained, I'm sorry. I've been swamped with work lately. As soon as I got to the company headquarters today, Vice Director Kim, don't mention that woman. Perhaps the one most startled at that moment was Seo Yoon as he heard it all. Vice Director Kim this, Vice Director Kim that. You see her more than you see your own wife. What am I supposed to do? Why are you saying that? She's just a co-worker. His mother turned away with a contemptuous look and said, go out like that if you want. I'll file for divorce. You're going to abandon me for that woman anyway. His father immediately explained, honey, that's not what I meant. He lowered his head in disappointment. Seo Yoon's father looked at him and said, Yoon, I'm sorry you had to see that. Without saying anything, Yoon immediately went outside. I'm going out for a bit. In Seo Yoon's head, thoughts flowed endlessly. It's suffocating. I don't want to stay here for even one more second. When he opened the door, outside were books with a thud. Whether it's Dad or Mom, I hate them both. Seo Yoon looked outside to see what was blocking the door. Looking into the room, it seemed someone was sitting there. These are the guidebooks I read in middle school. The scene changed. Now the two of them were sitting in a park, and Ariel spoke first. So even if you stop being tutored by me, these will help you. Yoon replied, did you hear it? Ariel continued, your father really might not be doing anything wrong. He may simply have to go on business trips and work overtime a lot. Seo Yoon lowered his face and made an excuse for his father. Mom just feels a little lonely, that's all. Anyway, I don't have many classes this year, so I'll be home with Mom more often. He continued, so it's not that big of a deal. Don't worry about it. Ariel comforted him. It's not your fault to begin with. You know I'm on your side, right, Seo Yoon? Feeling the warmth and sincerity in those words helped him feel a little at ease. Thank you. After opening up like that, his heart felt lighter. But his mother still sat there, waiting for some miracle to happen. Mom is still the same, always waiting in solitude. Back to the present, Seo Yoon was hesitating and thinking about something. If I leave her alone, the image of a woman curled up appeared. I don't want her to be unable to get out. Or maybe she won't want to get out. More worries surfaced inside him. I'm afraid the situation will become like it was back then. The image of a certain girl appeared in his mind. Was it because of my first impression when I first met Inju? In the image from the past, she said, will you date me? I only thought she was rather rash. There was an image of Inju crying like a baby while drinking. Someone who only knew love. As he observed her over time, "You still have me. Your amazing older sister is right here." She always showed just how much she longed for everything and how much she longed for love. The two of them held hands. And then Inju said to Seo Yoon in an incredibly poetic scene by the seaside, "I'm not who I used to be anymore. I won't feel anxious or change just because you aren't by my side. That's why I need you. I don't need someone to worry about every little thing for me from A to Z. I just need someone who can grow together with me." The image of her smiling, her eyes filled with the passion of youth. She was a strong person, someone who believed in herself more than anyone. Seo Yoon realized something, and it showed clearly on his face. His feet could no longer stay still. "I've always only been trying to run away from it. I have to believe in what she does." His steps moved forward. "If I don't, then no matter what happens in the future, things will end up just like they are now. She'll be fine, and so will I." His cheeks flushed red. "Because I want to be able to stay by her side forever." The scene changed to a room where the main color was pink. Inju was lying on the bed, deep in thought. She thought back to her conversation with Seo Yoon. "Your anxiety is the main problem." If he said that, then the issue must be more serious than she thought. "If I respect Yoon's opinion, should I break up with him? Is breaking up the right choice?" With heavy eyes and a sorrowful face, Inju thought to herself, "I don't want that. I don't want to break up at all. But what if that's the best thing I can do?" Her hand tightly gripped the sheet, as if trying to hold on. Gong Inju suddenly sat up. "No, that's not it. The first thing I should do is clear up the misunderstanding." She thought of something again, because she could no longer stand by and watch the way she had when she was dating him. Jeremy. The image of Inju from the past suddenly appeared. She was not a girl who was always bright and full of life. She had curled up, terribly sad. Back then, I thought it was right to sit there, sinking in those emotions. I thought it was proof of just how much I loved him. Returning to the present, the look in her eyes had changed, filled with determination. The greater the love, the less pain she would feel anymore. The girl sprang up from the bed as if she were about to go somewhere. "Because to me, my boyfriend was my everything. Once I lost that everything, I wouldn't be able to do anything anymore." Her feet no longer stayed still. She began taking one step after another, thinking to herself, "But now everything is different." Inju opened the door with all her courage. After that, good things would come to her one after another. At the very least, I won't be controlled by my emotions anymore. The scene changed to Seo Yoon, who was now anxiously rushing through the city alone. The weather around him looked extremely clear and pleasant. He picked up his phone. "Where did she go?" "The number you have dialed is currently." It seemed he received no response, so Seo Yoon felt very sad and thought, "Did I chase after her too hastily?" He reconsidered the birthday plan. Since she's upset, she probably won't follow the original plan, right? Seo Yoon looked around and worried silently. Or, is she still at school? The school appeared with modern architecture, combined with two main colors, orange and white. Around it were sunlight and a blue sky, making everything look extremely harmonious and beautiful. He seemed to have searched carefully. She's not here either. Seo Yoon thought about her. Did she deliberately turn off her phone? Is it because she doesn't want to answer my calls? Suddenly, a voice echoed from afar. "Yoon." He immediately answered. "Ariel." The girl replied. "You still haven't met Inju?" "No." He was extremely disappointed and dejected when he heard the question, but he still had to answer in a very sad tone. "No," she continued. "We just said goodbye to each other a little while ago. That's why I thought she would come to you." Yoon stepped closer to ask more clearly. "You met Inju? What did the two of you talk about?" Ariel also found it very difficult to answer. Instead of saying it outright, his face became extremely hard to describe because it held so many emotions that were difficult to explain. "I think I know what Yoon is thinking." The scene shifted back to when Ariel had been talking with Inju. "There's something Yoon went through when he was in middle school. Do you want me to tell you about it?" Inju immediately answered, "There's no need. If it's about Yoon, I'd rather hear him tell me himself." Returning to the present, Yoon seemed slightly relieved. "So that's what happened." Yes." He immediately took out his phone and called her again. "Then I'll explain it to her properly. But she still isn't answering my calls." Ariel was surprised. She isn't answering? I didn't think she would ignore your calls." But Seo Yoon looked dazed. Then came the current of thoughts that kept pouring through his mind. He and all those thoughts only made everything worse. Is it already too late? Suddenly, the phone responded, making both of them jump in shock. He immediately said, "Inju." A voice answered through the phone. Seo Yoon let out an extremely relieved sigh. "Phew." He said, "Inju, I was really worried because you suddenly ignore my calls like that. I forgot that I'd turn off my phone." Seo Yoon continued, "Where are you right now?" At that moment, a tall building appeared, designed in a minimalist style and combined with an elegant white color scheme. The windows had been placed very delicately, allowing sunlight to enter the rooms in the most effective way. He stood in front of the door, thinking, I can't believe she really came back to my place. I should have come home first. CEO Yoon entered the door code. Then everything I prepared will be. He was shocked by everything happening before his eyes. Boom! CEO Yoon was at a loss for words, because Inju had prepared a surprise for him. She said awkwardly, you went through all the trouble of preparing this, so it'd be a waste not to celebrate, right? Inju continued, I came up with the idea during my counseling session, so, without saying a word, he stepped toward her. CEO Yoon pulled her into a tight embrace. It was not just a hug. It was his courage and all of his feelings. He whispered by her ear, I'm sorry. I doubted you and made myself anxious. On top of that, I was clumsy about it. CEO Yoon gently pulled away from her, looking deeply remorseful. I thought you would avoid me and leave. Those thoughts kept circling in my head when I couldn't contact you, even though it was only for a short time. But you must have always felt that anxious while dating me too. She was deeply moved when she heard those words. CEO Yoon's hands tightened around her waist. My past isn't something to worry about anymore. He looked straight into her eyes and said, because I trust you. CEO Yoon hugged her tightly. Please stay by my side. The two embraced each other, feeling incredibly warm. After hearing his sincere words, she thought, what do you mean, please stay by your side? I'm already doing that. The atmosphere, that was now incredibly warm, and the room grew hotter because of their feelings for each other. We understand each other now. This thing called happiness can't be fully described in words. After all, the fact that I came here is already my answer. Inju said softly, Yoon. He must have been so surprised. She pulled him away and said, wait a second. Your head is too heavy on my shoulder. Tears were falling onto her hand from Seo Yoon. He was crying, but they were not tears of sadness. They were tears of happiness. Inju was surprised and worried when she saw that, so she immediately asked, are you crying? CEO Yoon wiped away his tears with his hand. No, I want to explain things to you clearly. About what happened back then. Papers were scattered across the floor. The two of them had calmed down and sat down to talk honestly with each other. The truth is, CEO Yoon said, I'm sorry. That was originally my personal problem, but I took it out on you. I let my emotions control me. And today is your birthday too. I couldn't even celebrate it properly for you. She sat beside him, looking at him very intently. Inju quickly explained, it's okay. I was at fault too. I created a situation that could cause a misunderstanding, and I turned off my phone and caused another misunderstanding too. He immediately replied, no. CEO Yoon said remorsefully, I'm sorry for misunderstanding. But she turned her face away. Inju brought up the past, that thing from middle school. You should have told me sooner. Why did you hesitate? He answered shyly, because I was ashamed. She asked in confusion. Ashamed? CEO Yoon explained, back then, I couldn't do anything. Things wouldn't have turned out that way if I had stayed by my mother's side. But all I did was keep running away. Inju immediately objected. What are you talking about? Don't think like that. He continued, and back then, and even now, I don't feel like I matured at all. I'm still only good at running away. Unlike me, you always face problems with confidence. Inju immediately comforted him. You do too. All you need is the confidence to stay by my side. That alone is enough. Seo Yoon felt as if he were being protected by those beautiful, affectionate words. With a bright face and eyes filled with love, she looked at the young man. Inju stood up and said, more importantly, shall we have the birthday party? The girl sat on the bed, acting spoiled as if asking for a gift and attention. There's still half a day left of my birthday. Seo Yoon smiled very gently, his face shining. He was rummaging through something, and she did not understand what he was doing. He very thoughtfully gave her a bouquet of bright red flowers, matching the eye color of the girl he loved. Happy birthday, Inju! Seo Yoon grew shy, even though this birthday turned out a bit messy. He looked at the girl and spoke from the bottom of his heart. On your next birthday, I'll take care of everything properly for you. She choked up at that sincere gesture. Inju said, what are you talking about? Next year, you'll be serving the country. The two of them had nothing more to say to each other. Though it had taken some time, they finally understood each other's hearts. The cake, that was extremely cute and pink. A birthday cake. My beloved Yoon. After Yoon enlisted, no matter how many times I visited him, or how many times the two of us went out when he was on leave, our relationship continued. In Korea, after enlistment, there are times when soldiers are allowed leave to visit their families. or to go home briefly for some personal reason. Photos of CEO Yoon in military uniform, taken with her and his comrades, passed by like that, peaceful and happy. 1 year and 5 months after Yoon enlisted, the weather had become winter. The whole sky was covered in snow, and the scenery now looked as beautiful as a painting. A brown-haired girl handed something over with an extremely kind smile. The two of them said goodbye once the work was done. Each step she took was very light. Inju was now wearing a thick coat and a scarf because the weather had changed. Her face looked extremely happy. I'm so excited. It's been a while since the two of us last met, hasn't it? A phone rang. She immediately answered, Ariel? Ariel replied, it's Christmas today. Do you have plans? Or should we go somewhere to eat together? I'm already on my way to meet Yoon. Ariel was surprised. CEO Yoon is on leave? He hasn't even contacted me. Inju panicked and dropped her bag. Yes, his leave before Christmas got postponed, so he was only able to come back this time. Ariel immediately replied, I see. Have a nice date. Call me later. CEO Yoon said, oops, I probably shouldn't have told you. I think he was deliberately keeping it a secret. While Yoon was serving in the military, Ariel and I gradually grew closer. She was gathering her things again. The three of us should have a meal together sometime. We started speaking casually with each other and learned how to rely on one another. Suddenly, a stranger picked something up for her and handed it over. Inju immediately said, thank you. She was surprised. The young man, standing there, smiled brightly. Inju said, oh, Jeremy. He quickly replied, it's been a long time. Her face looked blank. Yes. Jeremy lowered his gaze and said, are you going somewhere? You look pretty rushed. Inju immediately explained, yes, I'm going to volunteer. He asked again, on Christmas? She looked very worried and confused as she spoke. Since then, this is the first time I've spoken to him again. The scene returned to images from the past. Inju was firmly declaring, I won't get back together with you. The two of them did not know what to say. In that uncomfortable space, she continued, my feelings haven't changed. I won't break up with you. And even if I had to break up with him, I still wouldn't get back together with you. Jeremy froze when he heard those words. He immediately replied, I know. It's just that now In Kuan said, no, I don't want Yoon to misunderstand in any way. So I hope we can treat each other as if we don't know each other. She continued, at first, I thought that no matter what you did, I wouldn't care. But I should have told you this a long time ago. Just like when you insisted on leaving me behind. The image of Inju sitting there blankly and sadly appeared. That was when I suddenly realized that asking whether we could get back together would be truly greedy. She seemed very confident as she declared, I'm sure you understand that feeling well too. Put yourself in my position. After all, I've already experienced that feeling once. Inju turned away decisively. We could see that she had stepped out of that dark past to move on toward the newest and best opportunities. Since then, no further burden had appeared. Perhaps rejecting him so clearly really had worked. Her face looked extremely satisfied, though still a little anxious. I can't believe it. That was amazing. Although we no longer talk to each other, Ariel often told me about him. Inju turned back to greet him. Then I'll be going. I didn't tell Ariel what happened back then. I just felt that if I told her, it would be like throwing cold water on a relationship that might possibly blossom. Though the two of them don't seem to have made any progress either, since they're always buried in work like that. Well, they'll be fine. After all, it has nothing to do with me. Jeremy watched her from behind. He was neither angry nor sad. Instead, he felt happy and relieved in his heart at the sight of the girl he had once loved. Inju quickly arrived at the meeting place, apparently carrying some very heavy things. She let out a sigh, and it seemed she realized something. She waved and called out loudly, Yoon, CEO, you no longer look childish. He had matured somewhat, from his thoughts to his appearance. He smiled brightly at the call of the person he had longed for night after night. The two of them embraced each other affectionately. Inju, he whispered softly in her ear, I missed you so much. Inju immediately answered, I missed you so much too. She then checked his face. Your hair has grown quite a bit. He immediately replied, right? It grows really fast. Inju wondered, what about the gifts? I already gave them out. Inju acted spoiled. What? We were supposed to give them together. CEO Yoon explained. The kids wanted to open them as soon as they saw the presents. Their happiness was clearly shown through every gesture and every expression on their faces. You should have hidden them better. What if the kids compare them to my gifts? Your gifts are amazing. How would you know? That day, Inju and CEO Yoon walked to the door. I suddenly feel so nervous. I thought the kids had forgotten about me already, since it's been so long since we last visited. He gentlemanly stepped forward and opened the door. How could that happen? Their teacher is here. She felt very excited and curious. The children came out joyfully to welcome them. One student said, "Our teacher." Inju felt moved. The children ran past her and hugged Seo Yoon. "It's our beloved teacher. I thought you were gone for good. Why did you leave without saying anything?" She felt extremely let down. Inju froze. This unreal life sent me in a deja vu. Suddenly, there was the sound of clapping. Now, everyone. Junyoung said, "Say hello to the teacher who just arrived." The two whispered, "That's Kim Junyoung, right?" He continued, "They came here 2 years ago. Do you remember who they were? We met like this back then, didn't we? Wow. I did think about coming here while I was preparing to look for a job." A voice called, "Teacher Inju." A handsome boy ran up to her, and she immediately said, "Sawu, you still like this, right?" He shyly replied, "No, it's just that I was little back then." Inju teased him, "Then I'll give you something smaller." He answered very cleverly, "I'll keep it for now." "So cute. You look much more lively than last time." The scene was now warm because of the teacher's affection and the students' love for their teachers. "I'm so glad I came here." The night sky was extremely romantic. Inju said, "I kept worrying, but things turned out much better than I expected." Seo Yoon replied with a sad face, "Yes." The two suddenly stopped. He hugged her in his arms. "I have to go back tomorrow. I really don't want to go back at all." "Yes." Inju comforted him. "Hold on, just a little longer. We're already more than halfway through." "Yes." In Korea, when a man is serving his military duty while in a relationship, if he wants to give the woman this gift, it means he does not want the two of them to break up, or it is a way for him to thank the woman for waiting for him. The two whispered to each other, "You bought me flower shoes, didn't you?" "I'm not sure. You said that just to surprise me later." "How did you know everything?" Seo Yoon grew shy. "No, that's not it. We've changed a lot in just a short time we've known each other, haven't we? I no longer crave love too desperately." And Yoon has become able to place his trust in the person he loves. Their two hands were held tightly together, showing that their feelings for each other were growing deeper and that they trusted each other more and more. "We're still growing together, day by day." The two of them walked in the same direction, toward a better future.